Chapter 51 Defeat Maji with a Punch. Uchiha Danhei vs Maki. As long as your brain is not flooded, you will think that the genius of Tsunagakuer, Maji, is stronger. In fact, a few months ago, Tang Ping would have felt the same way. At that time, his fighting power relied entirely on his own psychic beast. Not to mention facing Maji, he couldn't even solve the problem of his teammates. But there is no way, I have experienced too much from graduation to now. Especially after embracing White Thighs, his strength soared like a rocket. Now if he uses all his firepower, he can still fight even against a Jonin, which is completely different from what he was a few months ago. From this period of time, Tang Ping came to a conclusion. Krypton Gold is the way to go. With money, he can get good things to improve his strength, and his knowledge can be supplemented by the Qingming Agent, a learning plug-in. The amount of Qingming Agent consumed for learning knowledge is not a small amount, it can even be the largest consumption. Therefore, not only can he not lose this game, he must also defeat the opponent as quickly as possible so that he can spare some energy to compete for the championship. Only by winning the championship can you make a lot of money and gain huge fame to protect yourself. He has revealed a lot of good things. If you don't have enough fame, you can't keep these things. On the playing field. After Yeking announced the start of the game, Maji did not take action immediately, but spoke slowly. Isn't all your data in that intelligence manual false? He used to believe in the above data. But now, I don't even believe a word of it. No, except for the information from Konoha village, I should still be able to trust it. Is there any point in talking about this now? Tang Ping replied calmly. Yes, even if there is a problem with the intelligence manual, there is no point in talking about it now. As long as the winner is determined. After the conversation, the two of them took action at the same time. Maji quickly formed the seal. He is good at wind escape ninjutsu and can be regarded as a ninjutsu type ninja. Tang Ping, on the other hand, leaned forward and rushed forward, while a ball of flame appeared in his palm. Golden Crow Fluid Technique. Dark Whisper. The condensed flame was thrown forward by him, spreading forward along the ground as if it were an entity. Tang Ping, on the other hand, walked on the fire, following behind the flames. With the Fist of Fire as a ninja tool, using the Golden Crow Fluid Technique not only consumes less money, but also activates faster and operates more smoothly. Quick. The characteristic of Muji Ninjutsu is its speed. Maki was caught off guard. Because according to his intelligence, Danhei is not good at close combat and would keep distance if given the opportunity. Therefore, when formulating tactics, he did not prevent the opponent from getting close to him. In fact, Tang Ping understands. Regardless of the change in his mentality, coupled with the Golden Crow Fluid Technique and the Fist of Fire, his melee combat ability has undergone a qualitative change. But when it comes to melee combat ability, he may not necessarily be able to defeat Maki. He is not an alien who can cheat. But you may not win in melee combat, but you may not lose in melee combat. Because he is not simply fighting in close combat. Relief. The condensed fireball thrown by Enfu exploded in front of Maji, and the flames spread and engulfed everything around him. Phew! A figure rushed out from the fierce curtain of flames. Wild Bite. Tang Ping's right fist struck Maji with flames. Obviously he is a ninjutsu type ninja, but this battle was completely different from the normal close combat. Ninja style flow. It means being able to do whatever you want. The key point is to make Maki's previous tactics fail. Wind Release Kamamataki. At the critical moment, Maji finally used this sea-level wind escape. I have to say that his seal formation speed is really fast. If you only had the previous speed, it would be too late. It can be said that you have been hiding your seal speed information before. Phew! A large number of wind blades flew towards Tang Ping in front of him. As long as it hits, it can be cut into multiple pieces. Ninjas have extremely high resistance to blunt strikes, but do not have much additional resistance to sharp attacks. Relief. Tang Ping's entire body disappeared as soon as the wind blade approached his body. Use the teleportation technique to distance yourself. Your previous sealing speed was a trap. Tang Ping retreated more than 10 meters away and commented loudly. If I had retreated a little slower just now, I might have been cut into pieces with wind blades. As expected of the future the mainstay of the Sand Village, he is indeed good at it. Of course, the most important thing is that the opponent has 2 more years of development time than himself. It can only be said that those who can have a name in the future, even if they are small characters, should not be underestimated. Dohei reformed a seal. Since there is no way to solve it by surprise, he can only attack head-on. Fire escape. Flame robe. He used this bottom-line ninjutsu he developed. Swish. The red gauze enveloped Dohei. The terrible temperature distorted the air around him, and the color of the flame was much darker. The power has changed qualitatively compared to before, attracting a lot of attention. Sure enough, after having that ninja tool, the power of this ninjutsu is not weaker than A-level ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato's eyes were thoughtful. He also had to admire his students' imagination and ideas, and at the same time, he had the financial resources to think of using ninja tools to cooperate with ninjutsu. See, Mikoto, that ninja tool was made by me. Uzumaki Koyukina showed off to her bestie in the stands. That ninja tool. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the main seat, naturally knew about the development of the flame robe, telescope technique, but he didn't expect that the power would be so greatly improved after adding another ninja tool. In addition to these people, many people were also surprised by Dohei's performance at this time. As the protagonist of attention, Dohei didn't have time to think about it. Whoosh! The whole person rushed out like a cannonball. Now he only had one feeling in his mind. Pain, too much pain. It didn't matter before, but now the power of the flame robe has been greatly improved, and the temperature that needs to be endured has naturally increased. Although ninjutsu has a heat insulating effect, it will also be affected by a certain proportion of temperature. At this time, Dohei is like soaking in boiling hot water. It's not surprising that he might be roasted if it takes a long time. It's not too much to pay this price to master the power beyond the upper limit. Facing an opponent whose whole body is covered by flames and whose oppression is terrifying, Maki gritted his teeth and used his ultimate move. Wind Style. Great Scythe Attack. Great Scythe Attack is an upgraded version of the Scythe Attack, and is also a B-level ninjutsu. Boom! The air was cut, and the ground was cut. The ninjutsu was at full strength. In the audience. We won! A blonde girl with twin ponytails jumped up excitedly. But before the audience could trouble her, her expression froze. How is it possible? It was as if she had seen something incredible. On the field, Do Ping, whose whole body was bathed in flames, grabbed Maki's neck with his bleeding right hand and lifted him up. Qin Yu. As long as the flame is injected into the opponent's body and then exploded, the opponent will die without a complete body. The opponent does not have a cloth substitute to hide from him. Snap! But before Do Ping could inject the flame transformed from the fiery fist into the opponent's body, he found that his right wrist was grabbed. Two figures appeared beside him instantly. Kid, Sand Village admits defeat. A gloomy female voice with some reluctance made Dohei slowly loosen his right hand that was pinching Maki's neck. The one who grabbed his wrist was Yakang, the Scorch Release. Of course, there was no need to worry about his own safety. Because there was another figure, with the kunao in the other's hand pointing at Yakang's heart. Minato Namikaze. He is indeed a speed-type strongman. Even without using Flying Thunder God, his speed is still higher than that of the other. If Yakang dared to mess around, his heart would definitely be pierced in the first place. It can only be said that it was really Minato Namikaze's credit that Dohei was not taken advantage of by the other party. The flame robe quickly dissipated. Since the other party had admitted defeat, Dohei would naturally not attack again. Yakang also loosened his wrist, and Minato Namikaze also put away the kunao. The tension just now seemed to have never happened. Chapter 52, Narrow Defeat and the Final. Kakashi frowned slightly as he looked at Do Ping, whose body was almost stained with blood and still emitting residual heat. After all, he was a teammate, so he still had this kind of worry. I'm fine. Waving his hand gently, Do Ping sat down and recovered quickly. The battle with Maki just now, although it ended quickly, it was almost won in a few rounds. But it consumed a lot of chakra and physical strength. At the same time, even if there is a healing fluid, it takes some price to recover from the injury. Win with injury. It was the biggest reason why he was able to quickly defeat Maki. The opponent did not expect him to be so decisive and rush forward with ninjutsu. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to defeat the opponent. The advantage of being a little transparent before is now revealed. Others don't know much about his information. And the top 4 battles are also drawn. Kakashi's face is solemn. Because he was facing Goto, and Dohei was facing the last lucky guy who made up the numbers. Finally I got lucky for once. Seeing this matchup, Dohei sighed in his heart. Because he had fought against two Sand Village strongmen, Wan and Maki, in succession, and the latter was recognized as the face of the Sand Village. Until now, many people still cannot accept this fact. Now he can face this small ninja village player who is also seriously exhausted and injured, and it's really good luck that it's not Goto or Kakashi. It can only be said that this time it should not be a shady incident. Since they are already the top 4, dialogue between the two is inevitable, and there is no need to deliberately avoid them. But there's not all bad news. The first game. This time Tang Ping was not at the back, but at the front. In other words, not even giving him a chance to breathe. Faced with this situation, he could only drag his exhausted body to fight immediately. But this time, there is no intelligence advantage like when fighting Marky. This little ninja village player named Yingxian was extremely slippery, giving him no chance of a quick victory. If it weren't for the ninja tool, the Fist of Fire, Tang Ping wouldn't be able to retain his strength at all. At the critical moment, he blocked the attack with the back of his hand, and then knocked the opponent away with a wild bite to win. After dealing with the other party, it's the next round of strong dialogue. Kakashi vs Goto. Compared to Marky's unexpected loss, this battle, which was highly anticipated by countless viewers, was already viewed as the final. Attention is full. The result of the battle was also what the audience expected. Kakashi lost. Because it was difficult for his attacks to break through defenses, and when faced with the B-level ninjutsu of the aggravated rock jutsu, he immediately lost his temper. No matter how fast the speed is, it will inevitably slow down after enduring several times of gravity. After the speed slows down, the combat effectiveness of a speed player like Kakashi will naturally be greatly reduced. If he were 14 years old, he would definitely be able to deal with the opponent easily. But at only 7 years old, he suffered too much in terms of physical fitness and chakra, and was directly defeated by Goto. Although defeated, it is still glorious. This idiom can be used to describe Kakashi's performance in this battle. Regardless of tactics, skills, or ninjutsu, he has done his best. And if Namikaze Minato hadn't come to save people at the critical moment, he might have fought to the end. Therefore, Kakashi's popularity not only was not affected by the failure, but actually increased greatly. After all, he is only 7 years old, and he is twice his age. Other ninjas of the same age, not to mention Genin, had just entered the ninja school, but he had already reached the semi-finals of the joint Chunin exams. What is this called a super genius? What a win! Kakashi's super genius character was instantly recognized. Both Tsunagakura and Uegakura looked at him with murderous intent in their eyes. Because this talent is even more exaggerated than White Fang's. After letting him grow up, he will be completely the White Fang Plus version. Who can bear this? Especially the Sand Ninja who was killed by White Fang to the point of being turned upside down. There was no way he could act with evil hands. At the moment when Kakashi was defeated, Yaking seemed to step forward to rescue, but in fact only God knows what he did, and even Lois had a hand in it intentionally or unintentionally. If Minato Namikaze, the future ninja world's best speed, hadn't taken action, Kakashi might have sent it directly. Although the great ninja village wants to be shameless, it can be shameless when faced with the opportunity to eliminate the super genius of an enemy village. Konoha even put on a war stance. However, Uegakura and Tsunagakura joined forces and finally avoided a fight on the spot. Now you understand why the two shadows not only attended the event in person, but also brought so many powerful people with them, right? It's all just to ensure that you won't suffer too much in a fight. Konoha does have the home field advantage, and they will definitely win until the end. But the biggest concern is also this. Once the game really starts, don't even think about the home field. They can destroy Konoha village even if they die. It is precisely because of this kind of restraint that the two shadows dare to come with confidence. If the competition location is far away from Konoha village, you can see if they dare to come. In the end, the matter was settled after the three filmmakers made a deal. After Kakashi lost, the finalists also came out. Goto vs Uchiha Dohei. The former is not unexpected, because the other party is indeed the strongest in this joint Chunin exam. But the latter surprised countless people. Titles such as Crane Tail, Trash, Soft Rice Man, are not secrets. You can find out from any Konoha villager. This is also the reason why no one had doubts about the Tang Ping data in the intelligence manual before. But such a transparent person actually made it to the finals, which shocked many people. Of course, many people suffered heavy losses. For example, a certain blonde with twin tails was jumping around and cursing at people. As for the big nobles and wealthy businessmen who sit in the bank, although they are upset, they can only be said to be small profits, not bloody profits. The real winner is of course the brainless and overwhelming Mai Uchiha. Although the odds during the semi-finals were too low, she did not choose to place a bet to prevent her bets from being restricted too frequently. But when it came to the finals, the odds suddenly skyrocketed. It is directly the odds of 1.3:2.5. In other words, if you bet 100 million taels, you can get back 250 million taels with principal and interest, making a net profit of 150 million taels. The odds change at any time, and only if there are enough people placing bets can the plate be held up. If we didn't have such a big plate, we wouldn't be able to make a big profit on the main stand. I hope what happened before will not happen again, otherwise don't blame us Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice contained a warning. In other words, if the two major ninja villages really dare to play something, don't blame him. He is not too old now, he is indeed a ninja hero and not the ninja bear in the future. Of course, the neat's just a misunderstanding. The third Kazekage's expression didn't change at all, as if Yaking hadn't done anything just now. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. Onoki also agreed. Now he and the third Kazekage are temporarily united, and there is no feeling of life and death in the previous Ninja World War. It's better to be a misunderstanding. What can Sarutobi Hiruzen say? At least he got the compensation, and it's impossible to start a war here, so he can only forgive them. And this highly anticipated final officially began. Unlike before, there are many ninjas standing at the edge of the stadium and in the audience. Prevent accidental injuries. If it's just physical skills and illusions, it's okay. But the destructive power of powerful ninjutsu is really exaggerated, so you have to be on guard. In the fanatical atmosphere, the final showdown began. Chapter 53 Blood Limit, Steel Release. The game begins. After Yaking made the announcement, he retreated outside the stadium instead of standing at the edge of the stadium as before. This was also the decision of the three cages. Do not interfere in the finals. In other words, deprive the chief examiner of the power to intervene. Life and death are left to fate. This proposal was made by Onoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally disagreed, but after being persuaded by Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu, he finally agreed. Of course, Onoki also gave some benefits for this, otherwise would he really think that the two senior executives were brain dead? As for the disadvantage to Uchiha Dohei. Please, before saying this, don't you look at his surname first. Uchiha. This surname alone is the original sin in the eyes of the two elders. In the past, he was not suppressed because of the will of fire. Now it is beneficial to the village, so it is normal to make such a decision. Gaudo. Uchiha Dohei. The two sides who entered the competition field looked at each other and realized that this was their final opponent. Because this time they were competing for both superiority in life and death. There was no examiner, which was not a hint, but a clear indication. I didn't expect that my opponent in the final would be you, but this is more interesting. Gang 2 was like seeing prey, and at this moment he was no longer the honest and steady feeling before. Something was wrong. Tang Ping frowned. His keen intuition made his whole body tense, just like an ordinary person with bare hands encountering a wild beast in the wild. What are you doing? He asked subconsciously. Because the other party gave him a feeling that he was a completely different person compared to before. Tear. Gaudo ripped open his clothes. This was certainly not a benefit, but because his metal body had grown several times larger and it was uncomfortable to wear clothes. My steel escape blood limit can make my body hard and strong, but it's a pity that I won't live long once I awaken, but before I die, I will let the ninja world know that there are geniuses in the Hidden Rock village who are not inferior to Konoha. Without answering Do Ping's question, Godo introduced himself. His tone was calm and firm. It can be seen that he has already held the will to die. There is no genius in Uegakuer. This is already a shame for Uegakuer, Godo wants to wash it all away. Steel-style bloodline limit? Hearing this, not only Do Ping was confused, but so were the others. Because this is a bloodline limit that has never been heard of, but the effect can also be analyzed from the opponent's battle. strong recovery ability, improved earth escape, explosive body strength, and so on. I used to think it was his talent, but now I think it is completely a bloodline limit. In the ninja world, bloodline limit is the plug-in of ninja. Compared with ordinary ninja and bloodline ninja, there is a world of difference. Like the Cloud Village, it has always been coveting the Hyuga clan's Bun bloodline. No one has ever heard of the bloodline limit of the Uegakuer village, but I didn't expect that until now one jumped out. However, after knowing the opponent's blood defect, it can be said that he understood why such a powerful bloodline is not famous. How can it be famous if it dies after awakening? It should be that he awakened when he was on the verge of death in the Death Forest before. That's why he can continue to participate in the competition despite such a serious injury, and his strength has greatly improved. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha high-level officials also understand why Onoki proposed not to allow the examiner to interfere with the competition. He was completely prepared to let Goto solve Dohei, the Konoha genius, before he died. Although it was a pity that he couldn't solve Kakashi before, he could solve as many as he could. Since things have come to this point, and Dohei is still an Uchiha, the Konoha high-level officials did not stop the progress of the game. On the field, Hi-Suyu. Dohei quickly made a seal. It took less than 2 seconds to complete the seal. Summoning technique. The right palm slammed heavily on the ground. As long as there is Tei, no matter what bloodline you have, it will not work. With a powerful spiritual beast in hand, you are so confident. A lot of white mist rose. Swish. The thick white mist was torn apart by a pair of black giant wings with golden light. So big. It's a spiritual beast. Isn't this size too exaggerated? The appearance of Tei instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. They didn't see Tei in the previous battle in the Death Forest, so this was the first time they saw such a big beast like Tei. It would be weird if he wasn't excited about a psychic beast. But what Ling Tangping didn't expect was... Gangtu unfolded a scroll and quickly formed seals. Not good. Tangping suddenly thought of something. That is, it is no secret that I have the psychic beast Tei. In terms of ninja style, Uchihame will definitely find a way to deal with it. Earth escape. Giant rock seal. With the completion of Gangta's seal, this sealing technique was directly activated. When dealing with large targets, pure physical arts and ninjutsu will not be very effective. Generally, illusion or sealing techniques are used. That's why IWA Ninja prepared this sealing technique for him in advance. Boom. The area centered on Tai Yi instantly sunk downwards, and then huge boulders spread out from the edge of the pit, completely covering the pit and Tai Yi underneath. Tangping is not worried about the safety of psychic beasts. The sealing technique can trap you for a period of time at most, but it is impossible to trap you for a long time. Now, it's our turn. Gangta spoke after taking a soldier food pill. It's not that Tangping doesn't want to interrupt the other party's efforts to seal his own psychic beast. The problem is that the sealing area is right between the two of them. He who rushed forward was almost not sealed together. Fortunately, he retreated in time, but it also allowed the other party to successfully complete the seal. As for using Kunao and Senbon for long-range attacks? Sorry, the opponent's steel-like strong body has already demonstrated what it means to be invulnerable in the last battle with Kakashi. It's exactly like using the defensive ninjutsu of Earth Spear throughout the whole process. Under this premise, except for throwing a Kunao to test Dohei, there is no way to prevent the opponent from sealing. The result of the test is, the opponent's body is indeed not afraid of physical attacks. Now he is not so much a body of flesh and blood as a body of steel. Gangtu. This name is really appropriate. Even a Jounin would find it extremely troublesome to face such a target, let alone a Genin, Chuyunin. Fire escape, flame clothes. Tangping didn't waste time and quickly displayed the flame clothes. With the blessing of the Fist of Fire, the effect of this ninjutsu can be greatly upgraded to about A-level ninjutsu, and it is definitely qualified to threaten the opponent. The opponent has a blood inheritance limit cheat, and he also has a Krypton gold cheat, so it is not that he is incapable of fighting. What makes Tangping unhappy is that he can't use long-range ninjutsu to solve the battle. Because the opponent's blood inheritance limit directly maxes out his defense, if he uses long-range ninjutsu bombing, he will not be able to solve the battle even if he exhausts his chakra. Before Tangping, who was blessed by Yunyi, could reach the opponent, Goto had already made the first move. Earth escape. Weighted rock technique. The ninjutsu that can only be mastered by a jounin was quickly used by him. This B-level ninjutsu has many effects. Not only can it create blocks of earth to suppress targets, it can also cover an area with gravity, making it impossible for opponents to use their speed. At the same time, you can also use it on yourself to increase your impact. It is indeed a B-level ninjutsu. Normally speaking, the ultimate jounin move is B-level ninjutsu, and only a small number of elite jounin can master A-level ninjutsu. Therefore, Goto's ability to use B-level earth escape means that his strength is comparable to that of a jounin. It can only be said that the blood succession limit is indeed powerful. The strength before awakening and after awakening are completely different things. And Tang Ping would have to fight to the death with such an opponent. Chapter 54 The Ultimate Move, Orakai. Dark Whisk. At the beginning of a mid-range attack, Tang Ping lowered his body and attacked with several times gravity. Fortunately, there is chakra. For ordinary people, let alone charging forward, they can't even stand. Now that the psychic beast is blocked, ninjutsu has little effect, so we can only fight in close combat. Flame Clothes and Fire Fist. This is a melee ninjutsu that is extremely powerful, so there is no reason why you can't deal with the opponent. In the future, Prince Neru, if a genin can challenge the six paths, it is indeed not an extravagant hope to deal with a jounin by himself. Show your true strength. Goto blocked the exploding flames with one hand. Fierce. Tang Ping's body was even more colorful. Of course, the high temperature he endures will also increase by a few points, and he will enter a critical state. The opponent does have the blood inheritance limit of steel escape, but it does not mean that it is invincible. Flame can melt steel. The physical techniques such as wild bite, ghost burning, were used in turn under gravity, putting on a great show for the audience. Anyway, whether it is strong or not is another matter, but the gorgeousness is gorgeous at heart, and many people are very excited to see it. Goto punched Dohei's crossed hands. Relief. Knocked his entire body away. Both sides are like a turn-based game, constantly achieving results. As the battle progressed, Goto realized something was wrong. Temperature. The temperature in the air is continuing to rise. In the high-man state, his originally extremely strong body actually softened. Suyu. So he quickly formed seals and prepared to use ninjutsu. Although the sealing technique and the B-level weighted rock technique were used one after another. But the chakra in his body still allows him to continue to use one or two ninjutsu. Don't think that this is less chakra. Even for Jainin, most battles end with only one or two ninjutsu. A few ninjutsu can drain them dry. Due to the power of nature potion, Tang Ping also with his own mental stimulation, his chakra has already caught up with the Jonin, but there is still a little distance to the one card. As for Goto, his chakra may not be as good as Dohei. The blood limit can indeed increase chakra, but it will not increase instantly. It has only been a short time since he awakened, and the increase is not much, so he has to save chakra. If he didn't notice something wrong, Goto would not continue to use ninjutsu. Wild Bite. Dohei punched Goto who was making a seal. It would be fine if he kept a distance. But in a close combat, you make a seal in front of me, aren't you taking yourself too seriously? Dohei just has little combat experience, but he is not stupid, so he naturally won't give Goto the opportunity to make a seal and cast a ninjutsu. Boom! The Fire Fist attack was like a heavy artillery, and Goto blocked it with his chest. The terrible attack power caused cracks in the opponent's iron-like body. Snap! But Dohei's fist was held by the opponent. You've been fooled. Goto firmly grasped Do Ping's wrist and pulled him into his arms, clearly intending to end the fight with killing a girl in his arms. His steel-style Kekkei Genkai can make his body as strong as steel, so he is indeed qualified to play like this. However, Goto did not notice that when Do Ping was pulled over and lowered his head in panic, a smile flashed across his lips. Do Ping was hugged into the arms of Goto, who was already more than 2 meters tall and seemed to be a muscular chest. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, this posture would definitely be misunderstood. Too gay. Unfortunately, there was not only no gay love between the two, but they were fighting for life and death. In the audience, Uchiha Shizuka couldn't calm down. She bet all in on this game, and if she lost, she would spit out all the previous winnings at once. She couldn't help but be anxious. Don't worry. Uchiha comforted her, because she knew one thing very well. That is, Do Ping didn't even summon Chobeimaru, which was enough to show that he had another trump card. Otherwise, once Chobeimaru, a large summoned beast, was sent into battle, he would definitely be able to easily crush Goto. If Uchiha Shizuka still had someone to comfort her, Hyuga Kangyu's body would have already begun to accumulate strength. No matter what, she couldn't watch Doping get into trouble. On the main stand. Hokage, please come and save me. Onoki stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was quietly turning his head and preparing to order the rescue. Since other ninja villages can be shameless, then for a genius with the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen can also tear his face off once. Unfortunately, the cunning Onoki saw through his plan in advance and didn't give him this opportunity at all. Nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his plan had failed, so he could only look back at the arena. And Onoki said no more. On the arena, being tightly hugged, Dohei felt that he could not breathe. But the fish had taken the bait. Yes. This was his goal. Close combat. It would be best if both parties were close to each other. If he took the initiative, such an opportunity would be extremely difficult to find. But it would be another story if Goto took action. In the previous battles, Dohei was actually constantly tempting the other party to understand a truth. If you want to solve yourself, you must first limit your mobility. And under the premise that ninjutsu is frequently interrupted, if you want to control yourself, of course you can only rely on a strong steel body. Trap. Dohei used himself as a trap to induce Goto to take the initiative to close the distance with him. Because of this, he can use the ultimate move that he has never used. Raging. Du Ping put all the chakra in his body into the fist of fire, and instantly transformed it into a huge amount of flames. Goto realized that he might have stepped into a trap, and was about to let go and retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late to distance himself now. Du Ping, who regained his freedom, raised his right hand high, with only his index finger raised. Using his chakra control power under the blessing of ninja tools, he concentrated all the chakra flames on his fingertips. The original red flames instantly turned orange-red, and the number was greatly reduced. Compression. This is the core of this move. Compressing all the controllable flames to the fingertips, and then hitting the target with all his strength, is his personal killer move. Orakai. Doping used this killing move on Gangtua, who was trying to distance himself. It was easy to fail when using this move before. But now with the fist of fire in hand, it is not only faster to cast and more powerful, but also easier to control. Rainy. Without his suppression, the flames instantly became overwhelming, as if a tide of flames that could burn everything swept forward. Powerful. The compressed flames have extraordinary impact force, coupled with the terrifying high temperature, it is completely a rhythm of killing gods. And because it is a sealless ninjutsu, the casting speed is extremely fast, which makes people there was no chance to avoid it. Even if Gangtua had a body of steel, he was not sure he could block it. Boom. The explosion and flames completely engulfed the two. Soon, a figure was blown out, and then rolled on the ground for a few rounds before getting up smoothly. It was Dohei. Even if he was in a bad state and seriously injured. But he had to stand up instead of lying on the ground. If the opponent didn't die, he could surrender. Now he didn't have even a drop of chakra in his body, and his skin turned red. He felt that the high temperature has already cooked him. High temperature and injury and chakra depletion. Being able to stand up in this state is all supported by willpower. Soon. When the flames dissipated, the result of the battle came out. Chapter 55 Reaction and Profit Distribution. On the field. A charred black corpse appeared in front of all the audience. Just now, this big snake shot showed the terrible power of melting gold and iron. Even a real Iron Man can be melted. If it is a blood limit awakened since childhood, maybe he can survive. But Gangtua has only awakened for a month, and he can't stand the big snake shot that is fully exploded by Tang Ping. At this time, the arena is completely pin drop. Because no one thought that it would be Tang Ping, a little transparent, who would counterattack and win the championship. It was difficult to accept this reality for a while. On the main stand. Third Hokage, congratulations on the birth of another genius in Konoha. A complex expression flashed across the powdered white face of the representative minister of the Fire Country. The relationship between the Fire Country and Konoha is extremely complicated. On the one hand, they hope that Konoha will disappear so that they can monopolize power. On the other hand, they must rely on Konoha. Without Konoha, the Fire Country cannot occupy this huge and fertile land, so the Hokage and the daimyo are called double jade. After understanding this, you can also understand the mood of this minister of the fire country. It is completely the rhythm of fearing that the brother suffers, and fearing that the brother drives a Land Rover. And Onoki and the third Kazekage looked very unhappy. Even if the players from their village performed well, the champion was from Konoha village, which was enough to make them depressed. And the audience in the stands also burst into a huge wave of voices at this time. Konoha! Konoha! The audience in Konoha cheered excitedly. There will be a celebration next. The celebration was held by merchants for the purpose of making money. The Uchiha clan leader stand, which was mixed with the audience, had a strange atmosphere at this time. I really didn't expect. Fugaku, how is your investigation going? The old man with a square face and a majestic aura looked at Uchiha Fugaku beside him. Uchiha Tenzin. He is also the current clan leader. It's just that he was seriously injured in the previous mission, and now he is preparing to hand over the position of clan leader to his son. The previous information is true, but because of Denzo. Uchiha Fugaku reported the information he had investigated during this period. He didn't expect that the guy who was regarded as the Uchiha shame by the clan members was hiding so deeply. If it weren't for Denzo's action, he might not have known that the other party was so talented. Fear. At this time, he was extremely afraid of Dohei. If he knew what he was thinking, Dohei would definitely feel wronged. Is he hiding? He was lying flat. If Denzo hadn't insisted on using his life to cause trouble, he might have been slacking off in that corner now. The surrounding Uchiha were all from the clan leader's line. Now that the eldest house had such a genius, and he was an outsider, they were a little embarrassed. If they didn't celebrate, they would be out of tune with the surrounding villagers. But if they celebrated, the other party was from the former clan leader line of the eldest house, and the current clan leader was right next to them. The Uchiha were indeed proud and paranoid, but they were not fools, so they naturally understood these principles. He is also an Uchiha, cheer for him. Uchiha Fugaku signaled loudly. Hearing this, the surrounding Uchiha clan members cheered with the villagers. Everyone was cheering and celebrating. However, these had nothing to do with Dohei at this time. Now he was struggling to drag his hollowed-out body slowly out of the contestant channel. It was too miserable. In order to play the powerful Orokai, he paid a heavy price. Not only did his body endure the critical high temperature for half a day, but all the chakra in his body burst out instantly, causing a heavy burden on his body. Now, he might not even be able to beat a child, which shows how miserable he is. But this is barely good news. Next, he can use this excuse to stay in the village to recuperate for a while. He can also avoid the limelight. Winning the championship is a great thing for others, but not necessarily for him. When Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, announced the start of the celebration, Dohei also returned to the clan land under the protection of Uchiha Mei, Uchiha Shizuka, and Uchiha Shouta. It is necessary to protect him. In his current state, it is the best opportunity to attack. Other ninja villages may not be easy to attack, but Denzo will definitely not miss this opportunity, so he must be more careful. Several boxes were put down by several Uchiha clan members and left, leaving only the 4 of them in the room. Fortunately, I got it back successfully. Uchiha Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the boxes in front of her. She would not worry if the number was small, but she was extremely worried because the harvest was so huge. It would be fine if nothing happened. If something happened, the Uchiha name would be used, and there would be a price to pay. How many are there? Uchiha Shouta did not realize that his voice was a little nervous. Although he was an elite shinobi, but never touched so much money before. 700 million taels, betting in the finals is limited, no all-in. Uchiha Shizuka said the specific number. 700 million taels. This number is extremely shocking. Even S-level tasks only start at 1 million taels, and such tasks can already make the senior ninja risk their lives. This huge sum of money is more than enough to issue hundreds of S-level tasks, which shows how exaggerated it is. First, double the money borrowed from the clan members, and use the remaining money to buy medicinal materials, food, and ninja tools, and distribute them according to the number of people in the eldest house and their contributions. Finally, take out 100 million and let doping control it. Do you have any objections? Uchiha Mei was not affected at all, and quickly allocated the use of this huge sum of money. Double the money to pay back the clan members instead of dividing it according to the investment ratio is already generous. After all, Uchiha paid for this action with her reputation, and Doping took a risk, and these intangible costs should also be taken into account. As for using most of the income to buy materials and distribute them to the eldest house, it is to win people's hearts. Giving money directly is too straightforward, so it is better to give things. A head of a house who can bring benefits will definitely be supported by all the clansmen. Unless Uchiha Shiu can offer greater benefits, he will not be able to compete with Uchiha. As for the debt, it is still early to pay the money, so just owe it first. Well, Uchiha did this because she heard Tang Ping complain that the one who owes the debt is XX. It is also because of the debt that they can use the channel of the great noble to quickly get the experimental equipment. Otherwise, a sentence of "Sir, you don't want to not be able to get the money you owe back, right?" can make the other party agree to help. No one has thought of this method before. And Uchiha thought it was very useful, so she didn't pay the money first, but used it to win over the eldest house. As for why the scope is only the eldest house, she really dared to give benefits to the whole clan. Believe it or not, she would commit suicide by piercing her back with 17 kunao the next day. It was only natural that 100 million taels were distributed to Doping. Neither Uchiha Shizuka nor Uchiha Shouta had any objection to this distribution. As for Doping, he had even less objection. If it were him, let alone where he got the money to bet, the question was whether he could get it back safely. How could he not be satisfied with getting 100 million taels for free? This is the benefit of holding on to a white thigh. It can only be said that this soft rice is really delicious. When they had just divided the money, they heard a shocking news. Chapter 56 Wolf Destruction and the Ladder to the Gods. What? The clan leader is dead. Uchiha looked at the person in front of her and almost thought she was trapped in an illusion. A few hours ago, the clan leader Uchiha Tianshan was still watching the game in the arena. Now he is gone? It is more believable to say that he was assassinated by Danzo than to say that he died suddenly. Yes, and the elders asked Miss May to go to Nanga Shrine. The clan member who came to inform said that Uchiha had heard it correctly, and at the same time conveyed another message. Got it. Uchiha nodded. There is no need to guess what the elders want to do. It is nothing more than letting Uchiha Fugaku take the throne. As it should be. The other party is indeed outstanding enough among the younger generation in the clan. He is an elite jonin in his 20s, the 3 Magadama Uchiha is an elite jonin, and there will not be many people who oppose him taking the throne. After the Uchiha delivered the message, he quickly notified other jonin. Attention! The location is at Nanga Shrine, which means it is a meeting of the whole clan. Only jonin or 3 Magadama clan members can participate. Like Uchiha, because she is the heir of the eldest house, not deprived of the right of inheritance, there is really no way to avoid her. Soon, she took Uchiha Shizuka and Uchiha Shouta to Nanga Shrine. Only Doping was left staring at the sky in a daze. His expression was subtle now. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not think too much. The problem is that he is not an ordinary person and knows how to open the eyes of the Mangekyo. So there is something wrong with the sudden death of the clan leader. The biggest reason for such suspicion is Uchiha Fugaku's reaction. The biggest problem is that the cause of death was not investigated. Although Uchiha Tenzin is in poor health, it is not a problem to live a few more years. Sudden death without any investigation must be because the cause of death is very clear. When you think about the way the Mangekyo opens the eyes, how can Doping not suspect that the other party's death is self-directed and self-acted? It took a few years to give Uchiha Fugaku a chance to open his eyes. It's a wolf destroyer. Doping also has to admire this clan leader. In the future, Uchiha Fugaku will have a Mangekyo. But the anime did not show how to open his eyes, and now the truth is revealed. It's a completely dark and cruel version, but it's more reasonable. Before crossing, I thought he opened his eyes on the battlefield. But now I think about it, Uchiha Fugaku is not a person with rich emotions except for his family, otherwise he wouldn't have the title of Evil Eyes. Only in the case of killing his father with his own hands, there is a high probability of opening his eyes. Now you know why Dohei has a subtle expression. Moreover, he even thought about why the time was chosen at this time. It was because of Uchiha and himself. If he gave up the position of clan leader in a few years, Uchiha Fugaku might not be able to take the position at that time. After all, Uchiha also has the qualifications to compete for the clan leader. In the past, there was the stain of Uchiha's shameful fiancé, but now the stain is no longer counted. If she has stronger strength, she can still take the position of clan leader. The timing is really good. At this stage, Uchiha Mei is definitely far inferior to Uchiha Fugaku, so there is no chance of competing. It can only be said that Uchiha Tian-shan is amazingly wise. He used his death a few years earlier to solve two problems at once. Opened Uchiha Fugaku's eyes and did not give Uchiha Mei the opportunity to compete for the clan leader. That is, he died early. If he lived as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the tragedy of the Uchiha in the future might not have happened. Banara, Danzo, you think too much. The next day, the new head of the Uchiha clan officially took office. It was Uchiha Fugaku. However, there was no joy on his face. But Dohei was unwilling to participate in these things, so he went to the Konoha hospital and became a patient with Yamamakoji. Really? Lying flat. JPG. Now he finally lived the life he had always dreamed of. Of course, if there were only two of them in the ward, he would naturally do some shady things with Yamamakoji. In the ward, Daohei stood up and walked away, throwing a sentence to Yamamakoji lying on the bed behind him. Put on your clothes first. And Yamamakoji on the bed silently put on his hospital gown. It was like a picture. Have you really thought it through? Daohei put away the blood in the test tube in his hand and asked again. The so-called shameful things are the examinations before the human experiment. There are two solutions to Yamamakoji's heart problem. One is normal treatment. With Doping's current ability, it is not impossible to cure him. The key is another plan. Enhancement surgery. Not only can it cure him, but it can also bring him powerful strength. With Yamamakoji's talent, it is impossible to revive the Yamama clan, which can be seen from the strength of the third team. So after knowing the enhancement surgery, I begged Doping to give him a chance. Enhancement surgery. This is Doping's idea when he was researching the newborn potion and experimenting with human bodies. The idea came from the game before crossing. There are 22 theoretically complete human body enhancement surgeries. Normally, it would definitely be useless, because it is just something imagined. The problem is that it is really feasible in theory. Things that could not be successful before crossing are another matter in the ninja world with chakra. Because there are even aliens, monsters, and evil gods here, what else is impossible? Like Orochimaru, he can directly turn himself into a super monster, and enhancement surgery is not too exaggerated compared to that. Pioneering and imaginative. It is extremely important in the field of scientific research. As a time traveler, Tang Ping has no shortage of brain holes and imagination. Enhancement surgery. It is also the way in that game that humans become demigods, that is, space warriors. Tang Ping attaches importance to enhancement surgery because this idea suits him too well. Blood. His blood is most suitable for transformation and transplantation. Just like Orochimaru in the future can transplant arms for Pot Shadow, why can't he do this with special blood? The second heart, there are examples in reality, don't spray it. It is the first transformation surgery. It can be used to strengthen blood flow, bring more powerful power to the body, and is also the basis for subsequent operations. Because a strong body naturally needs to be equipped with strong power. It is too difficult to strengthen the heart, so just add another heart. Other people will definitely have no hope of success if they play like this, unless they are willing to transform themselves into monsters. For example, Orochimaru and the monsters he created can be transformed as they want, which is not a problem at all. But Doping is to strengthen human beings, not to create monsters, so the difficulty will only be higher. However, with the blood cheat, the two biggest troubles of the transformation surgery can be solved directly. Rejection reaction and adaptive evolution. After solving these, it is really easy for Doping to do the strengthening surgery. And he also gave the strengthening surgery a new name. The long steps to the gods. The surgery is to transform humans into demigods. If each surgery is a step, this name is indeed very appropriate. The treatment of the best friends is naturally different from that of the prisoners, so we need to collect data and tailor the transformation plan. At the same time, the second heart actually has a successful example in the ninja world. Kakuzu. Although the other party relies on the secret technique of Earth Grudge, it has proved that this road can indeed be taken. Now this period is to prepare for the operation, and the actual operation will start directly after Yamamakoji is discharged from the hospital. Otherwise, it is easy for the doctor to find clues after the operation. The reason why Doping asked the other party if he had thought it through is because the transformation surgery has risks. Because there is no mature transformation plan. Although Yamamakoji didn't answer, his determined eyes actually explained his choice. For him, he would rather die in the operation than live in mediocrity. Soon. The day of the operation came. Chapter 57 The Second Heart and the Jump Potion. Surgery location. The basement of the Yamajian clan. It was not placed in the Uchiha clan's land with better conditions because Doping did not want the Uchiha to know. It was not that he did not trust his fiancée. It was because it was located in the center of the village, so he should not reveal his true identity too easily. The Yamajian clan was well known during the Warring States period, but it declined later. Now there are only a few cats, and the total population barely exceeds 2 digits. And Yamajian Koji is the most talented ninja, so he has been highly expected by the family since he was a child. Even if the family is in trouble, they will get him potions to lay the foundation and eat enough food, so that he can pass the ninja school assessment. For this reason, some people in the Yamajian clan even starved to death. Now you understand why Yamajian Koji is so obsessed with reviving the Yamajian clan that he would rather risk his life, right? I can only say that you must not look at the ninja world with the 3 views you had before traveling through time. In the simple and narrow underground experiment, the pale shadowless light falls from the top of the head, illuminating everything in the room. Dohei-kun, everything is ready. Hinata Kangya holds a tray with surgical instruments in it. High-end instruments are definitely not available. But some basic scalpels, gauze, etc., are indeed not a problem to buy. As for money, Dohei got 100 million taels before. He has invested all of it in this laboratory. 3 Caves of the Cunning. The laboratory in the Uchiha clan may have been targeted by someone at this time. So it is necessary to have another private laboratory. This laboratory is renovated by Hinata Kangyu, and Yamamakoji is responsible for covering it. It is located at the edge of the village and is highly confidential. Well, let's get started. Dohei nodded and stood in front of the figure on the right side of the 2 beds side by side who was in anesthesia and drowsy. It's not Yamamakoji. He lies on the left bed. The second heart. Of course there must be a source of heart. Dohei is not a saint, and he is not opposed to human experiments. But the bottom line is that innocent people cannot be used as experimental subjects. And this genin was obtained from Konoha prison, through Uchiha Shizuka's channel, and he is a murderer, so he naturally has no psychological burden. Ordinary people are different from ninjas. You can see this by looking at the hearts that Kakuzu hunted, all of which belong to ninjas. Wind attribute. The owner of the heart also has wind attribute. Dohei wants to know if this will improve Yamamakoji's talent. The laboratory is very simple and looks like a small family workshop. The most valuable thing may be those large bottles of nutrient solution. But who let Dohei have a cheat? The healing solution and new life potion, plus the few primary medical ninjutsu he has learned, it is completely difficult for anything to go wrong. He is not sure whether he can make Yamamakoji stronger, but he has absolute confidence in saving his life. Of course, that was his own best friend. If anyone else had died, he would have died. He would not save people regardless of the cost. The cost was too high. Therapeutic fluid, regeneration potion, all of them were needed. The cost of this experiment alone was more than 10 million taels. Of course, the bulk of the cost was this laboratory. Opening up underground space, reinforcing, setting up protective barriers, and so on cost a lot, not to mention that those bottles of nutrient solution cost 10 million taels each, so you can buy them if you want. Anyway, when he paid for it himself, Tang Ping finally realized what it meant to spend money like water. Swish! He skillfully used a scalpel to cut open the prisoner's chest and quickly took out the heart. Anyway, he didn't need to worry about the other person's life, so he didn't need to waste too much energy. He just needed to ensure that the heart was intact. His surgical ability was only strong in theory before. But with the experimental subjects provided by the prison, he is now proficient. The clearing agent made him invincible in theory, and he had enough experimental subjects to practice with, so it was hard for him not to be proficient in surgical skills. The heart he had just taken out was still beating. Haiga Kangyu carefully poured a bottle of healing fluid on it to keep it alive. Yamamakoji's chest was also cut open by doping. But this time he had to be much more careful, and then put in the heart that had just been taken out, and began to connect blood vessels, and other operations. If it were before, he would definitely not be able to do this kind of operation. But after thoroughly understanding the information, adding a few plugins, and the special physique of the ninja, this kind of operation is not impossible. Normally, even if the operation is completed, the heart cannot function. But it doesn't matter, doping will take action. A tube of special purple potion was taken out by him. What is? Haiga Kangyu was a little curious. Jump potion. Doping didn't explain much. This is a special potion he developed specifically to cover up the effect of his blood. It's not that he doesn't trust Haiga Kangyu, but there are too many methods in the ninja world, and even the dead may not be kept secret, so he naturally has to be careful. The potion has only one effect. Conceal the existence of blood. Carefully inject the drug into Yamamakoji's body with a syringe. After the injection, Yamamakoji, who was still in the open heart state, began to change. The two hearts that were originally beating slower and slower gradually increased their beating speed, the blood vessels also become tough and thick. At the same time, the huddled internal organs seemed to be moved by invisible giant hands and began to become orderly. Never feel that there is not enough room for one heart in the human body. During Tang Ping's surgery before time travel, there were many examples of tumors that weighed more than 10 kilograms being removed from the body. Tumors that big were not a problem, it was just an extra heart. Adaptive evolution. This is the reason why this situation occurs. It's like humans evolving from monkeys to humans. Life will always find a way. As time goes by, life will evolve according to the environment. And this is where Tang Ping's blood goes against the grain. Isn't it enough? After watching for a while, Tang Ping took another injection. Just like evolution requires enough time, evolution cannot succeed if there is not enough blood. Each tube of transition medicine is made of 200 ml of blood. And it will gradually lose its effect once it leaves his body, so the 2 tubes of jump potion were made by bloodletting today. If you still need it, Tang Ping can only make it on site. Fortunately, after the second injection of the jump potion, Yamamakoji's condition began to stabilize. Stability means no more changes. It also means that you have adapted to the current environment and there will be no more changes. It's over. Hinata Kangyu felt a little incredible. Isn't this surgery a bit too childish? If Tang Ping knew what she was thinking, he would definitely tell her that she was overthinking it. The real difficulties have been solved by his blood. Without the help of his blood, even Orochimaru and Tsunade would not have been able to succeed. It can be said. In terms of transformation surgery, because of the presence of his blood, Tang Ping is at the YYDS level, and no one can surpass it. At the same time, Hinata Kangyu is not just here to be an assistant today. Now you. Tang Ping took out a tube of genetic medicine. Fortunately, with the high-end instruments of the Uchiha clan, he was able to extract this tube of genetic medicine from the blood of the Haiga clan. Of course, potions are not the focus. The key point is that after using it, the problem is to prevent the user from dying from genetic collapse. The jump potion was created for this purpose. It can be guaranteed that nothing will happen to Hinata Kangyu because her genes are completed. Doing experiments in the ninja world is just reckless. Strive to work miracles. Most of those who are cautious will have no results. First, dispose of the prisoner's body after removing the heart, then put it on clean sheets, and then let Hinata Kangyu lie on it for injection. There's no need to think about sterile operating room or anything like that. Highlight a simple and crude way. Cheating means being able to do whatever you want. First, the gene potion, and then a temporary jump potion was made and injected into Hinata Kangyu's body, thus completing the 2 operations that had taken a long time to prepare. But the price is that Tang Ping looks pale. A full 600 milliliters of blood can fit into a beverage bottle. Next. Just waiting for the seeds to bloom and germinate. Chapter 58. Suddenly, fetal movement. Ah! Hinata Kangyu screamed, and at the same time, veins bulged around her eyes, looking extremely terrifying. Has it started yet? Upon seeing this, Tang Ping knew that the genetic completion had begun, and quickly pushed Yamamakoji away to prevent him from being affected. The other party has just had a second heart transplanted and is supplementing his nutrition, so he cannot be affected. Nutrient solution. Koji Yamama was connected through an infusion tube long before the operation. And Hinata Kangyu is also consuming rapidly. The specific input speed depends on the situation. The consequences of insufficient nutritional supply are serious. There is a high probability that GG will not explain it. After all, adapting to evolution consumes energy, and energy does not appear out of thin air. If the energy contained in the body is not enough, it would not be surprising to die. Of course, it is also possible that you can barely hold on because you have enough life energy. Here is an example to name. Nagato. He is the best example. Due to the transplantation of the samsara eye, the body was directly hollowed out, which can be described as skinny. With this example, it is clear why Tang Ping bought more nutrient solution. By using nutrient solution to replace energy consumption, life energy will not be extracted. I can only say that illiteracy is really terrible. From the beginning to the end, Nagato never thought about using nutrient solution to replace the consumption of life energy, but always relied on the Uzumaki bloodline to resist. If he is not unlucky, who is? Anyway, except for a few rare people in the ninja world, others don't understand scientific research at all, especially biotechnology is not popular. Orochimaru is the master of this aspect. The problem is that when he joined the Akatsuki group, all he saw was pen from beginning to end. But without seeing Nagato's true form, it was naturally impossible to see this problem. While complaining in his mind, Tang Ping also started to get busy. With full medical and biological theory points, coupled with his growing hands-on ability, despite his young age, he can really compare with those guys from Konoha Hospital in this aspect. Ninja is a profession where you are good at it, and you are bad at it if you are not good at it. It has nothing to do with age. Just like Kakashi graduated at the age of 7, now they are all chunin. But in Konoha village, most of the ninjas are still genin when they retire, the gap is so big that it makes people despair. Now Dohei feels the same in terms of medical treatment. Of course, he still doesn't know any medical ninjutsu and has no talent for medical treatment. Cheating is fun for a while, and it's fun to cheat all the time. If there is no clearing agent, it will take Dohei at least more than 10 years to reach the current level, and he has to work hard in this process. But it is because of the clearing agent that he has reached this level in a few months. It can only be said that cheating means being able to do whatever he wants. Under Dohei's careful maintenance, although Hinata Kangyu consumed 2 full bottles of nutrient solution, 20 million taels, she managed to survive. Just from the consumption, you can see how much she has changed. Because 1 bottle of nutrient solution is enough for a bath. But she consumed 2 bottles, which is more than 10 times heavier than her own. It is enough to show how big the change is. Hey! Do Ping suddenly stopped looking. Because he saw that the caged bird mark on Hinata Kangyu's forehead, which was extremely conspicuous, had faded a lot. This was enough to show that he had not obtained the most desired result. But it was okay this way. It might not be a good thing if he really got it in one step. The filial son awakened the Mangekyo in his teens, and his body couldn't bear it, let alone the Rin-Egan, which was comparable to the Samsara Eye. If he really got it directly, it would not be surprising that he would die on the spot. It seemed that there was a living thing in Hinata Kangyu's eyes. Fetal movement. Although Do Ping watched the anime in a skipped manner and had not watched a single episode of the recollection. But he was very concerned about the handsome and powerful Rin-Egan, so he naturally remembered that he had to experience several fetal movements to awaken the Rin-Egan. That is to say, although he did not get the Rin-Egan in one step, he was qualified to have it. Just as Do Ping was about to study it, he found that Hinata Kangyu slowly opened his eyes. The deep blue light in the eyes seemed as deep as the universe, making people unable to help but sink into it. Compared with the Byakugan, the Rin-Egan not only has no bulging veins, but also looks extremely beautiful. It is worthy of being the most beautiful eye technique. Not only is its power comparable to the Samsara Eye, but it is also so beautiful, how could it not be remembered by Dohei at the time? If he were asked to choose an eye technique, he would definitely choose the Rin-Egan without hesitation. Whether it is strong or not is a matter of time, but whether it is handsome or not is a matter of life. Dohei-kun. Hinata Kangyu's voice sounded, and at the same time the deep blue light in her eyes disappeared, and her eyes turned back to the normal pale pupil state. It is still early for her to have the Rin-Egan, and it is impossible for her to maintain the Rin-Egan form directly. You are now in the fetal movement period of the Rin-Egan, this is the Byakugan. Dohei explained the Rin-Egan to Hinata Kangyu. Before the operation began, she knew nothing at all. But just because Dohei asked her to do the operation, she agreed without hesitation, no matter what the experiment was. It was this trust and reliance that made Do Ping believe in her more and more, and even revealed the information about the Samsara Eye to her. At this time, her strength was about to explode. Once the Samsara Eye was fully awakened, it would be the 6 paths level. You can use the Seeking Deo Jade. Even if it was just the fetal movement period, it could make people's strength soar. It might not be surprising that it could quickly make Hyga Kangyu enter the cage level. Is the Byakugan so strong? Hyga Kangyu sighed subconsciously. Although they didn't admit it verbally, the Hyga clan knew in their hearts that the Byakugan was not as good as the Sharingan. But after having the Samsara Eye, the situation was reversed instantly. Of course, now at most, she is only qualified to become the Samsara Eye, and it is still early to become a real 6 paths level bloodline limit. What excited Hyga Kangyu the most was the change of the bird in the cage. Am I free? Her voice trembled. Because getting rid of the bird in the cage is almost the dream of all branches, and it is also her dream. Not necessarily now, but the constraints are definitely reduced. You can only get rid of them completely when you really get the Samsara Eye. Doping said his guess. Because he couldn't find a main family to launch the caged bird test. Hinata Sogitsua got up quickly. At this time, the pain and anxiety before were completely gone, and the whole person seemed to be reborn. Her white and tender skin, slender and perfect figure, cold and mysterious temperament made her amazingly charming at this time. But soon, she wrapped the headband around her forehead to cover the caged birthmark that had faded a lot, and then put on the leather cover of the right leg prosthesis, and applied a few times on her face. Instantly, she turned back into the poor little girl of the Hyga branch family, and there was no way to connect her with her previous stunning appearance. It can only be said that ninjas are really strong in disguise, and they are not weaker than the makeup skills before crossing. The two did not leave the laboratory, but continued to wait for Yamamakoji to wake up. A few hours later, the anesthetized Yamamakoji slowly woke up and announced that the first operation of the long step to God, the second heart, was successful. Because of the effect of the medicine and nutrient solution, he did not need to rest at all and could be tested directly. So the three of them came to the training ground of the Yamama clan and started all-round testing. The result was shocking. Chapter 59 Yamamakoji's sudden change of style. The wooden stake as tall as a person and as thick as a waist was knocked away by a punch. This. Hinata Kangyu looked at the wooden stake, and then compared it with the scene when Yamamakoji was training physical skills before. It feels a bit subtle. How to say it? It's like a gentle and handsome boy suddenly ripped off his clothes to reveal his muscles and turned into a muscular brother. Sudden change in style. It's almost like this feeling. You know, even a chunin who specializes in resting techniques may not be able to do it without chakra blessing. But Yamamakoji, a genin who follows the ninjutsu style, can do it, which is really amazing. Of course, it's not without paying a price. The appearance has changed dramatically. The figure used to be slim. But now? Not only has he grown taller, but he has also become much stronger, almost comparable to an adult. You know, he is only 12 years old. Even if people in the ninja world mature quickly, it's not so fast. At the same time, the chakra test results are also available. The wind attribute has improved significantly. When using wind escape, both the controllability and power have visible changes, and the upper limit of chakra has also increased by several %. Now, his combat power is comparable to that of a chunin, and his potential has also broken the previous limit. Yamamakoji looked at Dohei excitedly, and was interrupted when he was about to express his gratitude. Remember, this is the power you gained by practicing the forbidden technique of the Yamama clan, and you have to cover it up with makeup, and then slowly restore your true appearance in the future. Dohei emphasized again. Before the operation, he was ready to cover it up. The Yamama clan really has a similar forbidden technique, which is also the reason for the decline of this family. Using life to exchange for a period of power, most of the family ninjas died, and then encountered the second and third generations suppressing the ninja clan. It is hard not to decline. But in fact, the Yamama clan's forbidden technique has been lost long ago. Anyway, the final right of interpretation is in their hands, and they are not afraid of being questioned. I know. Yamamakoji is not stupid. Naturally, he understood how crazy this kind of surgery that can give people power would cause once it was known, so he nodded solemnly. For this usually taciturn best friend, Tang Ping was not worried that he would be like those incapable of success, but more likely to cause trouble teammates. He was worried about another thing. The money was gone. The 100 million taels that had just been distributed were spent just like that. Using other people's investment to do experiments, spending money is a pleasant word. But when it comes to spending your own money, it's a pain in the ass. However, if you look at it from another perspective, the money has not disappeared, it just stays with you in a different way. It's actually not bad. Because the money spent is really with you. Now Tang Ping's small group has been formed. Even compared with the forces like Uchiha and Root, this power is insignificant, but the potential is unlimited. The only urgent task is to find a way to make money. Now Tang Ping only wants to make money. Only with money can you continue to do experiments and gain power to protect yourself. Scientific research is indeed not something that poor people can afford, no wonder there is that classic saying. Rich people rely on technology, poor people rely on mutation. Now Dohei has personally experienced this saying. If he hadn't held on to the white thigh, he wouldn't have achieved so many results. Originally, they had to continue testing more data. But one thing interrupted their plan. Cry. The shrill cry of an eagle passed through the sky above Konoha, making everyone look up subconsciously. Send the eagle. It was also an order to urgently summon all the Jonin. What happened? Yamamakoji whispered to himself. And Dohei was also thinking about what big thing it would be that required all the Jonin to hold a meeting. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. If he guessed correctly, it could only be this matter at this stage. The third Kazekage disappeared. It was because of the other party's disappearance that the Third Shinobi World War was launched later. If possible, Dohei would like to avoid this war. But unless the village leaders collectively lose their memory, they will not let this genius go, and will definitely let him go to the battlefield. Let's go back and wait for notification. Tang Ping made a decision, and reminded, next, you will have a place to show your strength. If there is a real ninja war, there is indeed no shortage of places to show their new strength. At the same time, Hinata Kangyu can't escape. As long as they are active ninjas, they will be involved in this war that sweeps the entire ninja world. Especially since she is a member of the Hyuga clan. Not to mention losing one leg, even if she loses two, she may be sent to the battlefield. Bjorn. It has an irreplaceable strategic role in war, so the more the better. Okay. Asterisk 2. The two nodded at the same time. So Tang Ping and Hinata Kangyu left the mountain clan's training ground together. What changes have you seen in your eyes now? On the way out, Tang Ping asked Hinata Kangyu if there were any changes in her Byakugan. The visual range has been raised from 1 km to 3 km, and the blind spots have also disappeared. Hinata Kangyu used her Byakugan to describe her changes. If it were someone else, she would never reveal this information, because once it was used by others, it would threaten her own safety. But if Dohei asked if you say so, you will naturally tell everything you know. If you want to know more about your eyes, try to develop these eyes. Maybe there will be surprises waiting for you. Tang Ping reminded after listening. Just one fetal movement caused a qualitative change in the Byakugan, which is enough to show how terrifying the reincarnated eye is. But he remembered that the reincarnated eye has a lot of abilities. Even the strongest twisted chakra mode cannot be used for the time being. But abilities such as gravity and repulsion, mental control, coercion, should have the opportunity to be mastered in advance. Once she has these abilities, her strength will definitely change qualitatively. R.I. Xiang Kangyu nodded reluctantly, then turned and left. Because not far ahead is the Uchiha clan. And she came back with Tang Ping, naturally because only under her cover could she escape from the surveillance. Roots. The monitoring of Tang Ping is extremely strict. If it weren't for Hinata Kangyu's help, he would have been unable to avoid the other party's surveillance. Before, he made excuses to get things from the hospital and then went to the private laboratory. Now after returning, Tang Ping has to go to the hospital and continue to lie down. He will not be discharged from the hospital until he recovers. He could avoid tasks and lie down in the hospital. There were too many things going on in the Uchiha clan during this time, so he didn't want to stay in the clan. Inside the Hokage building, all the Jounin and family patriarchs gathered. But no one spoke, making the meeting room completely audible. Everyone, Tsunagakure village sent a letter asking us Konoha to give them an explanation for the Kazekage's disappearance, so we need to discuss how to respond today. Mito Minion stood up and told a shocking news. Even now, he still can't believe that the third generation of Kazugakure from Tsunagakure village has disappeared. The letter sent by Tsunagakure stated that the person disappeared when returning from the joint Chunin exams, so Konoha was asked to give an explanation. It's unnecessary. But this situation is not uncommon in the ninja world, and the battles caused by this are countless. At the same time, a letter was issued publicly, explaining that it was the will of the ninja village, not personal inquiries. If something goes wrong, war might start directly. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to summon everyone to discuss. However, after listening to Mito Kadoyan's words, a strange phenomenon occurred in the conference room. Chapter 60 The Trigger for the Ninja World War. The meeting room of the Hokage building. Everyone looked at the figure sitting on the edge of the upper head, with his right eye and right hand wrapped in bandages. Danzo. If someone in Konoha did it, there is no doubt that it was definitely the other party. Because the other party has the strength and the courage to do such a thing. This matter has nothing to do with me. Danzo noticed that everyone was looking at him and explained angrily. He really didn't do this. He also came to participate in the meeting after receiving the news. Who knew he would be suspected by so many people? It's just. Such an explanation is impossible to dispel everyone's suspicions. The roots don't have this kind of strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen helped explain. With the power of the root, it is impossible to deal with the strongest wind shadow silently. The third Kazekage is not a parallel import like the fourth Kazekage, that's why he was awarded the title of the strongest Kazekage, unlike the strongest Hokage that a certain monkey boasted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, please tell me directly, name. Not to mention, the other party left under the protection of Tsunagaku elites. If Genbi really had this strength, then Danzo would have been the Hokage for a long time. How could he be willing to be an advisor elder? But even so, everyone still doubts Danzo. No way. If something really happened, there was at least a high probability that it was the other party who caused it. Don't you doubt who he suspected? This should have something to do with the Tsunagaku. A young ninja with a pineapple head suddenly said, I just sent a letter to ask, explaining that the other party has no evidence, and the Tsunagaku elite who left together at the beginning should be okay. When he said this, he looked at Mito Enman. The other party also has information channels. Fine. Mito Enman gave the answer. Like Yekang, Luoshat, the powerful new generation of sand-hidden people, but they focus on keeping an eye on the target, and naturally they can roughly know the opponent's public whereabouts. If only the third Kazekage is missing, it must be after returning to the village, and sending a letter to question him now is just to divert the conflict. The pineapple-headed young man, Narashikaku, expressed his guess. After the former Jonin squad leader White Fang committed suicide, he temporarily took over this position and was also the Konoha military advisor. Whoever allowed the Nara family to use their brains well, this position of strategist has been controlled by them for almost generations. That's why he needs to stand up and analyze at this time. Well said. Sarutobi Hiruzen also agreed with Narashikaku's conclusion. It's just that it's useless for them to believe it. The point is to make Tsunagaku village believe it. But if the other party clearly knows that the matter has nothing to do with Konoha, but still wants to write a letter to ask questions like this, the intention is self-evident. Throw the blame. Using this method to divert internal conflicts is completely a routine operation in the ninja world. Then how do we reply? Mito Monomaniac masters diplomacy and returns the letter is his job, so he needs to ask clearly, otherwise he will take the blame. As an advisory elder, he can help analyze and make suggestions, but he will never help the Hokage make decisions. What do you clan leaders think? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the heads of the major families. It is said to be a Jounin meeting, but those who really have the right to speak are the major ninja clans and some elite Jounin. It would be good if an ordinary Jounin could participate in the meeting, but it would be a complete dream to have a say. The Hyuga clan obeys the village's orders. The Hyuga clan leader spoke first. It can only be said that this clan has always followed the Hokage, and the superior Hokage will listen to whoever is in charge. No wonder he can become the most wealthy family in Konoha in the future. This attitude alone is not something Uchiha can match. Hokage-sama makes the decision. No objection. The heads of the major families spoke one after another. There is no way, you have to be responsible when you speak at this time. With two villages involved, if something happens, they can't afford to take the blame. The lessons from the past are still there. The famous White Fang of Konoha committed suicide to apologize because of the failure of the mission. If your opinions have caused serious consequences, would you be embarrassed not to apologize? It can only be said that since the White Fang incident, the major ninja clans and the Hokage have become further and further apart. Of course, there are also reasons why he is not a human being at the root and constantly takes people from major families to brainwash him into a killing machine. After each family patriarch expressed his stance, it was finally Uchiha's turn. The village must not accept slander. We must make it clear to Tsunagaku that this matter has nothing to do with Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his stance directly. Even if a war really breaks out, it doesn't matter, isn't it Tsunagaku? Do it with him. It can only be said that Uchiha Fugaku is not stupid, and of course he knows the consequences of this statement. That means if a war really breaks out, Uchiha will let his clan members join the war. It's a bad thing for other families. But for Uchiha, who has been shrinking in the security department, this is a rare opportunity. Deep down, Uchiha worships the strong and longs for war, which is completely opposite to the Hyuga clan. It's just that I have been suppressed in the village intentionally or unintentionally. If there is an opportunity now, it is natural to seize it. What Fugaku said is right. The village will never accept slander, so we will reply to Tsunagaku according to this content. Sarutobi Hiruzen first affirmed Uchiha Fugaku's statement and then made a decision. As expected of an old politician, he directly tied the Uchiha clan to the chariot, and also showed that he valued Uchiha. After confirming the content of the reply, the meeting was generally over. All the major families in Jounan felt that Tsunagaku would only protest diplomatically and secretly send people to cause trouble, so they were not too worried. It's impossible to really start a war with Konoha, which is much stronger than Tsunagaku, over such an unreasonable thing, right? After the meeting, Tsunade-sama. Namikaze Minato quickly stopped a figure. The female ninja in front of her has short blonde hair, a bright and majestic face, and a figure that is very understanding of people's hearts. Her charm is extremely amazing. Tsunade. Tsunadeheim is also one of the three ninjas of Konoha. The other party in the meeting just now was secretly listening in, but Minato Namikaze noticed it. It's Minato, what's the matter? Tsunade looked tired. Tsunade-sama, one of my students has a heart problem, and I want you to take action. Namikaze Minato bowed and made the request. He is indeed a good teacher. It's true. Even if Yamamakoji is not a disciple, but just a student leader, he is still willing to come forward and ask Tsunade for help. In the past, Tsunade would naturally not refuse to take action. After all, Namikaze Minato was not only Jiraiya's disciple, but also Kyukuna's lover. But now I am. Sorry Minato, I just came back to see Shizuan this time. I'm leaving soon, so I may not have time. Tsunade shook her head. It was true that I came back to see Shizuan, but the fact that I didn't have time was just an excuse. Really? Then don't bother Tsunade-sama. Namikaze Minato saluted and turned around with a slightly gloomy expression, but did not get entangled. Wait. Tsunade hesitated and then suddenly stopped Namikaze Minato. Although I don't have time to treat him, I should help check it out and give him a treatment plan. Although I can't take action, there is no problem in giving a treatment plan. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Namikaze Minato was overjoyed and thanked him. I originally thought there was no hope, but I didn't expect this turn of events. I'll go to the hospital first, and I won't risk revealing anything privately. Tsunade signaled Namikaze Minato to call someone, while she went to Konoha Hospital alone. An hour later. Konoha Hospital. Tang Ping looked at the scene in front of him, completely confused. Chapter 61 Surprise from Namikaze Minato. In the ward. Dohei, I asked Tsunade-sama to come and check your body. Are you surprised? Namikaze Minato took Yamamakoji and Tsunade into the ward and gave Dohei a surprise. It's indeed a surprise. It's completely just surprise, no joy. It would have been easier if it had been anyone else. But if you look at Tsunade, a medical ninja, you can definitely see something. Thank you Minato-sensei. What Tang Ping could say was to forgive him. People are very kind-hearted. Even though I had said before that there was a way to cure Koji Yamama's heart. But in Namikaze Minato's opinion, there is definitely no Tsunade to rely on, so he begged the other party to take action. Now he can only improvise. The good news is that the jump potion, that is, the adaptive evolution effect of Duping's blood, will make Yamamakoji's extra heart completely free of any artificial traces. The ninja world is full of wonders. Even if you haven't encountered the double heart thing, you can't say it's absolutely impossible. Even the immortal body of Haydn has it, so what's the big deal about being born with 2 hearts? Tsunade began to check. And Yamamakoji's original intention to refuse was also stopped at Duping's signal. Now refusing is more suspicious, it is better to let Tsunade check, at most the 2 hearts are a little different from ordinary people, and it is not a taboo. Hey! Tsunade's originally calm face began to show a hint of doubt. And Namikaze Minato was nervous, afraid that she would draw some bad conclusions. Only Duping knew that Tsunade had discovered Yamamakoji's specialness. 2 hearts. It is definitely a situation that has never happened in the ninja world. Kakuzu's 5 hearts are a secret technique, which is completely different from this kind of innate. After adaptive evolution, it is equivalent to innate. You go out first. Tsunade motioned the 2 to leave. Because this kind of personal secret is indeed not suitable for others to know. And Dohei had already passed the instructions to Yamamakoji when he helped him lie down, so the other party naturally knew how to deal with it. If it were a pig teammate, he would definitely be worried. But Yamamakoji is not this type. On the contrary, his mind is calm and meticulous, and he will only deal with it better than Dohei expected. After Dohei and Namikaze Minato stood outside the ward for a while, they heard the voice calling them in. Minato, his heart has been cured, and it will not affect his ninja path at all. Tsunade gave a direct conclusion, but did not explain it in detail. The information of ninjas is extremely important. Unless she wants to, she will not talk nonsense. Next is Dohei's turn. And he is naturally not afraid of being checked. Although his body is also extraordinary, it is still normal after all, unlike Yamamakoji who has 2 hearts. I don't know why, the examination process is a bit long. After the examination, Tsunade said calmly. Recently, I have been over-extracting chakra, and I must take care of it for a while. After that, she gave several plans. It can only be said that she is worthy of being the ceiling in the medical field. The plan is completely based on Dohei's physical condition, which can help him recover as quickly as possible. After completing these examinations, Tsunade left the ward. But Dohei's keen intuition made him feel that the other party seemed to care about him very much, and he didn't know if he felt wrong. In fact, he didn't feel wrong. Tsunade is indeed very interested in him. This time when she returned to Konoha, she found something that she was very interested in. Therapeutic potion. This is what Dohei studied. Other people are not qualified to know this secret information, would she not know it? That's why she agreed to check Dohei's body while he was in the hospital. And during the examination, she also found some interesting things. Uchiha, doping. Tsunade muttered to herself. If it were before, she would definitely be interested in accepting him as a disciple. But now she has no such interest. However, she doesn't mind handing some things to him. After all, they are all Konoha people, no matter whether his surname is Uchiha or not. In the ward, Doping doesn't know what Tsunade has discovered yet. He is listening to a message. The 3rd team will be disbanded this time, but if you have any training problems in the future, you can continue to come to me for guidance. Minato Namikaze gave this unfortunate news. Well, no matter who sees it, this is unfortunate news. Because he is not only a new generation of Konoha strongmen, but also a Hokage, with a good personality, a super thigh. There is nothing to say about the reason for disbanding. This kind of class is originally temporary. And Doping and Yamamakoji, both can't go on a mission with Minato Namikaze right away, so it is reasonable to disband. Anyway, as long as the top management wants, they can find a reason for disbanding at any time. If they don't want to disband, even if 3 Jonins form a team, they will not be disbanded. Just look at Pig, Deer, and Joe to know this. Of course, there is absolutely no new 3rd team here. The 2 of them are replaced by Mito and Sarutobi Genin. Don't worry, Minato teacher, we will definitely ask for your help if we have any training problems. Doping said that he would not be polite. Both Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Koyuki are treasures, and he will naturally not let them go. Be thick-skinned and eat enough. He will not stop asking for advice just because the other party is not his instructor. That's good. Minato Namikaze left with peace of mind. To be honest, he also admired Doping a little, but unfortunately, the 3rd team has been reorganized. I didn't expect to be examined by Tsunade. After Minato Namikaze left, Doping began to sigh excitedly, looking like a complete Tsunade's little fan. At the same time, he wrote with his fingers and communicated with Yamamakoji. This is a hospital, there may be surveillance, so you really can't talk nonsense. Be careful, get the 10,000 years ship. Through communication, he also learned about the situation of Yamamakoji's inspection just now. Using the forbidden technique and the reason of being born with two hearts, he responded to Tsunade's inspection, and at the same time, the other party promised to keep it secret. As long as there is no threat to the village, Tsunade will not meddle in others' affairs. This is why Tang Ping is not too worried. However, he discovered something was wrong. What is this? Did you bring it, Haji? Tang Ping asked, pointing to the piles of scrolls and books in front of the window. He was the only one living in this ward, and he definitely didn't have these things before. No. Yamamakoji shook his head. What I fear most is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. Tang Ping looked at the top book. Detailed explanation on making antidote. It is a book in the medical field, not something strange. It was just a line of words written in the corner of the cover that made his pupil shrink. Author, Tsunade. The books are written by the other party. It's just that this book is not available in the library. It is extremely precious knowledge. It seemed that the other party was aware of his medical progress, but he did not expose it and even gave him some help. This Renking Tang is flat. In the following time, he needs to digest this knowledge as soon as possible, and observe the changes of Yamamakoji and Hinata Kangetsu, to prepare for the third ninja war that is about to break out. Chapter 62, Tune the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Time quickly came to Konoha 43 years. During this period of time, the ninja world was extremely peaceful, and Dohei's strength had improved again. Now, his chakra definitely has one level. For ordinary ninjas, he is now at the level of a super genius. Because he doesn't have alien blood. But Tang Ping felt a little ashamed of it. The other time travelers, those who were not at the Jonin level for a few weeks, the cage level for a few months, or the sixth path level for a few years, easily punched Konoha and kicked the 5 cages. And he only has this little strength, what is it if it's not a shame? But compared to him, whether it was Yamamakoji or Hinata Kangyu, their promotions were even more terrifying. Now Koji Yamama's body is getting stronger and stronger. After having 2 engines, he is now no weaker than the Choyunin in terms of physical skills alone. With the advantageous escape, it is not a problem at all to be evaluated as an elite Choyunin. Of course, he is still a genin in terms of rank. At the same time, the appearance began to slowly remove the disguise, revealing the true appearance. Ninjas have all kinds of situations, just like Kisame, they all have shark faces, but some changes in appearance will not arouse suspicion. In addition to becoming stronger, Koji Yamama's hair is also falling out, and his appearance has been greatly reduced. Now his situation can be described in one sentence. Are you strong? You traded for good looks. But Yamamakoji doesn't mind at all. In the ninja world, strength is king. If you can really trade your appearance for strength, you will definitely be snapped up by people. Do you think Yamamakoji's strength has improved quickly enough? No, if he calls it fast, then the speed at which Hinata Kangyu's strength increases is not called fast, but called ascending. Now, in addition to her combat experience, she is definitely comparable to elite Jounin. Repulsion and gravity. It has already been put into preliminary use. If the enemy is caught off guard, even a Jounin will have to kneel down. It's a pity that she couldn't get the soft fist follow-up for Byakugan, so she could only develop ninjutsu according to the creativity described by Dohei. Like the 80 Gods air strike. It is naturally impossible to develop this special ultimate move. But as long as you know the effect and theory, and cooperate with the healing source liquid, you can treat injuries caused by trial and error at any time. It is not impossible to come up with some simplified versions. The point is that Dohei knows a large number of ninjutsu that can be used as a reference. Hoshin, Bagwatang, Rubyu Double Lion Fist, etc., are all excellent reference materials. Not to mention his practical ability, he is truly invincible in terms of theory. If only some time had passed, the strength of their small group might have become even more exaggerated. Unfortunately, this time ends today. Phew. The messenger eagle flew over the village, indicating that something big had happened. Before he was discharged from the hospital, Tang Ping, who had been sitting by the stream fishing every day, realized that a masked figure appeared next to him. Kongnan Uchiha Dohei, this is a mission given to you by the village. The other party handed over the mission scroll. Mandatory mission. It is the kind that is assigned by the village and cannot be refused. Of course, if you are an unregistered ninja, you cannot send out mandatory missions. Because these unregistered ninjas do not eat Konoha rice, and their resources are invested by their families, they naturally have no obligation to perform mandatory tasks for the village. But if it were a critical moment, the Hokage wouldn't be able to force the recruitment. And Dohei is a registered ninja, so naturally he cannot refuse the mandatory mission. After he took over the mission scroll, the ANBU used the teleportation technique to leave. So Tang Ping quickly unfolded the mission scroll. It's a sea-level mission. Ask him to meet up with the convoy somewhere outside the village, and then perform the escort mission. There is a problem. After reading the mission scroll, his first reaction was this feeling. Because the task content is too vague. There is no explanation of how many people there are, let alone there are mission restrictions. If it were any other ninja who had just graduated, they would definitely not doubt this kind of mandatory mission issued by the village's top leaders. The problem is that Do Ping is a time traveler. He doesn't trust the top leaders as brainlessly as others do. What's more, the ANBU mask just now is not the common animal mask of the ANBU. It means it's the root. It would be strange if he didn't doubt it. Although his last name is Uchiha, he is not a filial son or a big wronged person who had his eyes gouged out, Shisui, who would unconditionally trust the top leaders of Konoha F4. But there is a saying called military orders are like mountains. No matter how the other party issues a mandatory mission, he must execute it. Root, you are courting death. A hint of coldness flashed in Do Ping's eyes. Yes, his dream is indeed to lie down, but it does not mean to lie down and wait for death. Since someone wants his life, don't blame him. No matter who it is, when he threatens him, he will not have too many scruples to fight back. He is not the type who will not fight back when being bullied. First go back to the tribe to change equipment, now he is wearing casual clothes. Put on black ninja clothes, bring a ninja bag, put away various ninja tools and potions. Finally, put on the ninja forehead protector. This thing must be worn when performing tasks. As for Uchihame, she was busy taking over everything from the longhouse after just taking the position, and she could not touch it at all. Whoosh! Du Ping jumped forward on the roof, with an amazing speed. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the village. That is to say, he was promoted to Chunin before, otherwise he would not be qualified to leave the village alone. In the Konoha system, Genin is completely an executor and tool man, but Chunin is a commander, and can go out of the village independently to perform tasks. So don't think that he is promoted to Chunin so quickly, and the level is easy to upgrade. Those of the same class, except Kakashi, are still Genin. Leave the village. Do Ping handed the mission scroll to the two guarding the gate. The ninja's certificate for leaving the village can also be replaced by the mission scroll of the Hokage building. Ninjas are not allowed to leave the village without permission. People like Jiraiya and Tsunade are special cases. If it were someone else, they would have been regarded as traitors. So the ninja world is not about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. After leaving the village, Do Ping rushed at full speed. Suddenly, he stopped. Come out. The other party was not acting at all, even he, who was not good at perception, noticed it. Swish, swish. Several masked figures appeared on the surrounding trees and the ground, surrounding him with murderous intent. Anbu? Do Ping asked knowingly. He would not reveal that he could distinguish the difference between Anbu and Root. Uchiha Dohei, you are from the Uchiha village, come back to the Anbu with us for interrogation. A ninja who led the 5-man team spoke. That is to say, this mission is to capture alive, not to assassinate, otherwise there would be no need to go through so much trouble. The capture mission had been issued long before. It's just that the target is either with Namikaze Minato, or hiding in the Uchiha clan, or hiding in the Konoha hospital, and they don't give them any chance to shoot. This opportunity that was created with great difficulty must not be missed. This is slander. I didn't collude with other ninja villages. You must have made a mistake. Dohei showed that he was wronged with an angry face, and he had no intention of resisting. Seeing this, the leading root ninja signaled 2 of his teammates to come forward and control Dohei first. Shat, shat. But when the 2 of them approached, they heard a sound that frightened them. Chapter 63 Backlash. It was the sound of the detonating tag being ignited. 2 detonating tags posted on the hidden places of tree branches just burned out at this time. Boom, boom. Two huge explosions in succession instantly enveloped the area with flames and thick smoke. Swoosh, whoosh. Several kunai with detonating tags shot directly at the remaining root members. How dare you! The leading root jonin was furious. He didn't expect the other party to dare to attack them first. You know, they are called Anbu and are directly under the Hokage. Attacking them is no different from betraying the village. Even the proud Uchiha never dared to attack them, so it's no wonder that this root jonin was so shocked. Boom, boom. The power of the detonating tag is equivalent to that of a high-level fire escape, and there is no doubt about its power. There is no disadvantage except that it is expensive. Even the root ninja can only avoid its edge temporarily. Summoning technique. The sound of summoning technique was heard in the smoke. Be careful of the summoned beast. The root jonin warned his subordinates. The crow-summoned beast was indeed not weak, but this was a ninja battle. As long as they didn't give it the chance to use sunset, there was no need to worry. But when the explosion and smoke dissipated, Taiki was not seen rising into the air. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded from the side. It was a root ninja who was about to go around behind Dohei. What did you do? The root jonin drew out his kunai and used the instant body technique to pounce on Dohei on the tree. Dohei spread his hands and said sarcastically. What, who knows? Even when facing a jonin riding on his face, he was not as worried as before. Before he grew up, the jonin was the father, but now that he has grown up, he is the father. Isn't he just a root jonin? Let's deal with him. Rain. Intense flames burst out from the gloves, wrapping around his body like a veil. Flame robe. It is also a skill that Doping has recently figured out. Using the fist of blazing fire to directly convert chakra into controllable flame saves the process of making seals for the flame robe. Luckily, there is the fist of blazing fire. This ninja tool is completely tailor-made for him, and it can be used in many places. After entering the flame robe mode, even if he is a jonin, he can rely on the golden crow flow technique to fight for a while. Fire mist technique. Doping habitually sprinkled lime. It's just that the root has a lot of information about him, so naturally they know the effect of this move, so this root jonin did a backflip, not only avoiding the lime, but also shooting a few kunai in the air. When Doping dodged the kunai, the opponent had already landed on a tree trunk more than 10 meters away and made a seal. Wind style. Vacuum jade. The root jonin puffed up his cheeks and spit out a pale blue transparent light ball. B-level wind style. It is also a ninjutsu that Danzo is very good at. Once hit, the person will be beaten into a sieve. Doping's brain is not as pitted as the two pillars. When he encounters an attack, he will just bear it hard and jump to dodge. Maybe his speed is not as fast as the flying speed of the vacuum ball. But as long as he stares at the opponent's head, he can roughly judge the attack direction of the vacuum ball and dodge in advance. It can only be said that after experiencing the baptism of life and death before, and with the sparring partner of Minato Namikaze, the strongest speed in the ninja world, he has a lot of combat experience. One-on-one. Doping may not be the opponent. Because the root is best at killing, not fighting. Killing machine. Do you think it's just a boast? From the time they met until now, Doping has noticed that the other party has used several secret poisons. Fortunately, he got the knowledge given by Tsunade some time ago and made an antidote himself, otherwise he would have been poisoned long ago. Swish, swish. One vacuum jade after another was launched after Doping's jumping figure. Even a tree that was as thick as several people hugging together was easily pierced by these vacuum jades. Not to mention flesh and blood. Even steel would be easily torn apart in the face of such power. It is said that with Doping's speed, it is impossible to avoid the attack all the time. But who can blame the flame robe for another use? Rain. Intense flames suddenly appeared in the palms of Doping's hands, which directly increased his jumping speed. Not only did he avoid the flying vacuum jade, but he also went around the opponent's side like lightning. Golden Crow Fluid Technique. Duel 2. The body rolled in the air at a high speed, and the right leg used this force to hit the opponent heavily. The whole person of the root jonin was blasted to the ground. The flame robe was developed by Doping in various special uses. Improving mobility is the most important point. The effect is amazing. As soon as it was used, it caught the root jonin off guard. Uchiha Dohei, Menggong Suan Huan Shijun. The root jonin stood up from the pit and asked. Every ninja is a little Superman. With the blessing of chakra, the ability to withstand blows should not be too exaggerated. Unless it is a stabbing attack, it is difficult to kill with a blunt attack. Then you, the root, attacked a Konoha Chunin without the order of the Hokage, so it is not a betrayal? Doping stood on the tree and looked down at the root Jonin below, using words to attack the opponent's spirit. Ninjas use all means in battle. Mental offensive is also a tactic, so when the battle is long and unsuccessful, they like to use verbal persuasion. The root Jonin heard Doping's question and his mind was slightly shaken. Because he didn't expect Doping to know so much. When he came to his senses, a kunao had already flown over. Swoosh! Facing the kunao that was so close, the root Jonin quickly dodged and let the kunao shoot into the ground under his feet. Shat! But before he could fight back, he heard a burning sound. On the tail of the kunao, there was a lit detonating talisman. Boom! The violent explosion drowned the root Jonin. Cough, cough. On a tree several dozen meters away, the figure of a root Jonin appeared. But not only was his mask broken, but a piece of his uniform was also missing, which showed that escaping from the explosion was not so easy. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Too damn rich. Both kunao and detonating tags were not cheap. Especially detonating tags, which cost tens of thousands of taels each, and the high-quality ones produced by Uchiha cost twice as much. It is not unpopular to sell them for 100,000 taels on the black market. But the other party has used a lot from just now to now. They were completely taking money for granted, which caught them off guard. Before he could catch his breath, he heard a voice above his head. Fire fist! I saw a figure wearing a red flame gauze, like a god, descending from the sky, with a lot of flames gathering in his right fist. Facing it 100 times, you will never get hit. Wind escape. Gale wind. The root Jounin who jumped away formed a seal in the air, preparing to take the opportunity to counterattack with ninjutsu. As soon as Kayin finished the knot, he found that he couldn't move. Tang Ping, who was wearing a flame gauze and standing on a tree lit by flames, looked towards him with a hint of mockery. Trap! The blow just now was just a cover, there was someone else who made the real killing move. At this time, this root Jounin was directly attacked. Chapter 64 The pursuit team was completely wiped out. Monster! The root Jounin looked at the huge figure slowly emerging behind him, and could no longer suppress the fear in his nature. Because behind him, a lizard-shaped monster that was all white and dozens of meters long appeared silently. He was being restrained in midair by the monster's long tongue, unable to move. Zongbing Guan, aggravates the paralysis effect. Tang Ping ordered in a calm tone. Yes, this behemoth is naturally his other psychic beast. Shaozaki Big Lizard, Chubaimaru. Although it doesn't have Buntaz short sword, Wan Shi's shedding, or the slug splitting and medical abilities, it still has its own unique features. The first is disguise. The snow-white scales on the body can change color, maintaining the same camouflage as the surrounding environment. The more complex the terrain, the better the effect. The tongue has its own paralysis effect. The effect is not too strong for targets of the same size, but for humans, even ninjas cannot withstand it. A born hunter. The Shozaka Big Lizard is extremely suitable for this kind of jungle ambush. This is also the reason why the remaining root ninjas all let out a scream without a second one. Because they were all attacked by such an invisible psychic beast. Zongbing Guan is different from Tai. Not only is he bigger, he is better at using chakra, and he also has special abilities. Even if you confront the sun and psychic beast head-on, it won't be a problem. If it were Taiki, it would still take time to reach the level of a sun and psychic beast. Yes, Lord Dohei. Chubaimaru's tongue quickly secreted saliva, and the saliva had a strong paralyzing effect, making this root Jounin quickly lose consciousness. Uchiha, Dohei, Danzo-sama will avenge us. The other party finally left this sentence. After taking care of the opponent, the chasing team was completely wiped out. It's not that the other party is insufficiently prepared. From the root point of view, even though Dohei showed considerable strength during the Chunin exam, he was only a special Jonin, and relied more on his special ninja taijutsu to catch him off guard. Facing a capture team like theirs, led by a Jonin and coordinated by 4 Chunin, it was absolutely impossible for them to miss. But who would have thought that Dohei's strength would improve so quickly, let alone the killer weapon Chubaimaru? I used to endure it just to lie down, but now I can't even lie down and I still endure it. Do you really think I'm dead and have no temper? Looking at the unconscious Nijo Honen, Dahira murmured to himself. Yes. In the past, keeping a low profile was just to lie flat. But now I can't even lie down. If I don't dare to cause trouble, what's the point of my efforts during this period? No matter whoever attacks him, Tang Ping will attack him. He does not have the will of fire to dedicate everything to the village. It's okay to talk about things like the will of fire, but don't lie to yourself. Because even dogs don't believe this. Just look at the increasingly powerful Hokage faction in the village, and you will know that this thing is completely a tool for Pua civilian ninjas to work as cowboys for the high-level officials of Konoha. But a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth. The ninja school will of fire course is a required test, and it has really fooled many people. The Uchiha clan is seriously mentioned here. The stronger the talent, the easier it is to be fooled. What a crime! While Dohei was venting his dissatisfaction, Chobaimaru also used his tongue to swallow several unconscious root ninjas who were not dead. Don't get me wrong. It doesn't have the hobby of cannibalism. Instead, these root ninjas are swallowed and stored in the belly, and then spit out when Tang Ping needs them. Ninjas are important experimental materials. In the past, when Tang Ping conducted experiments, the materials he used were obtained through Uchiha channels. Now it's time to fend for yourself. And in the past, most genin were used as experimental subjects, and those Chiyunin and Jounin could not get their turn. But with these root ninjas, he has a lot more high-end experimental products. Even if you know that these root ninjas are just brainwashed, they are innocent. But so what? Tang Ping is not the Holy Mother, so she doesn't care about this at all, as long as she knows that their hands are full of blood. Put aside your personal qualities and enjoy a wicked life. As long as you are immoral, you don't have to worry about being accused of being immoral. Anyway, now that he has the power to protect himself, he has begun to regain some of his pre-travel personality. Fun people, gangsters, etc. If these characters have no power, they are seeking death. If they have power, they have special charm. Fire escape. Fire bullet. After seeing several experimental objects being swallowed and taken away by Chobaimaru, Dohei began to clean up the scene. Although it cannot be completely concealed from people, it can at least prevent the root from knowing the detailed battle process. Cleaning up traces is a school subject. Even though Tang Ping had played badly before, it didn't mean he didn't remember the knowledge. Well, at this moment, it would be more appropriate to say let the fire consume everything. Looking at everything engulfed by flames, Tang Ping nodded with satisfaction, maintained his flame robe and flew away. He has not gotten out of the flame robe state because he is worried about leaving behind smells or traces, and he can also guard against poisons, insects, and other sinister means. Ninjas are not warriors who have all kinds of tricks. There are not too many ninjas who die because of carelessness. Certainly. That is to say, Dohei's chakra has been greatly improved, and with the assistance of the Flaming Fist ninja tool, he can maintain the flame robe state throughout the whole process. 2 hours later, several figures appeared on the battlefield where the warmth was still lingering. It's too late. The leading ninja, who was not wearing a mask, seemed a little surprised to see the battlefield that had been reduced to scorched earth by flames. He came over to take a look because the arrest team had lost contact. Now it seems that an accident had occurred. Then are we going to pursue the target? A root ninja beside him asked. No, we have another important mission. The arrest operation is suspended. I will explain to Lord Danzo. The leading ninja shook his head. They have other important tasks, so they naturally cannot delay the village tasks for the sake of the root tasks. Yes. Naturally, the several roots would have no objection. So the group disappeared on the spot. The other side. Tang Ping has found the convoy. This is a caravan consisting of several carriages, and is escorted by a class consisting of a Chunin and 3 genin. Who? And Dohei's arrival was noticed by the leading Chunin. However, when he saw the Konoha ninja forehead protector on Dohei's forehead, he did not attack immediately. I am Uchiha Duping, the Chunin of Konoha, and I have been ordered to escort the convoy. Tang Ping took out the mission scroll and revealed his identity. Killing the roots is one thing, but the mandatory tasks are issued by the village and must be completed unless he wants to betray the village. He had actually been eager for this kind of thing before. But after witnessing the cruelty and reality of the ninja world, he no longer had such thoughts. No matter how dangerous Konoha village is, it will not be more dangerous than the ninja world. At the same time, various knowledge, ninjutsu, and materials cannot be obtained if you leave Konoha. Just like the materials he used to make clearing agent. If they were not in Konoha, they would not be able to get it easily. If they were in the other 4 major ninja villages, at least ordinary people could not easily get it together. Not to mention those outside the 5 major ninja villages. It's good enough if those places can feed people, and commercial development is just a thought. Or, no matter how developed the business is, it has nothing to do with ninjas. With the Forward Protector and the mission scroll, the Chunin named Yamagami Satoru also relaxed. And through communication, Tang Ping also understood why the other party didn't recognize him. It turned out that the other party was on a mission outside during the joint Chunin exam, so he didn't recognize me. Moreover, the village has always suppressed his fame. Except for those in the arena, others have at most heard of his name, or even not much. When it comes to information control, Konoha's top leaders should not be too skilled. This was where White Fang failed in the first place. Chapter 65 Fire and Wind Border. In the carriage. This is Maruichi, Hide-sugu, and Yukino. Our team has been established for more than 2 years. Yamagami Satoru introduced the 3 students to Dohei. In terms of age, these 3 are 1 or 2 years older than Tang Ping. But in terms of status, Tang Ping is on par with their teacher. To this, both Shan Shangyu and these people were used to it. Ninjas only care about strength and status, not age. And they think it is natural for geniuses to receive special treatment. Just like Kakashi. He is already a Chunin at the age of 7, who would treat him as a child. A teenage Chunin like Dohei is definitely considered the elite of the village, and his future status will be far above their civilian team. Senior Wu, what is this convoy transporting and where is its destination? Tang Ping asked about the content of the mission. The content on the mission scroll given to him was vague. The purpose should be to capture him alone, so it would naturally not be very clear. Its supplies being transported to the Fire-Wind border camp. Naturally, Yamagami Satoru would not hide any information that did not need to be kept confidential. Is that so? Tang Ping also understood why this was the mandatory task. Maybe they felt the threat from Tsunagakuer, so they were in a hurry to transport supplies. In the past, 1 small team was more than enough. After all, the bandits who rob people on the road are no match for the ninjas. It's different now. It is necessary to prevent Sand Ninja from causing destruction. Along the way, Tang Ping also got a lot of information from the middle-aged Uncle Shan Shangyu. The other party spent most of his time outside on missions and knew a lot, which also helped Dohei gain a deeper understanding of the ninja world. All he could say was that the ninja world was much more cruel than he had imagined. Every day, countless people starve to death or are killed. Where there are ninja villages, there is at least some order. If it is a small country without a ninja village, chaos and famine exist all the time, which is like hell. Of course, what Tang Ping thought after listening to this was, the nobles in the ninja world are really inhumane. Productivity was underdeveloped, and the nobles reaped the vast majority of the benefits, so naturally they pushed ordinary people to death. That is to say, he is not the character of the Holy Mother, otherwise I would have to go to these nobles to carry rice and let them understand what it means to understand pain. Future Nagato's classmates were looking for Konoha to carry rice, but they were completely looking for the wrong person. Because the source of chaos in the ninja world is less than half of the nobles and most of the Otsutsuki family, the ninja village is nothing. On the way to escort mission, I really encountered several dangers. Tang Ping was dumbfounded by some thieves who came to rob with wooden forks. There is no need for him to take action to deal with these people. As long as the other party finds out that there are ninjas in the team, they will escape immediately. Well, that's the benefit of having a ninja escort. Without the ninja escort, these thieves would have robbed all the goods long ago. Furthermore, when faced with the caravan's attempts to woo them, Yama Satoru and the 3 genin were indifferent throughout the whole process. They would rather eat rice balls than eat what the other party handed them, and they lived separately. It's like we have a simple employment relationship, only talking about tasks and nothing else. This is the case, and Tang Ping also knows the reason. During the escort mission, you must maintain vigilance and distance from the team. This way you can avoid some accidents. It took nearly half a month before their team arrived at the border camp between the 2 countries, Fire and Wind. This camp is used to guard against the Sand Ninja from the Kingdom of Wind. The number of permanent residents is 1 brigade. 300 people. Note, this refers to the number of ninjas, not ordinary people. For ordinary people, it would not be an exaggeration to have hundreds of thousands of people stationed there. But because there is an extraordinary group of ninjas in the ninja world, ordinary guards are meaningless in front of them, so only the number of ninjas is counted. The camp was built from huge rocks and was located halfway up the mountain. It was dotted with towers and shooting holes, making it look extremely solid. Even if you are surrounded, you can rely on the right location to hold on. Patrol teams are usually dispatched to monitor the nearby area of several hundred kilometers to prevent the Suna ninja army from attacking. For ordinary people, the patrol range of dozens of kilometers is the limit. But for ninjas, a few hundred kilometers is about 2 hours at full speed, so this camp closely monitors the border area between the fire/wind countries. The originally peaceful border camp was extremely lively during this period. A fleet of convoys, ninja squads, crowded this border camp, which was called a camp but was actually a fortress. And you can still smell the strong smell of blood. Although conflicts with the Suna ninja have never ceased, they were not so frequent in the past. It is these signs that make Konoha rush to replenish the number of people and supplies. After entering the camp, Tang Ping handed in the mission and prepared to report. We just left the place where we handed in the mission. A little fat man whose body shape was not suitable for being a ninja rushed over quickly. Tang Ping. It's the Honda Eagle, and their team is here too. But it seems that he has not just arrived, but has been here for a while. It's not impossible for this to happen. Tanghei is escorting the convoy, so the arrival speed is naturally slow, but if it were a ninja march, it would take a few days to reach the border camp from Konoha. How long have you been here? Seeing his best friend, something bad flashed through Tang Ping's mind. Because a team like his, which had just graduated less than a year ago, would not come to the border under normal circumstances. I have been here for more than half a month, and I have been patrolling during this time. Honda Eagle replied softly. In fact, their team left Konoha with Dohei, but they came directly to the border camp to report, so they could arrive so far in advance. At the same time, Tang Ping also learned about the situation of this fire/wind border camp from his mouth. Very dangerous. During this period alone, there were a large number of injured ninjas. Even Honda Hawk and the team's coaching Choyunin were injured and were lying in the camp to recuperate. As for the treatment potion? Sorry, this kind of strategic material is not something ordinary Choyunin can use. Honda Eagle did have a few bottles that Tang Ping had given away before, but they had been used up long ago. As for the medical ninja? There are indeed, but there are not many of them, and not many can be treated. If there are many injured people, they can only wait in line slowly. In other words, your team's patrol mission during this period? Tang Ping asked with a frown. Without the guidance of an instructor, we had to resign ourselves to fate when encountering the Sand Ninja team during patrol. Well, no more talking, I'm leaving first. Honda Eagle found that his teammates were waving to him, so he was about to turn around and leave. Wait. Tang Ping pulled him, took out a few bottles of healing potions, not original solution, and antidote potions and handed them over secretly. Be careful. The medicines are all packed in ordinary bottles with the names of the medicines engraved on them, so you don't have to worry about using them by mistake. His best friend helped him a lot. For example, he is responsible for collecting all the clearing agent materials. How could he not help them when they encounter them? Of course, Tang Ping can only help here, after all, he still has tasks to do. After completing the escort mission, Tang Ping could not go back to the village directly, but had to work at the border camp. But when he saw the person in charge of the camp, his face instantly darkened. Chapter 66 Suppression and the Outbreak of Tsunagakuer. Move to Yejiun. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be the commander of this border camp, that is, the person in charge. Well, if it was a time of war, and this location was the crater. Only shadow-level powerhouses like the Sunin and White Fang could sit securely. But in non-war times, this kind of border leadership is a great place to brush up your seniority and reap benefits. As for the Tanzania clan, that is, the clan of Kohara Tanzania, they Konoha F4, came from. It was originally a small family, but since the other party rose to power, the family has completely expanded like a balloon. Now with a population of over 1,000, it can be considered a great ninja clan. It can only be said that when you see the changes in the ninja clan of these high-ranking officials, you will know how fake the Will of Fire is. Specialized in trapping low-level ninjas. But this is not the point. No matter how well the transfer clan develops, it has nothing to do with Tang Ping. But the problem is, there is something connecting them. Healing potion. The other party is also in charge of the medical department, and other people don't know the details of the treatment medicine. It's natural that she doesn't know who developed it. Even the medicines are distributed through the medical department. So she has been trying to keep the healing potion in her hands. Because this thing is a good thing that can maintain the prosperity of the ninja clan for a long time. When Dohei was in Konoha Hospital some time ago, he received many hints. As long as he hands over the secret recipe for the healing potion, he can gain the friendship and protection of the sleeping clan. Gan. Tang Ping naturally couldn't agree. He doesn't care at all about the potion formula. The problem is that the special seaweed raw material requires blood culture. This is a secret that he cannot expose. How to pay? Therefore, he naturally offended the Zhuanben clan. That's right. If a high-level ninja wants something from you, and you, a low-level ninja, don't hand it over, you have offended them. Fortunately, the opponent is not Danzo and will not rob directly. Now it's fine, it's in someone else's hands. During this period of time in the border camp, the other party can wear small shoes for him at any time. Now you know why Tang Ping's face darkened, right? Uchiha Dohei Chuyunan, this is your next mission. After returning to bed, Yejian handed over a mission scroll as if it was business as usual. Those who use a discussion tone to issue tasks like in the anime either have a background or are at the Jonin level themselves. As for Chuyunan and Genin, they are completely tool men. Especially the Genin. They are basically cannon fodder and consumables on the battlefield. It is not surprising that many people die. Tang Ping took the mission scroll, which contained patrol missions. Only. You want me to die? A chill flashed in his eyes. If the purpose of Honda Taka's patrol mission is to prevent the Suna ninja army from invading, then the task given to Tanghei is to go deep into the west, that is, the Kingdom of Wind area to spy. You will encounter a Suna ninja at any time. Logically speaking, it is impossible to assign such a dangerous mission to a new Chuyunan like Dohei, who is still unfamiliar with nearby intelligence. But they just left it to him. The genius of Konoha, this mission belongs to you. After going to bed, Yejian and others praised Tang Ping enthusiastically after reading the mission. Cruel enough. He just used genius as an excuse to stop all the gossip. Because this reason does make sense. You are a genius, so you naturally have to shoulder a heavy burden. Otherwise, would the special treatment be in vain? Lord Commander, you are joking, I am not a genius, Kakashi is. Dohei did not hesitate to blame Kakashi. He really doesn't want the title of genius, what he wants is fame. It was precisely because of his reputation that the roots needed to be lured out of Konoha before they could attack him. If they were ordinary ninjas, the roots would attack him directly in the village. They often did this kind of thing. People in the village would be wary of fighting back against Dohei, but outside the village, do you really think that his surname is Uchiha, and he has inherited the opponent's problem of being soft when facing the village's senior officials? It is his style to be able to do things without beeping. But I won't force you if you don't want to. There is also a task of assisting at the medical office. Then Yejian picked up another mission scroll from the long table. The meaning is obvious, let Tang Ping make his own choice. Whether to perform an extremely dangerous task or to perform an easy and non-dangerous task. Normally, the choice is the latter. But there is a price to pay. Healing potion formula. Although the other party did not speak, he said everything. I can only say that everything in anime is a lie. In anime, it's either passion or bond, and no matter what, it's hard work and friendship. But the ninja world that Tanghei traveled through felt like he had entered a dark, and cruel world. I'm tired of the smell of disinfectant. Tang Ping shook the reconnaissance mission scroll in his hand and turned to leave. He planned to rest for a day before starting this task. It was not an urgent task anyway, so there was no need to start it right away. For other Chunin, this mission is indeed dangerous. But there is no danger to Tang Ping. His own fighting ability is not weak, not to mention the two powerful psychic beasts Taiki and Chihumaru, so it is not difficult to conduct reconnaissance missions at all. Especially Tai. Just because I haven't shown any advantages in reconnaissance before, it doesn't mean I don't have them. With two psychic beasts in hand, he didn't worry about anything happening to him at all. The next day, after Tang Ping left the camp, he began to form seals. Psychic art. Pepet. A giant three-legged crow with a black body appeared in front of him. Let's go. Tang Ping jumped onto his back. The extremely smooth black feathers will not get wet at all in water, and ordinary people will not be able to stay on their backs. But ninjas are different. With chakra, standing firm is not a problem at all. A 90-degree cliff is not a problem, let alone just standing on Tai-Ai's back. Swish! Tai-Ai spread his wings and took off into the air amid the strong wind. Air superiority. This is Tang Ping's greatest confidence. In the future Akatsuki group, Deidara wiped out the sand village and captured Gaara because of his advantage in flying. If you can't fly, you have to attack from the ground. Not to mention him and Sasori, 2 members of Akatsuki, even if the number was doubled they might not be able to succeed. Set off. Dohei commanded Taiki to fly towards the Kingdom of Wind. If you fly at an altitude of thousands of meters, you don't have to worry about any danger from the ground. At least there is no need to be afraid during this period when there is no cheating. But before Tang Ping could relax for too long, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Distress signal. A distress signal from the Konoha patrol. After hesitating for a while, he signaled Tai to lower the flight altitude and wait and see what the situation was. Now, he finally understood the benefits of rolling one's eyes. It's totally a super radar. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. In other words, I don't have Hyuga blood, otherwise I would have gotten a pair for myself. After the flight altitude was lowered, we could barely see the yellowish desert Gobi ground below. A Konoha team was fleeing in front, and several sand ninja teams were chasing behind. Caught a big fish. Tang Ping reacted immediately. This Konoha team must have obtained some important information, otherwise they would not have been chased by several sand ninja teams. But when his gaze extended into the distance, he felt as if his heart was being grabbed by something. Because, in that direction, there were a large number of black shadows rushing towards them like a pack of wolves, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. The Sand Ninja Army. For a ninja, any genin can easily slaughter hundreds of ordinary people. Therefore, the gathering of thousands of ninjas can be considered a large army. At this moment, the number of sand ninjas that appeared in Dohei's field of vision was definitely more than 1,000. And this means one thing. The Ninja World War finally broke out. Chapter 67: A greeting gift from a cage-level powerhouse. After seeing the Sand Ninja Army, Dohei prepared to retreat. However, he saw a familiar figure among the Konoha team that was being chased. Honda Eagle. This guy's body is indeed conspicuous. Because chakra is extracted from cells, there are very few obese ninjas among the entire Konoha ninja, except for the Akimichi clan. From some perspectives, Honda Eagle can be considered gifted. Tisk, the fat guy is really lucky. Tang Ping chuckled. The opponent was originally doomed to die, but now he met him, he was really lucky. Fierce. Intense flames quickly emerged from the gloves, covering Tang Ping like a veil. Flame clothes. This ninjutsu conceived by him and tried by Minato Namikaze has begun to shine with its own light. Although it is only a C-level ninjutsu, it is because it is too easy to learn for Do Ping. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to rate it as an A-level ninjutsu. Fire resistance. This prerequisite is enough to stop countless ninjas. To use this ninjutsu you need to be able to withstand high temperatures. Even Minato Namikaze couldn't use this ninjutsu. It's not that I can't learn it, but that I don't have a way to learn it. His small body couldn't withstand such continuous high temperature, and he might have turned into barbecue not long after using it. After entering the flame robe state, Do Ping took a deep breath. Hey! Then spread your arms and fall forward head first. Leap of faith. The whistling sound of the wind passed by his ears, and Tang Ping fell through the atmosphere like a flaming meteor. On the ground. Run away. Honda Ying, one of the three-man team, suddenly stopped and yelled at his 2 teammates. He is the slowest, so staying behind to cover the retreat is the best option. The 2 teammates were also very clear that this was not the time to stage the bloody plot of if you stay, I stay too, so they nodded and continued to run away. Dohei, Koji, it looks like we can't have a barbecue together anymore. Looking at the several sand village teams chasing after him, a look of determination flashed across Honda Takashi's fat little face. Soon, several sand ninja teams arrived. Whoosh, whoosh. Kunao and Senbon were the first to be fired. Although Honda Ying graduated successfully, his strength, those who understand will understand. He could still dodge 1 or 2 Kunao, but if faced with so many, there would be only one outcome. The kunao and thousands of coins in the pupils were getting closer and closer, as if everything was slowing down. Of course, there is no such setting as explosion in the ninja world. However, a hint of red light filled Honda Eagle's eyes first. Boom! The red flames fell heavily to the ground, shattering the ground and blowing away the thrown ninja tools. Tang Ping! Honda Ying instantly recognized the figure standing in front of him as his best friend. You go first. Tang Ping directly threw a sentence to the fat man. And get reminded, this Tian Ying did not play a sad drama, and retreated quickly like the two teammates before. I am not afraid of godlike opponents, but I am afraid of teammates like pigs. This was what Tang Ping often complained to his two best friends before, so Honda Ying naturally would not be stupid enough to stay, because he would be useless except being a pig teammate. Dark Brush. Seeing his best friend leave, Tang Ping launched several long-range attacks. At the same time, another round of ninja tools were thrown. On the battlefield, countless ninjas died from throwing ninja tools, which shows its lethality. So the ninja tool throwing in the school curriculum is extremely important, and it is completely for battlefield preparation. Whoosh! Tang Ping used the instant body technique to leave the spot. His speed is not comparable to Honda Ying, and it is not easy to avoid this kind of throwing attack. When he appeared again, he was already in front of a sand village Chunin. The right hand covered with flames grabbed the opponent's neck and lifted him up with the momentum, and at the same time injected a large amount of flames into the opponent's body, making it impossible for him to resist. Qin Yu! Yang! A fierce look flashed in Doping's eyes. Boom! The fierce flames exploded with the Chunin in Doping's right hand as the core. The air was shattered, and the long suppressed flames devoured everything around. And this is the terrifying part of Qin Yueyang. If it's just a move, this move is actually not complicated. The key is the coordination of chakra. Only with the coordination of the two can it become this ninjutsu that can use fire to explode from the target's body. Be careful. Disperse and contain. Send a signal. Various voices rang out from these ninja teams. Only when you really fight on the battlefield can you know the difference between the battlefield and personal battles. The attacks and cooperation everywhere make the enemies that could be easily solved become extremely difficult. Whenever Doping attacks a sand ninja, others immediately support or cooperate. At this time, Doping realized how terrifying it was for the future Madana to kill into the army of tens of thousands of ninjas and be invincible. These words showed the opponent's spirit to the fullest. Now, Doping is naturally not qualified to dance, but he has seen the battlefield. Swoosh! A backflip to distance himself and seal. Fire escape. Fire bomb. A real man never looks back at the explosion. After a fire escape, he began to retreat. Behind him was the Sand Village army, and staying here would be courting death. But the temperature in the air suddenly increased. While retreating at full speed, Doping felt something was wrong. Because in the flame robe state, he was already under great heat, and it was impossible for him to have this feeling again. Konoha brat! A voice sounded from behind, and at the same time, an orange fireball the size of a wash basin flew at high speed. Danger! For some reason, this feeling flashed through Doping's mind, so he subconsciously dodged to the side. However, when he dodged, the fireball also suddenly followed him sideways. Zhao, can this thing still be tracked? This was the only thought left in Doping's mind, and his field of vision was occupied by the fireball. Boom! The flames engulfed everything around him crazily. And the fireball user also stood up. She was a female ninja wearing a black vest and a short skirt of the same color, revealing a smooth white back, with long birch and green hair tied up, looking dashing and heroic. Yakura! This hero of the Sand Village is here. It can be said that his strength is also ranked among the top 5 in the entire Sand Village. With his special flame release bloodline limit, he can even beat a cage-level opponent. It's no wonder that such a strong man can hit Doping with one blow. It's Lord Yekang. Great! That Konoha ninja is definitely dead. These sand ninjas completely lost their coldness and murderous intent, and all surrounded Yekang like fans. There's nothing they can do, because she's so famous and beautiful. Such a powerful and charming character is popular with both men and women. To be frank, Yekang is the most popular person in the Sand Village. Compared with him, the other Luoshat is overwhelmed in terms of both appearance and popularity. But in the face of the praise from the fans, Yakeng only stared at the center of the explosion, and her eyebrows slowly wrinkled. Because, the guy who she expected would not survive, unexpectedly survived. Interesting. Yakeng muttered to himself, and a fireball spinning like a satellite appeared beside him. Chapter 68, Facing the Cage Level. Cough, cough. The cough sounded from the smoke and dust. Can the heroes of Sand Village also attack by surprise? Do Ping struggled to stand up, and secretly drank a bottle of healing liquid in the process. He was very lucky at this time. The clothes on his body were made of high-temperature resistant materials, otherwise they would have become battle-damaged at this time. In the real ninja world, there would not be a battle that destroyed the world, but in the end, even the clothes were undamaged. How dare you slander Lord Yakeng? Kill him. Do it. Although several Sand Ninja teams were surprised that Do Ping could escape from Yakeng's burning escape, they could not tolerate him slandering their idol, all extremely excited and ready to take action. But he was stopped. We are ninjas, what's wrong with sneak attacks, and you have too many things to hide, kid. Yakeng was not angry about this. When hearing the other party's rebuttal, Tang Ping felt like, what she said made sense, but I was speechless. Because ninjas are not samurai, sneak attacks are a smart approach. No. Tang Ping suddenly thought of a question. Since he is a ninja, how can the other party talk to me in a polite manner and give him a chance to treat his injuries? Fierce. Violent flames surged out of his hands, causing him to enter the flame-clothed state again, and then he rotated and jumped with his hands expanding his chest. I closed my eyes. The flames on his body were also activated by his hands, and the two flames intertwined and shot up. Golden Crow Fluid Technique. Ghost Burn. The effect of the original version is a bit weak. Tanghai made reference to the improvement of the Hyuga clan's Kaden and used movements as an inducer to rotate the flame chakra at high speed, giving it a strong defense. Relief. The right fist wrapped in flames collided with the figure falling in the air. It's Yakeng. The opponent didn't know when he would launch an attack from the air. The person talking to him should be the shadow clone technique, so there was no loophole. That means Tang Ping defends himself in time, otherwise he might have to kneel down. Just when the two attacks collided, a fireball the size of a wash basin came from behind Yakeng and hit Tang Ping's waist. Boom! Violent flames exploded. But this time, the attack effect was far less effective than the sudden attack before. Although Oniyaki's defense is definitely not as good as Kaiden's, it is still equally powerful. Coupled with Kamidahira's unique advantages, it makes it extremely easy for him to deal with it. Fire resistance. This is extremely life-saving when faced with Yakeng's scorching escape and steam kill. Because explosions and flames are not the real killing methods of burning escape. Evaporate the water in the human body. If Tang Ping didn't have enough fire resistance and was covered in flame clothing, he would have turned into a mummy under the high temperature. It was this advantage that allowed him to struggle a few times against Yakeng. Otherwise, facing a quasi-shadow or even a shadow-level powerhouse, it would be impossible for him to survive. A shadow-level powerhouse is so terrifying. This is because Tang Ping can resist the opponent's blood inheritance limit to a great extent, otherwise it will only be worse. Fortunately, he still has a backup plan. Pepet. There was a cry in the sky, and at the same time a huge black shadow swooped down. But what hit him one step ahead of the black shadow was the overwhelming fireball. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs the size of wheels fell like raindrops, directly covering the entire combat area. The earth was directly shattered by these fireballs. A battlefield filled with flames and smoke. Phew! A figure wrapped in flames jumped high from it. Then when the figure was in mid-air, a large amount of flames suddenly erupted from its hands and feet, causing its jump height to increase, just in time to intersect with the giant crow swooping past. Snap! Tang Ping stretched out his hand and pressed Tai's paw. The opponent's claws are thicker than a human waist, but there is no way to hold them, so they can only stick to them. Yakeng's fighting power is indeed extremely powerful. But she can't fly. So when the flames dissipated, I could only watch Tang Ping disappear into the sky. On the ground. Sir, are you okay? A sand ninja looked at Yakeng, who was staring up at the sky, and called him worriedly. It's okay. Yakeng shook his head, and then looked in the direction of the Konoha camp with sharp eyes. Send the order, the whole army speeds up, and we must break through the Fire Country border camp today. This time, she was leading the vanguard of the Sand Ninja army. It is her mission to capture the border camp and wipe out all the strongholds on the border of the country of fire. Tsunagakure is too poor. The task share has been snatched by Konoha, and the disappearance of the third Kazekage made them choose stud. Anyway, no matter how miserable it is, it won't be worse than it is now. Whether it is a slow death or a chance to win while you have the strength, no matter who you are, you will make the right choice. Therefore, even though they knew that Konoha had nothing to do with the disappearance of the Kazekage, the sand ninjas still chose to use this excuse to launch an attack. Faced with the question of whether to let the village die or Konoha die, Yakeng chose the latter, so he took the initiative to act as a vanguard. Yes. A Tsunagakure Anbu quickly left and conveyed the order to the Tsunagakure army behind. The other side. Tang Ping escorted Fatty and his team back to the camp. It turned out that the reason why they were being hunted was because they got a piece of information handed over by Konoha Anbu before they died during their patrol, so they were hunted down by several teams of sand ninjas. Soon, they arrived at the center of the camp. After returning to bed, Yejiun first checked the seal on the information scroll, and after confirming that there was no problem, he used a special method to unlock the seal. If you don't know this technique, you won't be able to check it even if you get the scroll. Of course, Tang Ping and the others also turned and left. They are just a group of little Camillas. The mission process has just been reported, and it is not their turn to participate in the next thing. After coming out, you say. Honda Eagle was about to say something when he was stopped by Dohei. Is this something they can discuss? If you are a Jounin or Hokage, you can just say it casually, not at all. There is a problem, but it is easy for them to get into trouble if they talk nonsense. Dang Ping whispered to remind his best friend. The border camp's defense is indeed not weak. The problem is that the enemy this time is not a small-scale attack, and there is also Yakang, a shadow-level strongman, leading them. Use the head to hit? Tankanoken is an elite Jonin, which is enough for normal times. But he can't stand it at all when facing a national war. So, this place will definitely be broken by the Sand Ninja, and they need to make plans early. Of course, they are not going to be deserters. Before the camp is broken, or before there is an order to retreat, if they dare to escape, it will be traitors to the village. So they can only make preparations, and can't do anything else. After reading the intelligence, Tankanoken immediately summoned the camp's top leaders. From this, we can see that he is not capable. Because at this critical moment, he should be arbitrary, either fighting or retreating. Choose one who can escape. Instead of convening people to discuss. Du Ping and the others reported very clearly that the Sand Ninja army was coming. Every second wasted is a crime. Just these, Du Ping, a little chunin, is not qualified to express his opinion. Fortunately, the ninjas held a very fast meeting and got the result immediately. Hold on. But the wounded, logistics personnel, caravans, etc. must be sent away first. And this kind of escort mission is far more dangerous than holding on. Because if you escort these people, the speed will definitely not be fast, and they will definitely be caught up by the Sand Ninja. Holding on to the camp also has the geographical advantage. At most, you can wait for reinforcements by holding on for a few days. However, if the escort mission is not only without geographical advantages, but also distracted to protect the team, it would be strange if it is not difficult. Soon, Du Ping was assigned the task. Very lucky, he won the prize. Chapter 69 The Border Fell, the Earth-Wind Alliance. The convoy quickly assembled. The escort team was also selected. A senior ninja led 4 squads to escort. And Du Ping also led a squad. Note that a squad of 3 ninjas is called a squad. And a squad led by a squad leader is a 4-person squad. This is why Du Ping and his team were the 3rd squad instead of the 3rd squad. Du Ping is in charge of Honda Ying's squad. The other teacher is also there, but he is lying on the carriage as a wounded soldier. The most important thing in this escort team is not the supplies, but the dozens of wounded ninjas. The number is this: it has accumulated over a period of time. With so many people, even if the 2 medical ninjas in the camp kept knocking out the soldiers' ration pills, they couldn't treat them all, so they had to move. If you observe carefully, you will find that most of the people in this team are civilian ninjas. Those who understand will understand. Don't think that Udanenoken is messing around. In fact, this is just a hidden rule. Dangerous and troublesome tasks have always been carried out by civilian ninjas. Who made the middle and high-level positions in the village all occupied by family ninjas. This is natural. The same two genin, family ninjas beat civilian ninjas. In this case, it is also reasonable for family ninjas to take priority, right? No wonder Minato Namikaze can take the position in the future. It is completely a general trend. Because he was born a civilian. In order to make the civilian ninjas in the village stable, it is indeed necessary to let the civilian-born Hokage take the position. In addition to Minato Namikaze's own talent and personality, and his teacher is a Hokage, he is simply the only choice for the fourth Hokage. No wonder Orochimaru lost to him. Emphasis, no will of fire. It can only be said that some things are not coincidences, but destiny. While thinking about these in his mind, Du Ping listened to the assignment of the leader, Senior Ninja Kobayashi Ping. Team 1 is in front of the convoy, Team 2 and Team 3 are scattered on both wings, and Team 4 and I stay at the back. We must protect the team back to Konoha. As the commander of the mission, Kobayashi Ping, a senior ninja, naturally has the ability. But he knows in his heart that the Sand Ninja will definitely not let them go. Especially those wounded, most of them are in a state of poisoning and cannot move, which is the best opportunity to solve them. Yes. Asterisk 4. Four Chunins including Du Ping nodded at the same time, indicating that the arrangement was clear. Let's go. Kobayashi Ping took the lead in rushing towards the convoy that had already set off. More than a dozen carriages. That was the escort team this time. But their escort team had just left the camp not far away when they heard a violent explosion from the rear. Boom! The terrifying explosion was clearly audible even from such a distance. If the enemy pursued, they would surely be able to kill them quickly. Fortunately, the enemy's first target was the camp, not their convoy. It was not the Sand Ninja army that attacked, but a small number of ninjas that attacked by surprise. Among these Sand Ninjas that attacked by surprise, the most dazzling one. It was naturally the female ninja who led the way and spun basin-sized fireballs around her like satellites. Yekang. Faced with her attack, the camp could only use detonating tags, kunao, etc. to push the enemy back. The strong on the battlefield are so difficult to deal with. If there is no strong person of the same level on their side, they can only pay a greater price. After Yekang rushed for several rounds, he successfully killed his way onto the camp wall at the cost of several kunao in the aftermath of the detonating tags. Scorch release. Oversteaming kill. After her bloodline limit was deployed, the temperature around her soared wildly, and one Konoha ninja after another quickly turned into mummies and fell down. Yekang, are you from Sand Village? Aren't you afraid of our Konoha's revenge? Then Yejiun roared and killed him. Even though I had known that Tsunagakure was dishonest for a long time, until today, I thought that the other party was just using Konoha to deflect conflicts and would not really take action. After all, in terms of strength, Konoha is far superior to Tsunagakure. It's a pity that the top management of Konoha don't understand what people will bite when they are anxious. Bang! Yekang blocked the attack with kunao and said decisively. What does Tsunagakure village have to lose now? This is also the sentiment of all Sand Ninjas. Anyway, we are going to die, so we might as well take a gamble. If I win, I am XX in the club, if I lose, I am XX. With this mentality, it's no wonder that the morale of the Sand Ninjas was high at this time. I won't let your plan succeed. Although Yejiun was selfish, he was determined to give everything for the village, so he started working hard. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between elite Jounin and shadow-level masters is like a chasm. Unless there are unique secret techniques or forbidden techniques, it is not easy to make up for it. Yekang not only had to face his desperate efforts, but also had to deal with the Konoha ninjas coming up from time to time, but even so, he firmly had the upper hand. Kill. Follow Lord Yakura and kill these hateful Konoha ninjas. Come together. The hundreds of Sand Ninja who followed Yekang's surprise attack also had their morale greatly increased and charged up the high wall of the camp. Fight to the death and never retreat. Even if he dies, he must take away the Konoha ninja. Even if Konoha has the advantage of location and numbers, it is still at a disadvantage at this time. This is the end if the top combat effectiveness is not good enough. In small-scale battles, the influence of the top experts is unquestionable. Damn it! After turning to bed, Yejiun's eyes turned red as he looked at his subordinates who were dying of dehydration around him. It's a pity that he doesn't have the Otsutsuki bloodline in his body, so no matter how angry he is, he can't cheat. After barely holding on for more than 10 minutes. Poof! Yakura's kunao stabbed him through the neck. At this time, there were not many Konoha ninjas left in the entire border camp, only one sand ninja bathed in blood. A sign representing the sand ninja rose high above the camp. Send a message to Uegakuer, now it's their turn. Yeking glanced at the remaining Suna ninja, and a flash of unbearability flashed in her heart, but she suppressed it immediately, and loudly ordered to the Suna ninja next to her. That's right. Even if Tsunagakuer fights to the death, it doesn't mean that he will just attack. Last time, the third Kazekage and Onaki, the third Iwakage, had reached an agreement when they united with the Choyunin, that is, to join forces to invade the Land of Fire. It was only because of the disappearance of the third Kazekage that this agreement was delayed for a while. From the time when the letter was sent to question Konoha to now, in addition to preparing for war, Tsunagakuer village has secretly reached an agreement with Uegakuer again. Well, this is the truth of the Third Ninja War. Just like in the anime, the reason the disappearance of the third Kazekage caused Tsunagakuer village to attack Konoha is completely deceptive to children. With the fall of the border camp, the scattered outposts and strongholds were naturally unable to resist the Sand Ninja. The southwest border has fallen. This news also caused a fierce reaction in Konoha. First, Uchiha jumped out. Expressed his position that Tsunagakuer had betrayed the covenant between the two villages, and the Uchiha clan wanted to help the village regain its position. Facing their invitation to fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, expressed his intention. Uchiha's motives are good and his actions are worthy of encouragement, but compared to Tsunagakuer, Kirigakuer is more dangerous, so the strongest Uchiha must be on guard. So, the Uchiha clan could indeed go to the battlefield, but they were kicked off to deal with the Mist Ninja. Mist Ninja. Compared to the Sand Ninja, the Mist Ninja is extremely restrained against the Uchiha. Because who doesn't know that this clan is best at fire escape, and the mist also restrains the Sharingan, so dealing with the Mist Ninja is simply a crime. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed Orochimaru as commander-in-chief and led 2,000 Konoha ninjas to fight against the Sand Ninjas. However, the escort team that escaped from the border camp did not show any signs. It's not impossible to rescue him. But now that Tsunagakuer occupies the border, the cost of saving people is too high. Therefore, we can only let the other party sacrifice for the will of fire. But sacrifices have to be made anyway, and some people think that the value of sacrifices should be maximized. As a result, a dispute broke out in the Hokage's office. Chapter 70 Danzo, Make Konoha Great Again. The Hokage's office. Hiruzen, don't hesitate anymore. Danzo's voice was excited, as if he wanted to press Sarutobi Hiruzen's head to make him agree to his proposal. The southwest border has fallen. This news aroused panic among Konoha villagers and dissatisfaction with the higher UPS. Danzo said that he had a way to solve this problem, so he convened this meeting. No, I don't allow you to do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head firmly. Because Danzo's proposal was to put the blame for the fall of the border on the Uchiha. Not possible under normal circumstances. But isn't there an Uchiha on the southwest border? It's completely reasonable to shift the blame. Just say that the border camp fell because the intelligence brought back by the other party was wrong. As for what the intelligence was, the villagers would not care at all. In this case, the responsibility lies with Yuji. It has nothing to do with the village leaders. It can only be said that Danzo knows how to pass the buck. Hiruzen, the villagers are dissatisfied with us now, and we must find a way to solve it. Udadan Koharu suddenly spoke. There is no way, the commander of the southwest border camp is her clansman. If Danzo's suggestion is passed, she will naturally be happy to see it. This is also a good opportunity. The Uchiha has been very active since the new clan leader took office. Use this incident to make them behave themselves, and at the same time let them come up with more things. Midamanen also gave a supplement. It is the instinct of these Tobirama disciples to knock Uchiha. Although he is not as extreme as Danzo, he will not miss the opportunity. This. No. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, he finally shook his head. The will of fire he accepted since childhood does not allow him to do this. And Danzo turned away dissatisfied, and threw a sentence when he walked to the door. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously said. Danzo, I am the Hokage. After this classic you regret my Hokage, the meeting ended. But Danzo is not an honest man. He will not be a hot search package for Uchiha Tohei just because he has no money. So he arranged for his subordinates to put Uchiha Dohei on a hot search package as soon as he returned to the route. In terms of playing with public opinion, he can be said to be a dimensionality reduction strike in Konoha where honest people are everywhere. Humph, Uchiha Dohei, since you don't want to be the root of Konoha, then burn for the will of fire, all this is for Konoha. Danzo muttered to himself after giving the order. In his opinion, as a Konoha ninja, the other party is unwilling to join the route to serve the village, which is completely a way to die. He wants to prove that his will of the route is better than Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire. Hiruzen, I will prove to the teacher that I am more suitable for that position than you. Only I can make Konoha great again. Danzo slowly closed his one eye. A rumor quickly spread in Konoha village. That is, the fall of the southwest border camp was caused by the intelligence error of Uchiha Dohei, the first place in the joint Chunin exam. Following this topic, the blame was also thrown on Uchiha, who made the other party's reputation completely known in Konoha, so no villager thought there was anything wrong. In a word, Konoha is so miserable, no matter how you think about it, it is the fault of Uchiha. As for Konoha getting better, it is the credit of the village leaders and himself. The double standard method was completely understood. And this black pot also made the Uchiha clan have opinions about Uchiha Dohei. If it were not for the suppression of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mei, there might be he is also worthy of the surname Uchiha. Of course, the major ninja clans can naturally see the truth. But what if he saw it? Just like White Fang, he was famous and well connected, but when he was slandered, no one was willing to stand up and explain for him. After all, the rumors came from the village leaders, who dared to go against the village and rebel against the village. And Tang Ping, who was far away in the southwest border area of the Fire Country, didn't know that there was a big and black pot on his head. At this time, he was bathed in the moonlight, sitting alone by the campfire and swallowing the ration pills while treating his injuries. There were too many sand ninjas chasing him. Not only were they endless, but they were also fearless and wanted to fight them to the death. A ninja who was fighting for his life was much more terrifying than a terrorist. Even he suffered some minor injuries. In order to save treatment potions, he naturally treated these minor injuries by himself instead of using potions. Tang Ping. I don't think this can go on. Honda Ying, whose abdomen was wrapped in bandages, came to sit beside him with a bitter face. In just one day, their escort team lost 1/3 of its members, and his 2 teammates died in battle. 2 people, the author didn't even give us a name. You have no heart. If it weren't for Tang Ping's rescue at the critical moment, he would never have survived. And this place is still thousands of kilometers away from Konoha. At the current speed, it will take at least nearly a month. Even if the sand ninja can't chase the whole way, it will take at least a week for the convoy to get out of the pursuit range. But with their current state and speed, it is impossible to hold on for a week. I know, but... Tang Ping didn't say anything, but he believed that the fat man could understand. Even though his strength has been demonstrated today, his identity is only a Chunin after all, and he can't make the decision in the team, so even if he has any ideas, it's useless. That's right. Honda Ying lowered his head in frustration. The death of 2 teammates, coupled with the bleak future, even the optimistic him couldn't be happy. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to return to the village alive. Tang Ping patted his shoulder. He had never doubted this. As long as he was not pursued by strong men like Ye Kang, Luo Sha, etc., and he was careful not to be trapped by secret techniques and poisons, it would not be a problem to escape back to the village safely. Just then, a Konoha genin came over. Do Ping Chunin, Captain Kobayashi is calling you. Although this genin was older, his attitude was extremely respectful. Ninjas are respected for their strength, so no matter how old they are or how senior they are, it is useless. Okay. Do Ping stood up and walked towards the convoy. Anyway, there are people on guard outside, so there is no need to worry about being approached by the sand ninja without anyone to warn. Soon, Dohei came to a corner of an open space surrounded by the convoy. Kobayashi Tera and the 2 Chunin squad leaders were illuminated by the light of the bonfire, but their conditions were extremely bad. Almost everyone was injured. It can only be said that the intensity of the battlefield and the usual missions are indeed not at the same level. You are here. Kobayashi Tera greeted him weakly. He was also seriously injured. The point is not the injury, but the poison. Almost everyone in the Sand Ninja is poisoned, and it is the kind that ordinary antidotes cannot remove. Captain, do you have any orders? Dohei found an empty place to sit down and ask. The other party is now his superior. It is impossible that he asked him to come here to build a relationship, right? Just hearing his words, Kobayashi Tara said an unfortunate news with a complicated expression. Chapter 71 Revenge Plan. We will not have any reinforcements, and there are rumors in the village that it is because of your poor intelligence transmission, doping, that the border camp fell. Kobayashi Ping finished talking about the news he received from the communication eagle. This is news that makes them despair. No reinforcements. Originally, they thought that as long as they held on a little longer, they would be able to wait for reinforcements, but they didn't expect that there would be no reinforcements. Of course, they also threw a pot of ink at doping. If it were someone else, they would definitely think it was his responsibility. But as those who experienced the incident, they naturally understood the truth of the incident. Facing a sudden attack by a strong man like Ye Kang, no one could withstand it without a strong man of the same level. The responsibility is definitely the village leaders. Because the Sand Village had already made frequent changes before, but the village leaders had no other actions except mobilizing supplies. Who else can they blame? Doping was extremely calm and was not affected by the news at all. Just kidding. Why should he be affected? With Tei in hand, he can escape the encirclement at the bottom, so he naturally doesn't care whether there are reinforcements or not. As for being smeared? Sorry, his name is not White Fang, and he is not like those arrogant Uchiha, who will not take the responsibility because of rumors. Rumors are very useful for ninjas who have morals and sense of responsibility in their hearts. But Doping has put down his moral bottom line and enjoys an immoral life. How can such rumors be useful to him? Okay, let's discuss how to break out next. Although Kobayashi Ping didn't understand why Doping was so calm, he also changed the subject. No matter who is responsible, the prerequisite is to be able to escape first. No one spoke. Because everyone understands that with their current situation, it is impossible to fight back to Konoha from the siege of Sand Ninja. As for abandoning the convoy and escaping, no one mentioned it at all. Even if they could escape back to Konoha, it would be a dead end. In fact, there is a way. Doping didn't want to continue to be awkward with them, and broke the silence directly. Our mission is to escort the team back to Konoha, but there is no time limit or route limit, right? He pointed out directly. We can take other routes and hide for a while. It will be easy to escape the encirclement this way. No, those poisoned people can't hold on for too long. They must be sent back to Konoha for treatment as soon as possible. Kobayashi Ping rejected the method proposed by Tang Ping. Once they do this, it is equivalent to giving up the escort of the poisoned ninjas, which is no different from giving up the mission. It's not that the method is not possible, but that reality does not allow it. The will of fire does not allow them to do this. Konoha ninjas have grown up under the influence of the will of fire since childhood, and their loyalty to the village is indeed unquestionable. What if I can slow down the onset of the poison? Tang Ping's words made several people breathe rapidly. No one wants to die. Before, they had no choice, but now they have a way to survive. How can they not be excited? Really? Kobayashi Ping asked with eager light in his eyes. I have billions of experience in drug development, slowing down the onset of toxins should not be a problem. Doping's modest assurance. And he was not afraid of being known. The treatment drug was originally developed by him, and it would be a lie if he said he did not know how to develop drugs. So there is no hidden danger in showing off his ability in this area. It can only be said that Doping benefited from Tsunade. The other party left him a lot of medical knowledge, including detoxification. With these accumulations, it is no wonder that he has the confidence to make such a guarantee. It is not easy to cure, is it not easy to slow down? If it is really a strong poison, these ninjas would not be able to wait to be sent back to Konoha, so the difficulty of slowing down the onset time is really not as great as imagined. It is not difficult to collect materials, most of them are in the forest. Then where should we go? Kobayashi Ping did not pretend at all, and directly spread out the map to ask for the specific target. Here. Doping drew a line on the map spread out by the other party, and then clicked. River country. Everyone looked at where Tang Ping's finger pointed. It was a small country located in the southern area of the wind country and the fire country. Since most of the country is made up of rivers that cannot be cultivated, the population is not large and the situation is chaotic and disorderly. Ironically, the river kingdom borders the wind kingdom. One is water shortage, the other is river flooding. The contrast should not be too obvious. That's right. The sand ninjas certainly didn't expect us to flee to the river country. We just need to hide there for a while and wait for the Konoha army to arrive before returning the same way. Tang Ping told the plan. Good. Kobayashi Tara nodded directly, and the other two Chunins had no objections. Because there is really no problem with this arrangement. However, in order to buy time, someone naturally has to act as bait to divert the sand ninja's attention. Leave it to me. Tang Ping decisively took on the task. Of course it's not because he is selfless, but because this is a rare opportunity. In the past, when I left the village, I either had a mission or was followed by someone, and I had no chance to move freely. This opportunity couldn't be better. Being able to move freely, he would do some important things. For example, placing a hibiscus tree. It is no longer easy to keep this thing in Konoha now. In order to limit its growth, Do Ping does not even dare to invest more resources to prevent it from becoming too big to be taken away. Once he takes on the mission of luring the enemy, Tang Ping will have time to place the hibiscus tree in a place that he has already scouted. Good. Kobayashi Tara nodded directly, agreeing that Dohei would act as bait to lure away the sand ninjas, and did not choose to carry out this task himself. Because he was in extremely bad condition. To undertake this mission would be to commit suicide. Meanwhile, Tang Ping has proved his strength, so he is the best choice to undertake this mission. After discussion, Tang Ping packed up his bucket and ran away overnight. No. He searched for medicinal herbs all night, produced a large amount of potions to relieve the toxins, and then took the initiative to divert the attention of the sand ninja. Being restricted when moving with a convoy. If he acts alone, he can attack without reservation. If it weren't for the need to preserve his strength, Dohei could really lead his team out of the encirclement and return to Konoha. But you'd have to be crazy to do that. After returning to the village, there were still endless tasks waiting for him, so he was foolish and rushed back. It's better to use this time to do something. There are rumors that put the blame on oneself. It is easy to guess who did it. Tooth for tooth. He is not the type to swallow his anger. Just like when the other party sent the root to capture him, he wiped out the entire root team without hesitation. This time, I also want to teach the roots a lesson, and by the way, get the good stuff that I have been coveting for who knows how long. Don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree. Before the time travel, what annoyed Doping the most was the low-level Pua words like for the overall situation. You can ignore the overall situation when you attack me, but I have to consider the overall situation when I retaliate. The overall situation is yours, not mine. If you can endure when you have no power and still endure when you have power, then you are a ninja turtle. It can only be said that his mentality has indeed changed after gaining power. If it were when he had just traveled through time, Tang Ping could have made some sacrifices for the overall situation. Now that he has the power, he is not willing to endure even for a while. With a sharp knife in mind, murderous intent arises. This is really true. Placing the Fuzu tree and taking revenge on Danzo, these two tasks can be completed during the time when the sand ninjas are lured away. In this way, he would have proof of his alibi. Chapter 72 The Enviable Artifact. A few days later, late at night, outside Konoha village. A figure covered in a cloak and wearing a bone mask stood outside the barrier, as if waiting for something. After a while, the black shadow suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed forward, tearing open the light curtain of the barrier in front of him as if stabbing into water waves. A figure slowly walked out of the gap. If you look closely, you will find that the other person's eyes are pure white. Roll of eyes. The person who came was Hinata Sogitsu, and the figure outside was naturally Uchiha Dohei. If you want to get to the root of the problem, you naturally cannot do without this strongest aid. It's just that it's a bit troublesome for the other party to leave Konoha silently, so Doping has to come in person to pick him up. Barrier. Konoha is covered by a barrier, and anyone entering or leaving will be detected immediately. People like Orochimaru, Itaki, etc. can enter and exit freely because they understand the loopholes and rules of the barrier, not because the barrier is faulty. If it were Tang Ping, he naturally wouldn't know those things. But it doesn't matter, he knows the vortex sealing technique. The barrier technique of Konoha was set up by the Uzumaki clan. As long as you study it in depth, it will not be easy to master the method of opening the door without triggering it. Just now, Tang Ping seized the opportunity and opened a door to allow people to enter and exit. Although the process seems easy, it takes a long time to learn how to open the door, and you also need personal guidance from a direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Let's go, from now on, we are the Shell organization. Tang Ping threw the thing in his hand to Hinata Sogitsu, and the two left silently. Cloak and mask. This will be their disguise for the future. He doesn't want to learn from the future Xiao Tian group, red cloud robe and ring and nail polish. Isn't this disguise better than that one? Although it is a secret organization, they are eager to debut by singing and dancing. It's no wonder that they will get the nickname Xiao Tian Tuan in the future. And Tang Ping drew on the experience of countless senior time travelers, and prepared to use the vest of the Shell organization to cause trouble. Anyway, it is the Shell organization that is causing trouble, and it has nothing to do with me, Uchiha Dohei. If someone really tracks down this organization, it will be a good thing for him, and he can solve this hidden danger as soon as possible. Two figures jumped forward in the night, quickly heading towards the east of the village. Routes. Although the headquarters is in Konoha, there is an important branch east of Konoha village. Some things that are difficult to do in the village are all done in this branch. Dohei will know that this is not a prophetic advantage, but he learned it from Uchiha Shizuka. Uchiha pays close attention to Denzo, so he naturally has a lot of basic information. Even if he doesn't know the detailed location, he still knows the general location. About an hour or so. The two of them, moving at full speed, arrived at a forest about 100 kilometers away from the village. Nearly half of the fire country is a forest area. It's up to you. Tang looked at Hinata Kengyu, who was wearing a mask like him, and her whole body was hidden under a cloak. Well, the shell tissue cloak is pure black. The main focus is mystery. Hinata Kengyu, whose whole body was hidden under a cloak and had a bone mask on her face, nodded slightly to indicate that she understood. Their voices, body shapes, and smells are all disguised so that they won't reveal their secrets. Roll your eyes. A flash of blue appeared in Hinata Kengyu's eyes, veins popped up near her eyes, and then she glanced around. From the time the gene was completed to now, her white eyes have grown again. It was originally a 3-kilometer range, but now it has grown to the ultimate 4-kilometer range. As long as it is within this range, you can have insight and perspective. Super-humanoid radar. With Byakugan, you can easily find the route. If it weren't for Byakugan, it would be a complete dream to find the location of the routes underground. Found it. After just scanning around, Hinata Kengyu found the target. It's not because of luck, but because her field of vision is too large. It might take a lot of time for other Hyuga families to do it. After entering later, you will find one thing first. Tang Ping explained in a low voice. This time, in addition to retaliating against Denzo in kind, the more important thing is to get an artifact. Yes, this is the point. Old Bideon can take revenge on Denzo at any time, but there is only one chance to get this thing. Once this opportunity is missed, the other party will be alert and will definitely not take out such a good thing easily again. Ask questions. Is there anything in the ninja world that can be compared to an artifact in the biological field? That's right, it's that good thing that no one who travels through time will miss. Pillar cells. This thing has all kinds of incredible effects. It's more fragrant than Tang Monk's meat. Of course, Tang Ping had already considered it, but he didn't have the strength before, let alone the chance. Now that I have the strength and the opportunity, I naturally act decisively without explaining. Yes. Hinata Kengyu took the initiative to lead the way. Psychic art. Tanghei summoned Chobaimaru. With his current chakra, he can already support the opponent's activities for a long time. The most important thing is that because of the closer relationship, the other party will also bear part of the cost. Unlike in the beginning, it is all borne by oneself. Relief. After a large amount of white mist dispersed, Chobaimaru appeared like a white hill. Let's go. Tang Ping followed the sun in front and moved towards Kengyu. And the huge snow-white lizard, the body of Chobaimaru also disappeared after the light distorted it. In the normal world, with such a huge body, it is completely a dream to move silently. But in the ninja world, this kind of thing is completely normal. As long as you have chakra, you can do anything. It is naturally impossible for the root base to be without vigilance measures. But in front of the all-seeing Byakugan with astonishing insight, no amount of vigilance measures will work. The traps were dismantled one by one, directly clearing a path forward. Arrive. Tang Ping saw Hinata Kengyu's sudden stop and knew that he should be at the right place. Hinata nodded slightly to Kang Yu, then silently landed from the tree, pulled out a kunao and stepped forward. Poof, poof. The two root ninjas, who were well hidden and almost blended into the surrounding environment, fell softly. And the whole process of Rixiang Kang Yu seemed to be flowing like clouds and flowing water, looking elegant and deadly. Grace. So elegant. In the whole process, the most critical thing is the sense of rhythm. It can only be said that the reincarnated eye brought her not only an improvement in her field of vision, but an improvement in all aspects. The quasi-shadow expert is so terrifying. At this time, she has a high probability of winning even if she confronts Danzo head-on. After all, under the premise that Danzo is now missing an eye and an arm, he is really no match for Hinata Kangetsu, who started out as a powerful quasi-shadow master and has mastered repulsion and gravity. Without this trump card, Tang Ping would not dare to come up with the idea of this root base. And as long as he gets Hashirama's cells, he can carry out an experiment that he has conceived for a long time. This is an important plan that will allow him to jump to the top and start directly at the shadow level. With strength, you also have the right to speak in the village. As long as he has strength, he can still lie down. After taking care of the two root ninjas on guard, Hinata Kangyu lifted off the disguise and revealed the back. The root entrance. Looking at the entrance in front of him, Tang Ping's eyes became eager. The pillar cells are close at hand. This is a good thing that can help him reach the sky in one step. How can he not be excited? After looking at each other, the two began to sneak in. At the same time, the channeled Chihimera was responsible for guarding the entrance to ensure that no root ninja could escape from here. A raid battle officially started. Chapter 73 Divine Aerial Strike and Copyright Squatting. Step, step. Rixiang Kangyu advanced slowly, not concealing his movements too much. But I don't know why, but I can always deal with the opponent in advance before those root ninjas react. A kunao and a child. Ordinary movements and a rhythm as smooth as water. Of course, all kinds of defensive methods and traps are invisible to the white eyes that can see through. Found it. Soon, Rixiang Kangyu looked in one direction. It was clear that there was a passage wall in front of her, but it was as if she saw something. There is a seal barrier outside the base, making it impossible to see clearly inside. But they have already entered the base, so they can naturally see everything clearly. After all, this place was not created specifically for the Hyuga clan. It would be nice to have a protective barrier outside, but not inside. Phew. Hinata Kangyu took a deep breath and made a charging punch. God's air attack. The fist-shaped airflow as thick as a train rushed out towards the wall of the passage in front of him. Boom, boom. Continuous roars sounded. Then a shocking scene appeared in front of the two of them. The fist-shaped hole several meters in size is completely imprinted on the solid passage wall several meters thick, and the same is true for the walls behind it. The fist marks are smooth and neat. It's as if it was carved out. And there is no gravel, only the extremely fine layer of stone powder on the ground. Divine air strike. The power is really strong. If it were a genuine 80 God's air attack, its power would definitely destroy the world. Phew. Sun Xiang Kangyu slowly closed her fist. It was also her first time to perform such a divine air attack with all her strength. Normally, I would restrain myself during practice. After all, if I make too much noise in the village, it will easily attract attention. I didn't expect that the power of a full blow would be so exaggerated. Now let alone a solid stone wall several meters thick, she is confident that it can be broken even if it is made of steel. It's terrible. Looking at the fist mark and powder, Tang Ping also gave his evaluation. The ultimate power. The biggest advantage of the divine air strike is not that it can break stone walls. Just for this alone, let alone Hinata Kangyu, Tanghe himself could smash it with his fire fist. But if he could concentrate all his power and hammer the rocks into powder without any waste, then he would be far inferior. This blow penetrates the stars. It can be described as such. However, the consumption was not small. After Hinata Kangyu's blow, her right fist hung softly, and nearly 1/3 of her chakra was consumed. Whoosh! Tang Ping rushed into the target along the nearly 100-meter-long passage he had penetrated. Bright lights, numerous experimental instruments, and mountains of information and documents. There are also a group of scientific researchers wearing white lab coats and holding materials. At this time, these people were all staring blankly at Tang Ping, who rushed in through the hole, and they had not yet realized what had happened. If you attack from outside the base, you will need to pass through multiple mechanisms and a large number of guards to reach the core. But who could have expected that Hinata Kangya would be able to see the laboratory and use an unreasonable divine strike to penetrate the heavy defenses and clear a safe passage? Tang Ping locked the target immediately. The petri dish connected by a large nutrient solution. There is a ball of flesh and blood the size of an egg inside, swallowing up the nutrient solution like breathing. Just by looking at it, you can feel the incomparable vitality in the flesh and blood. Pillar cells. Don't look at it, there is only one group like this. But in order to cultivate this mass of active cells, it will take at least a long time and countless funds. Even Konoha must not have many active Hashirama cells. Such a group can occupy at least half, if not all, of the inventory. Priceless treasure. Biological artifacts such as Hashirama cells are indispensable in Tanghei's plan, and he has already taken them into consideration. Stop him. It's an intruder. Careful. Only then did these researchers realize that Tang Ping was an intruder, not a person at the root. Unfortunately, it's too late to react now. Tang Ping quickly rushed forward, preparing to collect Zujian's flesh and blood. As for attacking from behind? Poof, poof. A researcher wearing a lab coat fell to the ground and died. Wearing a black cloak and a bone mask, Hinata Kangya took care of these non-combatants in a leisurely manner. It's not even that fast to kill a chicken. Senbon, Kunao. Just these two things allowed her to quickly clear out these people. But the root ninjas also arrived at this time. It's an intruder. Notify Lord Danzo quickly. Catch them. Faced with these heavily armed killing machines, Japan's Yang Kangya was not so relaxed and started fighting with all his strength. With her 360-degree white eyes, she is not afraid of being attacked at all. Suddenly, she held her left hand empty. All things are led by heaven. A root Jounin lost his center of gravity and crashed into her palm. Poof. The kunao in his right hand stabbed directly through the opponent's neck. Whoosh, whoosh. A round of kunao and senbon were shot towards Dohei, who was collecting active Hashirama cells from the petri dish. Shenluo Tianzheng. Hinata Kangya released the corpse's left hand and pushed forward, and the invisible repulsion bounced these long-range attacks away. And her performance also shocked these root ninjas. Is this Muji ninjutsu a little too weird? But before they could think of a way to deal with it, Hinata Kangya took the initiative to attack. Note that the repulsion and gravity just mentioned are the basic abilities of the Tsenjikan. It's just that Dohei felt that the name was too far-fetched, so he registered the copyright for the name named by Nagato in the future. I don't know if the other party will still call these two names when they have the reincarnation eye in the future. If so, will it be regarded as plagiarism? Hinata Kangya can use gravity and repulsion, as if she has two more blood inheritance limits, and combined with her own Byakugan, she can kill the root ninja as easily as killing chickens and dogs. Suddenly, she stopped and made a throwing motion with her bare hands forward. Whoosh! A kunao shot from the doorway towards the heart of Hinata Kangya, who stood motionless. It's a shadow. At this time, the shadow under her feet was connected by a dark shadow. Shadow mimicry. It is the secret technique of the Nara clan. As long as the shadows of the two are connected, you can make the enemy do the same thing as you. The secret technique is so troublesome. Once you are attacked, even if you are stronger, you may not be able to withstand it. So in the ninja world, being strong does not necessarily mean you will survive. It depends more on experience and combat wisdom. An angry look flashed in Rixiang Kangya's pupils. Although she has an overwhelming chakra advantage, she can break free quickly. But that takes time. Even though her combat power is comparable to that of a cage-level warrior, her body is still no different from that of a genin, and attacks that can kill a genin can still kill her. And this is also the characteristic of ninjas. High attack, high flash, low defense. Don't play if you are unhappy. Just when kunao was about to hit Hinata Kangya. Bang! A kunao flying from behind her side accurately hit the kunao coming from the front, knocking it away. It looks like there is another strong ant. Tanghei's voice sounded cold and strange through the bone mask. He had already put away Hashirama's cells and came to Hinata Kangya's side. Just now, it was just that the opponent's timing was too accurate. It did not mean that the opponent was stronger than Hinata Kangya. It's the experience gap. If it were a shadow-level combatant, it would be impossible to give the opponent a chance from the beginning to the end. But Hinata Kangya's combat power is quick, so she has this flaw. But this is nothing. As long as you fight more, your shortcomings in this area can be made up for. Having obtained the artifact of Hashirama cells, Dahira can also carry out his second goal this time. Chapter 74 White Eyes, it smells so good. Tooth for tooth. When raiding this root base, the top priority is to get the Hashirama cells. His inference that there are Hashirama cells here is not a random conclusion. Danzo has been trying to copy wood release, and this place is the closest to Konoha, and experimental subjects are sent here from time to time. How could it be possible without Hashirama cells? It can only be said that Tang Ping succeeded in getting what he wanted most by relying on the information he had. After getting the things, it's time for personal grudges. Have the Nara clan become dogs at the root. Tang Ping looked at the pineapple head standing at the entrance and snorted disdainfully. The other party was not wearing a mask and looked like the person in charge of the base. I have nothing to do with the Nara clan. Aren't you afraid of Konoha's revenge when you two attacked us? This ninja from the Nara clan spoke out. Of course, the other party is not just talking nonsense, but just stalling for time. The base is only about 100 kilometers away from Konoha. If we go all out, we can reach it in less than half an hour. Kill him. Tang Ping suddenly changed his face. He doesn't want the villain to die because he talks too much. In the ninja world where various forbidden and secret techniques are emerging one after another, counterattacks are completely commonplace. At the same time, they don't have much time, Danzo may kill them at any time. Fortunately, he had inquired about the information before taking action and knew that Namikaze Minato was not in Konoha. Otherwise, given the opponent's speed, they would have no chance to escape. Of course, the premise is that Danzo dares to expose what is being researched here and let the other party come to the rescue. Does he dare? He doesn't dare. Studying Hashirama cells is not only a social death, but also violates the bottom line. So Tang Ping is sure to defeat the other party. Hinata Kangyu held her left hand empty, but stopped immediately. Because the opponent was moving so fast, she didn't even have the chance to use the All Things Heavenly Guide, and she kept counterattacking with small movements. The problem is that the other party doesn't know that she has a white eye, and no matter how little tricks or calculations she makes, she won't be able to hide it. The most important thing among ninjas is intelligence. With information, it is completely routine to defeat the strong with the weak. Without it, others will. It's not surprising to kill indiscriminately. Just like the Xiaotian group, when they first appeared, their faces were full of invincibility. But when the information was exposed, they were solved one by one. What a perfect example! The intelligence advantage Tang Ping and his team have now should not be too great. Dang, dang! Hinata Kangyu stepped forward to fight in close combat. If you use the Divine Air Strike, its power is indeed unrivaled. The problem is to be able to hit. So it's not as convenient as close combat. At the same time, as long as you don't give the opponent a chance to form a seal, you don't have to worry about the opponent's shadow binding technique. After suffering a loss once, it was impossible for Hinata Kangyu to give the other party another chance. And Tang Ping naturally took advantage of this opportunity to search. In this laboratory, apart from the most precious Hashirama cells in their active state, there is another thing that is also extremely precious. Data. These experimental data were obtained at a huge cost by the roots. Tang Ping can save a lot of time and energy by getting them. Danzo is such a good person. Looking at the huge and detailed data in his hand, Tang Ping silently thanked the other party. If it were him, he really wouldn't conduct these experiments so cruelly, let alone cost so much. Put down the information. The Narajounen, who was being beaten by Hyaga Sogitsuo and seemed to be in danger, put on a mask of pain when he saw Dahira moving the information. Because he knows too well how much his master Danzo attaches importance to these things. A group of ants are also trying to spy on the power of God. Tang Ping glanced at the information in his hand and replied casually. No matter the tone or style, they are very well chosen, as if they didn't pay any attention to the root research, and just took a look out of curiosity. In fact, he looked for these data very carefully. Wonderful, wonderful. Through these data, he could learn more about Hashirama cells, and he also thought of several uses. Of course, he didn't want to master wood release and become Xiaozujian. Those who learn from me will live, those who resemble me will die. This is Senju Hashirama. People in the ninja world don't understand a truth at all. The stronger one is the god of ninja, not the wood release. Even if Senju Hashirama didn't have wooden, he could still run rampant in the ninja world, but without him, Wooden would never be as famous as it is today. Who are you? The Nara ninja was finally severely injured by the Shinra Tensei. His body hit the wall and fell softly to the ground, but he still tried hard to gather information before he died. Foolish mortal, you don't deserve to know my name. Tang Ping Zhong Er's breathtaking answer. Note, it is not uncommon in the ninja world to achieve the second grade. On the contrary, if you don't achieve the second grade, it won't be that interesting. Although you have put on the shell vest, it doesn't mean that you have to report to your home when you see someone. Soon, Tang Ping selected the materials to take away. Just now, he briefly scanned the catalog and contents to confirm what he wanted to take away, but he didn't mean to read them all. The data taken away stacked up are definitely much thicker than a few bricks. It is useless to get this data because they are too technical and not creative enough. If placed in the hands of Dohei and Orochimaru, these data would be priceless. Destroy the intruders. A number of root ninjas came from all over the base. To these people, neither Dohei nor Hinata Kangya were polite and sent them off directly. As for the person in charge of the base of the Nara clan, at this time, it has turned into a corpse, and its heart has been shredded by Hinata Kangya's last stab. Unless the opponent also has a second heart, it is impossible to survive. Fierce. A wisp of flame emerged from Tang Ping's hand, and then ignited this sinful place. How can you kill people without setting fire to them? After setting the fire, Tang Ping began to leave. Both goals have been accomplished, so naturally he will not stay any longer. As for whether there are any good things in the base? Of course. Even quite a few. But Tang Ping knew that he didn't have time. Being able to obtain so many active Hashirama cells and research materials was a miracle that he could only create with the help of Hinata Kangya and the best opportunity. If you are too greedy, you may have to spit out your capital and profits. The retreat process went smoothly. When they came to the ground, they found a pile of corpses. Tadahamaru, who was hiding and lurking, followed Dohei's orders very well and killed all the root ninjas who escaped. The raid process is easy and enjoyable. But this is not just due to strength, but also due to intelligence superiority. If it were other shadow-level experts, it would be impossible to just find the root base, let alone avoid those traps and false targets, and directly lock the laboratory. Roll your eyes YYDS. Before time travel, Chongping felt that the white eyes were real, but after seeing the real effect, he could only say it smells so good. Release the channeling. After sending away Tadahamaru, who was conscientiously carrying out his orders, the two prepared to leave. However, Hinata Kangya suddenly looked towards Konoha. Someone is coming. The extreme range of vision of 4 kilometers gives her a terrifying advantage in reconnaissance. Of course, this refers to the state of opening the white eyes, which is not usually opened. Let's go, I'll take you back first. I hope Danzo will be satisfied with my gift. When Tang Ping said the second half of the sentence, the corners of his mouth under the mask couldn't help but curl up. Every time I think about it, the image of Fang wearing the mask of pain made him extremely excited. Fun people, come online. Yes. Hinata Kangya was also very excited about this operation. However, what excited her was not the battle, but the fact that she could finally use her own strength to help Shang Tang Ping. The two figures disappeared into the woods. Less than a few minutes. A large group of figures appeared at the entrance of the base from which thick smoke was constantly billowing. Chapter 75 Tang Gu and the Fuzang Tree. After entering the base, looking at the messy base in front of him, Danzo quickened his pace. Pass through the passage created by Shenkong and enter the laboratory that was reduced to ashes by flames. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. After a while. Sir, the enemy has retreated and the base has been damaged. A root ninja began to report the losses, as if the flames and smoke around him did not exist at all. To be honest, the base was not seriously damaged. But the most core thing is gone. Hashirama's cells can be recultivated, but it will just cost a lot of resources. The problem is that those experimental data were obtained with great time and effort, and now they are gone, which means that all the previous work was in vain. What's more important is, the person is gone. Researchers are not cabbages that you can have as many as you want. There are few people who specialize in research. Because this industry relies too much on talent. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't do it, you can't do it. No matter how hard you try, it will be useless. Just like when people are pushed into a corner, they can do anything. Except math. The same is true for scientific research. These people were obtained by Danzo through various means. Now everything is in vain. How can we carry out the next experiment? Even if you have money and resources, it won't work. No matter what method you use, you must find those guys who dare to attack Konoha. Danzo gave the order with gritted teeth. If the other party appeared in front of him, he would want to eat him alive. The kind without soy sauce. It can be seen how strong the hatred in his heart was at this moment. What about the next research? A figure wearing a high-necked shirt with pockets, gloves, and sunglasses asked in a low voice. The Oil Girl Clan. It seems that this root ninja is from this clan. Danzo thought about how to deal with it next, and soon made a decision: stop the research first, and take everything away. He actually already had an idea, but he hadn't made up his mind before, so now was the perfect time to make a decision. Looking for someone to cooperate with. The best candidate is naturally Orochimaru. The other party has extremely strong research capabilities, but there is darkness in his heart. Winning him over would also cut off one of Sarutobi's arms, making him the perfect target for cooperation. As for Uchiha Dohei, whom he had always wanted to capture and bring back to work for him, he had now become a problem that needed to be solved in his eyes. Yes, sir. The Abarame ninja lowered her head. After giving the order, Danzo left the base with full of anger. Naturally, he didn't need to preside over the investigation work. Now as an elder of Konoha, he couldn't leave Konoha for a long time. When this oil female ninja was the only one left in the laboratory, the other party slowly squatted in front of a corpse that was burned by flames, leaving only charred remains. It was the corpse of a ninja from the Nara clan. Click. Suddenly, the oil female ninja twisted off her friend's head. True.friend.jpg. Of course, this is not about destroying the body, but for intelligence. For ninjas, corpses are information. Even if a person is dead, it does not mean that he will not speak. Goodbye. The Abarame Jonin stood up silently and left the laboratory destroyed by fire with her friend's head. This base will be abandoned, and the other party will not even be able to bring back the bodies to the family. But this is the route. Silently devoting themselves to Konoha and silently dying in the dark is also their destiny. The other side. Doping has sent Hinata Sogitsua back to Konoha. And from the other party, I learned that she would soon go to the battlefield, and she would also find a way to team up with Yamamakoji. If two people cooperate with each other, there is no need to worry about safety. What they should worry about is the enemy. One is a quasi-cage level warrior, and the other is a Jonin whose strength is almost reaching that of a Jonin. But it just so happens that both of them are disabled genin, which makes them extremely deceptive. All we can say is that after sending Hinata Sogitsua back to Konoha, this act of revenge was completely undetectable by anyone. After all, who would pay attention to a pitiful, weak, and lame genin from the Hyuga branch? As for Tang Ping, even if there is suspicion, there is no evidence. Now he is carrying out the mission of attracting the attention of the Sand Ninjas. He has no time to take action. At the same time, he does not have the strength, let alone the possibility of having that kind of information, and so on. So, Danzo didn't doubt him at all. In this way, Tang Ping successfully played a trick of hiding the truth from the public. The other party still poses a threat to him now, but in the future, it will be useless even if he suspects him. Next he will go to the Kingdom of Wind. The purpose of going there is to place a hibiscus tree. Hibiscus trees prefer an environment with plenty of sunlight. As for the sunshine, where else can you find a place with yellow sand and extremely high temperature? The wind country of humans is better and more hidden. At the same time, there is no need to worry about the sand village. The area controlled by the other party is only some oases on the edge, so there is no need to worry that the fuzu tree will be discovered by the other party if it is placed there. With Tei as a mount, the speed of movement can be imagined. In less than 2 days, Tang Ping has penetrated deep into the desert of wind country for thousands of kilometers and came to a forbidden area. Death Desert. This area is barren and no living creatures have set foot in it. And this is also Tang Ping's promised land. Puh. Tei slowly folded his wings and landed. Continuous flight, even with chakra, can't withstand it. Not a bad place, this place will be called Tanggu from now on, and it will also be a new holy place, a holy place belonging to me. Tang Ping took a look at this specially selected giant yellow sand valley. The concealment is full. Who would have thought that he would put the fuzu tree here? Not to mention that it is impossible to find this place in the boundless desert even if it is thought of. The first thing to do is to transplant the hibiscus tree. Now Uchiha Miai's courtyard dares not let anyone enter. The environment is too strange. The natural energy is too rich, and it even has a tendency to liquefy. Once the natural energy can be liquefied, what does it mean? Sage mode. Like the toad oil of Miyaboku Mountain, the snake venom of Ryokai Cave, the bone-eroding liquid of the wet bone forest, it is a necessary auxiliary product for learning the sage mode, and it is also the liquefied product of natural energy under the action of the Holy Land. It is precisely because of this kind of thing that the three holy places can teach the contractors the sage mode. Do you understand the value of the hibiscus tree now? Under the temptation of the sage mode, it is no wonder that doping is eager to transplant the hibiscus tree. Once you master the sage mode, even if you can't be an ancestor, you will have the power to protect yourself, and you can lie down if you want. Sage mode. It is also the goal that Dohei is pursuing at this stage. Hashirama cells and the hibiscus tree are all for this purpose. Boom! Tei spewed out a huge fireball, blasting a large pit more than 10 meters deep in the yellow sand ground. The biggest beneficiary after the hibiscus tree grows is it, so it works so hard. Well done! Doerhei praised. Pu. Tei, who still can't speak, shouted proudly. The several meter tall hibiscus tree was carefully placed by Dohei in this more than 10 meter deep pit, and then its roots were buried with yellow sand. This is the initial completion of the transplant. There is no need to worry about survival. Even if only the roots are left, as long as there is enough sunlight, it can slowly come back to life. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Doerhei took out something and muttered to himself, with an expectant expression on his face. Chapter 76 New Holy Land, Tangwu. Hashirama cells. Yes, this is what Dohei is holding in his hand. Of course, it's not for himself. He's not that reckless. It's for the Fuzu tree. Hashirama cells represent a huge vitality. Flesh and blood are extremely difficult to digest, but the Fuzu tree can digest as much as it can. But before using Hashirama cells, another medicine that has been prepared in advance must be injected in advance. This tube can enhance the Fuzu tree's ability to absorb heat. Of course, it can only be effective if there is also Dohei blood in it. Otherwise, it will not only have no effect at all, but it is also the most terrible poison. The Fuzu tree can transform from an ordinary mulberry tree to its current state because of Dohei's continuous and targeted cultivation. Even if other people know this, they can't succeed without his blood. The more abilities and the stronger they are, the more energy they need to grow. This is why it has only grown a few meters. Now it's all right. With Hashirama cells, an energy source that can be called a nuclear power plant, are you still worried about insufficient energy? Just go ahead. Cut a hole in the tree trunk, stuff most of the Hashirama cells harvested from the root base into it, and then carefully seal it with bark. After dealing with Hotang Ping, he jumped out of the sand pit. According to the experimental data obtained from the root base, the effect of Hashirama cells on plants will only be better, but it will eventually burst the plants. But the hibiscus tree is not afraid at all. As the man and the crow watched, changes began to appear. Shat, shat. The hibiscus tree that had just been planted began to sway automatically without wind. If you observe carefully, you will find that it is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well, it succeeded. Now we just have to wait for the hibiscus tree to digest the group of Hashirama cells. Don't underestimate it. It's just half of the harvested Hashirama cells. But in order to cultivate so many, Danzo spent a lot of manpower and time, and the nutrient solution consumed alone may be calculated in hundreds of cans. Now such a piece of Hashirama cells, most of them were harvested, contains an amazing amount of energy, and the effect is absolutely exciting. If there is anything wrong, notify me. After Dohei told Taiki, he dug a sand pit about 10 meters away and lay in it, then wrapped himself in a cloak and began to rest. Wild survival is a compulsory course in the ninja school. He has been very busy recently, and it is time to take a break. With Taiki by his side, he is not afraid of accidents unexpected. It just can't speak, but as a spiritual beast, its wisdom is not low, so Tang Ping dared to rest assured. The next day, after enjoying the sand bath, Tang Ping slowly woke up. Hey! He noticed something was wrong. Sunlight. Why is there no sunlight on his face? Opened his eyes. What caught his eyes were lush green branches and leaves, with a few fine golden dots falling from time to time, which looked extremely beautiful. Leaves? Thinking of this, Tang Ping subconsciously looked at the sand pit next to him. What caught his eyes was a giant tree with tangled roots and thick branches, and a dense tree canopy like an umbrella. It turned out that the place where he was lying was under the shade of the tree canopy. No wonder there was no sunlight on his face. Overnight, the supporting tree, which was only a few meters high and almost as thick as an arm, has become a huge monster. At least it is several meters thick and dozens of meters high. It is not even a fraction smaller than the two intertwined mulberry trees in Konoha village. Not only that, there is also a rich and fresh breath surrounding it. Natural energy. This is the key. No wonder Taiki climbed the tree so comfortably, with no intention of moving. At the same time, you can see a shallow liquid in a bathtub-sized pit at the root of the tree. Liquid natural energy. Although it is far inferior to the toad oil that forms a waterfall on Myaboku Mountain, the holy land he built is just the beginning. Why can the three holy lands be called holy lands? Isn't it because they master fairy arts? Now that he has liquefied natural energy, Dohei is also qualified to master fairy arts and create a new holy land. Of course, his holy land is snatching food, natural energy, from the three holy lands, which means that they are destined to be enemies instead of friends. Nonsense, just like there were only 3 foreign companies in the original market, and now there is a 4th one, which is a domestic, human, company. It would be strange if the 3 holy places had no opinion. Well, maybe the wetbone forest doesn't care. The slug sage is a very indifferent person and doesn't care about these things. However, Myaboku Mountain and Ryokai Cave will definitely regard him as a mortal enemy. Therefore, at this stage, any information about Tanggu must not be exposed, otherwise it will definitely be destroyed by the 2 holy places at all costs. The risk is indeed great, but the benefits are greater. With such a holy place, you can cultivate strong people who can use the sage mode. The 3 holy places have various tests and restrictions on the contractors, but on the side of Dohei, as long as they are their own people and have good talents, they will have the opportunity to try. This alone is enough to drive people crazy, because the sage mode represents the starting point of the cage level, and the upper limit is extremely high. Not to mention the other benefits after the natural energy is rich. Holy place. The benefits are absolutely in all aspects. Carefully putting away the liquid named Tang Chuan in his mind, Tang Ping did not rashly try to sense natural energy. It's not the time yet. The most important conditions for mastering the sage mode are huge chakra, sensing natural energy, and strong chakra control ability. Now, except for the perception aspect, he has met the conditions because of advanced preparation. Apart from that, neither chakra nor control ability has reached the standard. But it's okay. The key to the sage mode is in hand, and it's only a matter of time to master it. Before that, Tang Ping fished to prepare for the sage mode, that is, to exercise his perception ability. Like a certain Nalo sitting on the wooden board on the top of the stone pillar, the training effect is not as strong as fishing. This is entertainment and meditation. With a huge chakra, he only has a little more than 1 card now, which is indeed not much. But he can cheat. Whether it is injecting Hashirama cells or using the natural force potion again, the chakra can soar. The rest is the chakra control ability. This aspect can only be practiced slowly, there is no way to achieve it by shortcuts, so it is not the right time. Next, prepare a new natural force potion for use, then inject Hashirama cells, and finally go to the river country to digest it. It is just the right time to practice chakra control ability. Do Ping planned his future plans in his mind. Everything is for the sage mode. Since he can't lie down peacefully, he must do his best to gain self-protection power. Otherwise, let alone lie down, just lie down directly. Although Tai was reluctant to leave Tanggu, this place that made him extremely comfortable. But facing the master's order, he could only send Do Ping with the natural force materials back to the fire country first. After returning to the fire country, Do Ping first used the channel of his fiancée to find a place to extract the 2 potions. Natural force. Hashirama cells. The former uses the branches and blood and auxiliary materials of the new hibiscus tree, and the latter only replaces the main materials, and the others remain unchanged. He kept some active Hashirama cells, preparing to cultivate them himself in the future. Artifacts are naturally not disposable. They can be harvested steadily like leeks. Next is the time to take medicine. I, Uchiha Dohei, don't cheat. Everything I have is the result of my own hard work. Potion, injection. Chapter 77 Dohei, Xiao Zhuang is not pretending. Injection. Dohei first injects the natural force potion. The formula has been changed. The effect of the auxiliary materials is not to enhance the potion effect, but to slow down the release time of the potion effect. It used to be instant burst of medicinal effect. The current formula is to slow down the onset of effects. After learning so much medical knowledge, Tang Ping has completed improvements. Hiss. He opened his mouth and inhaled, as if this would cool his body down. The injected natural force medicine seemed to be like lava flowing in the body, causing people endless pain. Fine. Tang Ping felt it carefully and found that he could barely bear it before he started to rush towards the kingdom of the river. Now that Tai has returned to Yugu, he can only go on foot. Fortunately he is a ninja. Even if it is not going at full speed, the speed is nearly 100 kilometers. It only took 1 day for Tang Ping to enter the kingdom of the river and follow the signal left behind to find the team. But, it came at a bit of an unlucky time. Dang, dang. The sound of weapons clashing was endless. 2 groups of ninjas were fighting on the river. Not far away was a small island. Among them, the one with the smaller number is Kobayashi Ping and his friends, who are struggling to support the defense line. Not wearing a forehead protector. They can't reveal their whereabouts, otherwise the Sand Ninja army will definitely come to visit. Kill them. Snatch all these fat sheep. Don't retreat, give it all to me. A guy holding a ninja sword held the formation at the rear, issuing commands from time to time, making the group of wild ninjas continue to test and attack like a pack of wolves. Note that there was no melee between the 2 sides. Instead, the group of wild ninjas launched probing attacks from time to time, and then immediately retreated. Obviously, the other party wants to consume Kobayashi Ping's energy and chakra first, and finally solve it in one go. And more than that. There are also small boats several meters long on both sides of the island. They are full of pirates carrying knives and harpoons, as if they will look for opportunities to attack the island at any time. River Beach Bandits? Tang He immediately recognized the identities of these people from the flag on the back of the ninja carrying the sword. After knowing the identity of the other party, Tang Ping was relieved. As long as the Sand Ninja army doesn't attack, he doesn't need to worry. Although there are many people on the other side, the fighting power of the wild ninjas and the ninjas of the ninja village are completely on 2 levels. Say something unpleasant. Whether or not any of these people know sea-level ninjutsu is the same thing. Regardless of the 5 major ninja villages, high-level ninjutsu is difficult to obtain. But Xiao Ninja Village and Wild Ninja have no chance to obtain it. They can only rob, steal, or cheat. Therefore, these wild ninjas did not use any ninjutsu and could only rely on physical skills or throwing attacks to fight. Tang Ping took off the Konoha forehead protector and stepped forward. At this time, the situation on the river is extremely unfavorable for Konoha. Nearly everyone was injured and looked pale, obviously not in a good condition. Among them, the little fat man is definitely the worst. Because his own fighting ability is not good, if Xiao Linping hadn't deliberately saved his hand, it would have been impossible to survive until now. Looking at the enemy rushing up ahead, Honda Eagle was about to attack, but found Kobayashi Ping standing in front of him. Team leader. Honda Eagle looked at the other party in confusion, wondering why he was stopping him. No need to take action. Kobayashi looked at Uchiha Dohei who was slowly walking along the river towards the battlefield, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He has seen the opponent's combat power before, and it is not much weaker than his own. The important thing is that you were not injured. A fully intact Murakami ninja level combat power of the 5 great ninjas can definitely sweep the entire field with ease. Naturally, the strangeness between Kobayashi Ping and the Konoha ninjas around him could not be hidden from the people of the River Bandits group. They followed their eyes and saw doping coming from behind while treading the water. The noodles are full. Feeling the attention, Tang Ping was extremely satisfied. In the past, keeping a low profile was just to lie flat, but that didn't mean that his character liked to remain unknown. Now that I have traveled to the ninja world, if I say that I don't aspire to become a strong man with supreme power, that would be completely false. I just don't have the chance. Now is the painting he longs to see. At this time, he can be described as pretending to be like the wind, always with me. Well, this is not embarrassing. During the Chunin examination, the future two pillars and Gagakai appeared back to back at the last second, surrounded by countless Konoha. That was considered an awkward disguise. Now Tang Ping is completely at the level of pretending to be small but not pretending. Get out, or you'll die here. He expressed his attitude directly. Although bandits in the ninja world are not necessarily bad people, they will still have blood on their hands. The leader of the River Beach Bandits, a wild ninja who carries a long sword and is nicknamed the Ghost, looks at Tang Ping. He is a little brat with some strength. He made a judgment in his mind, then fiercely raised his ninja sword and shouted. Kid, please stop meddling in other people's business and get out of here while your evil uncle is not angry. As he spoke, the subordinates around him cheered for their boss with their eyes. Fire escape! Fire bullet! Tang Ping didn't waste any more words and simply hit sea-level fire escape. It's just that this fire escape is different from before. The fire bomb, which is about the size of a human, is several times larger than before, and its color is also a bit darker. Even the Uchiha clan's unique fireball technique would never be as powerful as this fire bullet. Is this a sea-level ninjutsu? It can be said to be a B-level ninjutsu. Whoosh! Nearly human-size, the fireball quickly crossed the water and flew towards the leader of the thieves, Ghost, drowning him in the other's stunned eyes. Boom! The explosion of flames set off huge waves, engulfing all nearby wild ninjas. Facing this powerful ninjutsu, these people's reactions were extremely intuitive. Run away quickly! A famous ninja fled without looking back. When disaster strikes, we all fly away. These wild ninjas used facts to illustrate how true this statement is. A group of thieves who are themselves a ragtag group of thieves, how loyal can you expect them to be? My sister is just right. The Ghost, who was lucky enough to escape using the teleportation technique, happened to see his subordinates escaping around him, and he suddenly became furious. Die! A voice rang in his ears before he could react. Poof! The kunai pierced the demon's heart from behind, causing it to collapse softly. Tang Ping, on the other hand, stood on the water behind the opponent, and the flames on his body slowly dissipated. The reason why his teleportation technique was so fast just now was because he used the flame clothes acceleration, otherwise the battle would never have ended so quickly. The opponent is just a Chiyunin, and he is a ninja who has not mastered any ninjutsu. With Tang Ping's current strength, it's really not a problem to kill instantly. Xiao Linping was injured, plus there was a target to protect, otherwise it wouldn't be much harder to deal with him than killing a chicken. After defeating the opponent, Tang Ping did not pursue him, but began to land on the island to rest. The next period of time is the final rest time. This time is all it takes to digest the power of nature potion, Hashirama cells, and at the same time exercise chakra control. Once he returns to the land of fire, countless battles are waiting for him. However, when he is weak, he will be worried and uneasy. But now, Tang Ping looked in the direction of the country of fire. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of fun this ninja battle can bring to me. Chapter 78, Medicine Master Nanoyu. In the following days, in the fierce confrontation between Konoha and Tsunagakuer, the river country is completely a breath of fresh air. Because there is no value here. Apart from the river, it is a river. Even if there are islands, they are the kind with serious soil erosion and extremely difficult to plant. As for wanting to detour from here and enter the land of fire, it's not impossible. But at most it's a small scale. If it's a large scale, it's a suicide, because the logistics team has no way to get around it. Under such a situation, it's no wonder that the place is calm. If it were just Konoha vs Tsunagakuer, then Konoha could beat the crap out of the opponent. The problem is, the IWA ninja has joined the war. After Tsunagakuer cleared the southwest border stronghold, Iwagakuer also entered the northern part of the fire country via the country of grass. The original duel turned into a group fight. And Iwagakuer's action also represents one thing. This is not a war between ninja villages, but a war in the ninja world. 3 of the 5 great ninja villages have met their fate. Why don't the other 2 take action? So even if Kumagakuer and Kirigakuer have not taken action yet, Konoha must strengthen its border defenses. The geographical advantage of being located in the center of the ninja world turned into a disadvantage during the war. With multifaceted defenses, even though Konoha is the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages, when facing Tsunagakuer village, its strength is actually at a disadvantage. Everyone came out in full force, but Konoha could only use a fraction of its strength to fight, so how could it not fall at a disadvantage? And these have nothing to do with the Konoha team in the River Kingdom for the time being. Since they were needed to protect the wounded who were poisoned, they were not rushed to recall them and were given a long-term mission. How wonderful! In this case, their team is equivalent to a paid vacation. However, this is also because the armies of the two sides are in a strategic confrontation and there is no full-scale fighting. Otherwise, their team would not be left idle. Now you know why Tang Ping didn't take action to cure the poisoned wounded, right? In addition to not exposing his medical ability, it is also because without these wounded people, there would be no chance of encountering such a good thing. Now, he sits by the river and fishes every day until late at night. As the strongest combatant in the team, Kobayashi Ping was injured and poisoned. He naturally has privileges, so no one bothered him. In the past, Tang Ping was very unhappy with those privileged guys. But when the privilege is enjoyed by oneself, it smells so good. Yes, he is such a double standard. Today he came to his exclusive fishing spot as usual. If you observe carefully, you will find a flash of red and green colors in his pupils from time to time. Of course not colored contact lenses. It is the remnant of the influence of the force of nature and Hashirama cells. During this period of time, Tang Ping could feel the chakras surge wildly. Anyone else would have been blown away. Every day, his physical fitness, chakra, and fire attribute talents are improving, as if there is no end. Big brother, thank you, this is our gift. A few half-clothed children came over timidly and handed over a pink shell that had been wiped countless times with both hands. The other party is the resident of the island where they are temporarily staying. And this is also the current situation of the river country. Although the land on the island is extremely barren, it can grow some beans, plus it can be harvested from get some food in the river to barely survive. The premise is that it is not robbed. Thieves, ninjas, hungry refugees, etc. are all disasters. The oldest resident on the island is only in his 30s, and all of them are so thin that they have almost only bones. It is like living in hell. And the other party would be grateful to Tang Ping, naturally because he defeated the Hitan bandits. The other party will come to collect taxes every year. After paying the tax, some people on the island will also starve to death. Now that the opponent is defeated, it means that people will not starve to death this year. Looking at several pairs of pure eyes, Tang Ping turned to look at the river. He is not a holy mother. Although he will not help the other party just because he sees his misery, he still has a bottom line and compassion. The more he saw the tragedy of the ninja world, the more he understood why the 5 major ninja villages were able to attract people to join. At least he can live like a human being in Ninja Village. But outside the ninja village, there is no way to live like a human being. When several children saw that Tang Ping ignored them, they carefully put down the shells and left, starting to work. Well, even if you are only a few years old, you still have to work, using sticks or hands to loosen soil and weed. Death and hunger are the main themes of the ninja world. Forget it, let the holy mothers worry about this. Tang Ping retracted his gaze and spread his palms. Not wearing the fist of fire. But a touch of flame appeared out of thin air, changing into various shapes in his palm, as if it was alive. Chakra control. You can exercise in this way. The countless fanfics I read before time travel are not for nothing. At least there are training ideas, which are much more useful than thinking alone. It is precisely by relying on this method that his chakra control ability has improved. In the evening, a fat figure rushed to the river and started shouting on the road. Go back quickly, someone is coming. After hearing clearly, Tang Ping frowned slightly. If possible, he felt it was best to let them stay in the river country until the end of the Ninja World War. It's only been about a month since someone came. Isn't it too anxious? Thinking of this, he was also a little curious about who Konoha would send, so he stood up. Come on, let's go take a look. He didn't even ask who was coming. If Honda Eagle knew him, he couldn't help but tell him. Soon, Tang Ping came to the cliff cave that was temporarily transformed into a hospital. Dozens of wounded people lay here. Several genin are taking care of these people. As for the support staff, they left halfway. The sand ninja will not target those people, so there is no need to worry about their safety. There is a young woman in the cave. Wearing a white nun's uniform and round glasses, with long beige shawl hair hanging down, she has a gentle temperament. I am medical ninja pharmacist no Yu. This time, thanks to your intervention, Erido Heikun, their poison did not spread. The other party took the initiative to introduce himself. Pharmacist Nanoyu. This name is unknown. If Tang Ping is not a time traveler, he may not know who the other person is. But as a time traveler, he knows the identity of the other party very well. Root Elite. The other party's true identity is an elite espionage officer. Of course, the other party's medical ninjutsu is absolutely at the basic level, so on the surface, he is a medical ninja, and there will indeed be no flaws. The key point is the temperament of the other party. No one would doubt that the other party would be a root member. It's a pity that my ability is limited and I can't remove the toxins. Tang He said sadly that he was not capable enough to cure the poison of these ninjas from the same village. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Who is not an actor? His acting skills can beat those young talents before time travel, right? It's already great to be able to do this, leave the rest to me. Pharmacist Nanoyu chuckled and shook his head, rejecting Dohei's self-blame. He looked like a close elder sister, both in tone and expression. But Tang Ping knew that the other party's appearance here must be related to him. At the same time, the arrival of the other party also explained one thing. The holiday is almost over. With his medical ability, it is absolutely not a problem to remove the toxins from these sand ninjas. Therefore, Tang Ping is ready to start the final sprint. No matter what, you must master the sage mode before getting involved in the ninja war. 2 days later. While the pharmacist Nonoyu was busy making an antidote, Tang Ping took a reconnaissance mission and came to a desolate island far away. Immortal Mode, here I come. Chapter 79 Immortal Mode, Start. Relief. Smoke rises. Tang Ping channeled Tai. Aerial alert, no one is allowed to approach. This experiment was crucial, and he absolutely did not allow any unexpected factors. I deliberately came to this extremely desolate place with no second island within dozens of kilometers just to avoid hidden dangers. Pepet. Tai nodded and took off. With it on guard in the sky, no one can get close. After being alert, Tang Ping glanced at the small island again, which was not too big, with only smooth rocks and moss, and nothing else, and nodded with satisfaction. Everything is ready. Step. He jumped to the top of the cliff by the sea and sat down cross-legged. Now he has satisfied all the 3 prerequisites for the immortal mode, and it's time to try to enter the sage mode. Carefully take out the bottle, which contains green liquid. Tang Chuan. That is, natural energy in liquid state. Compared with toad oil, Tankin's effect is not so overbearing. It will not turn people into stone statues. At most, it will turn people into vegetables. However, Tang Ping has already injected himself with a shot of Hashirama's cells, which greatly improves his resistance to this aspect. It is precisely because he understands this that Tang Ping is not worried about danger at all. Otherwise, he would not be so reckless. Carefully pour a few drops of Tang Chuan on the back of his hand. Tap. Only a few drops, but it makes Tang Ping feel like he has come to a dense forest, as if he is about to be submerged by the greenery. Fortunately, the firm wool tempered by fishing prevented him from getting lost. Concentrate on mobilizing the chakra in the body and let it begin to merge with natural energy in a 1:1 ratio. It's like forcing 2 magnets with the same magnetic poles together with brute force. Don't even think about it without enough control. At the same time, if there is not enough chakra, once the natural energy is too much, it will be eroded without chakra fusion. It can only be said that the 3 conditions of the sage mode are necessary conditions. Even if it is just the first attempt. But doping has already met the basic conditions, and he has been mentally prepared, so the fusion process is very smooth. However, when the fusion is about to be completed, failed. And this failure is like the collapse of the building blocks. No matter how high you have built before, you have to start over once you fail, and you have to bear the impact when the building blocks collapse. Cough, cough. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of old blood. That's him. If it were someone else, they would have turned into a vegetative person by now. And he can survive because of the natural power potion refined by the Fuzu tree and the credit of the Hashirama cells integrated into his body. With the cooperation of the 2, I dare not say that his sage mode will be successful, but it will definitely ensure that he will not die. It was because he knew he would not die that he dared to go straight ahead so recklessly. It's okay to fail. No matter how confident Tang Ping was, he didn't think he could succeed in one go. He had expected failure. It was just a matter of accumulating experience. Gulp. He drank the healing fluid that he had prepared long ago, and then began to reflect and summarize. In general, he had overcome all the obstacles of the sage mode. As long as he kept trying, he would master it sooner or later. Don't think he was relaxed. That's because the preparations had been completed long before, so now it would be a natural thing. Reality is not a novel. No matter what is not a critical matter, you must go through 9 twists and turns to succeed. Even in novels, this routine is not written. A few hours later, Tang Ping's injuries recovered as before under the effect of the healing fluid. Pour a few drops of the hot spring in the bottle again. Try a small amount of natural energy. Otherwise, the natural energy that Tang Ping could fuse at one time would have to be at least several times more. Only with successful experience would he gradually increase the upper limit of the number of fusions. This fusion can only be described in 2 words. Silky smooth. There was no hesitation or hindrance at all. After the natural energy in Doping's body merged with chakra, it was transforming into a new energy. The process was like turning water into ice and hydropower into nuclear power. Feeling the changes in his body, Doping opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes had turned golden red. If someone looked at him, they would feel a dazzling light rushing towards them. Original God, Flame God, start. Doping slowly stood up and stopped sitting in meditation. Let it be. After passing the final checkpoint, he began to embrace the new world. How could he not speak his mind in this situation? Let the flame purify everything. While Doping spoke, golden red flame-like lines began to spread around from the center of his eyebrows, covering most of his cheeks. Obviously, this was due to his control. The higher the control, the smaller the external changes. At this time, his whole body was filled with blazing heat, as if the sun was coming. After carefully sensing the new energy, that is, the Senjutsu chakra, Doping made a move. The ungloved right index finger stretched out. A flash of white gold flame emerged. Platinum. It was different from the usual flame color. Of course, this was the temperature difference. Ordinary flames were only about 700 degrees, and the power would change geometrically with every 100 degrees increase in temperature. Now this color means the temperature was over 1000. Nothing else. Doping didn't need to do anything else now. As long as he converted the Senjutsu chakra into flames, the power would melt gold and iron. If he used the Senjutsu method again, it would definitely destroy the world. Chakra and Senjutsu chakra, like the difference between batteries and nuclear power, are not at the same level of energy. No wonder the sage mode started at the cage level. Unfortunately, before crossing over, Doping was just a programmer, not a literary giant, so he couldn't use setting poems to show his current mood. Senjutsu chakra was slowly being consumed. So Dohei extinguished the platinum flame on his finger start to make hand seals. Fire escape. Flame robe. Use Senjutsu chakra to perform this fire escape. The white gold flame covers the body like a veil, but Doping does not feel the burning heat deep into his bones as before. It is not that the flame robe no longer burdens the user, but because his body's heat resistance and the heat insulation effect of Senjutsu chakra have made a leap, so he does not feel hot. This technique cannot be called a Senjutsu. Only the technique specially prepared for Senjutsu chakra can be called a real Senjutsu. Although the power of ninjutsu driven by Senjutsu chakra will be greatly improved, it is really not a qualitative change. Anyway, this is the standard of Doping's own classification. However, even so, the flame robe, a technique he developed, driven by Senjutsu chakra, can directly enter the S level in terms of power. In the past, only C level was the power of Genin. Now it is used in Sage mode, and the power has been qualitatively changed in all aspects. Even if you just get close, you will be ignited and evaporated by the high temperature. However, Tang Ping did not continue to try. Because he did not fuse too much natural energy, the time of Sage mode was very short. But since he had already entered Sage mode, it was naturally impossible to end it so hastily. At least he had to give himself hundreds of millions of small fairy arts shocks for the first time. The right index finger was raised high. The white gold flames on his body began to gather at the tip of his index finger and compressed into a small flame, and the color also turned into white with blue, which looked extremely gorgeous. The air around the index finger was distorted under the high temperature. Hwa. At this time, a huge wave was coming. Orakai. Tang Ping raised his right hand and swung it towards the huge wave coming from the front, hitting this devastating blow. Chapter 80 The Terrifying Power of Fairy Arts. Turbulent. After leaving Tang Ping's fingertips, the small flames grew geometrically and turned into a huge blue-white fire wave, colliding with the tide coming from the front. If you look down from the sky, you can see two waves colliding. No matter who sees it, they will feel that the endless huge waves are stronger. But the blue and white flame waves, after colliding with the sea waves, were not drowned, but burned a huge gap in the huge waves. The huge and boundless waves seemed to be bitten off by some invisible giant mouth. The sea surface was depressed where the blue and white flames passed. High temperature. It evaporated everything directly. A great snake that was not a non-full power version caused this terrifying effect. It's just that the temperature of the fire wave is getting lower and lower as it moves forward. The color also changes from blue and white, pure white, golden white, red, which looks gorgeous. But hidden under the gorgeousness is the high temperature that destroys everything. After this attack, the golden and red flame pattern on Do Ping's face disappeared, and his eyes returned to normal. Exit the Sage Mode. The Sage Mode can not only increase the power of ninjutsu. If it only increases the power of ninjutsu, it is not qualified to be called Sage Mode. It is an all-round improvement. Strength, speed, perception, etc. have all made qualitative leaps. And it is an enlarged foundation type of improvement. For example, if you originally have 10 points of combat power, then you will have 100 points in Sage Mode. And if you only have 1 point of combat power, then in Sage Mode, it will only be 10 points of combat power. So the stronger the foundation, the stronger the Sage Mode. Different Sage Modes have different main improvement directions. For example, the Sage Mode of Miyaboku Mountain mainly improves physical strength and ninjutsu, and so on. And the Sage Mode of Dohei has a full fire bonus. 1 strike. Evaporate the sea water and dry the earth. It is simply a devastating power, and the improvement is really exaggerated. From now on, who dares to say that there is no Emperor of Fire Escape? Before Dohei traveled through time, fire escape was definitely the most ridiculed. Because it is difficult to burn people to death with fire escape. Since all ninjas have maxed out their agility talents, it is extremely difficult to burn them to death with fire. After all, they will avoid it. No need to worry now. With Dohei, a strong man who has mastered the Sage Mode, fire style will reach the peak with his achievements in the future. The reason why wood style can be called the strongest is because of the support of the god of ninjas. What a pity! Now Dohei has just mastered the Sage Mode, and he is still far from the level of entering the Sage Mode with a clap of his hands like the Great Pillar. And if he uses the Shadow Clone to gather natural energy like Naruto, he does not have the Nine Tails Chakra and the Whirlpool Constitution. So, he can only think of a way by himself. But it's okay, he can take his time. At this stage, he doesn't need to reach the level of the Great Pillar, he can just slowly become proficient. Next. What he needs to do is to enter the Sage Mode without relying on the hot spring. Without this prop's assistance, he can only rely on perception to gather natural energy. He didn't want to be like a certain Liu Bei writer who had to have an assistant to help him enter the immortal mode, which was simply a shame for the immortal. A few days later, Do Ping completed the reconnaissance mission and returned to the island. But he got the mission just after returning. Escort you to the Kingdom of Wind? Tang Ping looked at the pharmacist Nanoyu in front of him, and his mind began to spin rapidly. When performing route-related tasks, you fully understand the risks. Danzo is really not a human being. Not to mention, I still have a grudge against the other party. It's strange that there were no problems with this mission. It's just that he knew there was a problem with the mission. Unless he directly chose to betray Konoha, he would have to do this mission. Because the process is fine. The good news is that this mission is only carried out by him and an ANBU team, without any other encumbrances. How wonderful! In other words, even if you attack them, as long as you don't leave any evidence, you don't have to worry. If it was Tang Ping who had just graduated and had not yet mastered his power, he would definitely be worried and afraid. But now? It's fun to watch. Well, Tang Ping directly transformed into a Leziran, just to see Genbu realize that he has changed from a hunter to a prey. Anyway, there is no way to lie down, and there are no entertainment activities in the ninja world, so it is not bad to be a fun person. Half an hour later. Set off. Tang Ping took the lead. Pharmacist Nono was the escort target, and the 3 ANBU were clearly tool men, so the one giving orders naturally became him, a Chuyunin. Well, today's Dohei, even if he does not enter Sage Mode, still has Jounin level strength in his normal state. 13-year-old Jonin. In this era when cheating players have not yet come online, he is definitely a super genius, and entering immortal mode is a starting point for film level. With such a strong strength, it is no wonder that he knew that the mission had pitfalls, so instead of worrying, he was ready to have fun. The team moved forward quickly. Along the way, neither Yakushi Nono nor General the ANBU team had any communication. It's just that Tang Ping, intentionally or unintentionally, keeps a certain distance from the other party. Joke. There are endless secrets and abilities in the ninja world, and he will not carelessly give the other party any chance. Soon he entered the Kingdom of Wind. Yellow sand. The sky full of yellow sand occupies the field of vision. Even if you have been here once before, you will still feel shocked. All you can see is endless yellow sand. Under the blazing sunshine in the sky, this place has become a forbidden area for life. No wonder Sunagakure village keeps invading. Anyone else in this environment would choose to desperately invade Konoha, which is blessed with a unique natural environment next door. In the anime, Konoha is on the moral high ground. It has never invaded other ninja villages, and it does not ask for territory after victory. It seems to be very kind. But in fact, Konoha is unwilling. If you invade the Kingdom of Wind, what are you trying to do? Picture of sand or sand. So, there are some things that we really can't think about in detail. Not long after, they came to an oasis not far away. The escort mission is over here. Pharmacist no Naiyu left alone, no longer as gentle as before. As an ace at heart, her true face is that she is extremely indifferent to others. Now Tang Ping has passed her strike zone and naturally reveals another side of herself. Are you here to collect information about the Sand Ninja? How could Tang Ping not guess what the other party's mission was now? It just has nothing to do with him. Next it's time to have fun. This team, which appears to be an ANBU, but is actually a root team, doesn't know what tricks they will play. With the opponent leading the way, the speed suddenly dropped after a few hours of progress. Is your other mission about to start? Tang Ping, who was following behind, suddenly spoke. Whoosh, whoosh. Several kunao and shurikens were shot at him. If you are too late to defend yourself, you may have to kneel down when facing this kind of attack. There is a fairest place in the ninja world. Even if Meng Chiao Tao Li is a god, his defense power is not much different from that of ordinary genin. At most, his recovery power is a bit unbelievable. It is a pity that Tang Ping was well prepared, so these attacks naturally had no effect at all. Among the three root members, the strongest one is the Jonin. How could he be his opponent? Tang Ping easily dealt with the opponent. There is no questioning phase. Not to mention that Tang Ping doesn't know how to torture. Just the tongue eradicating technique on the opponent's tongue means that he is destined to be unable to find out anything, so he can just kill him. Anyway, it's fun to watch each other perform along the way. This mission is worth it. But before he could leave, he saw Danzo's real backup plan. Chapter 81 Making Excuses. Sand Ninja. A famous sand ninja formed a circle from a distance. Faced with this situation, the first thing Tang Ping should do is not just grab the bucket and run away, but fierce. Use flames to quickly ignite several root ninja corpses around you. Destroy the corpses and eliminate traces. That's how it is in the ninja world. It doesn't matter if you do bad things, the important thing is not to leave any evidence. Just like Danzo, no one knows the bad things he did, but because there is no evidence and Sarutobi Hiruzen's sidestep, there is nothing he can do. Now, Tang Ping is returned as is. The other party will definitely suspect, or even be sure that he was the one who killed these root ninjas. But it's still the same sentence. Evidence? You have no evidence, what can you do to me? An ordinary ninja, even a genius, has no say in the face of the village's senior officials. But a strong man said otherwise. If you want to cause trouble or make groundless accusations, you must consider the impact and consequences. There are not that many strong men like Uchiha and White Fang who take the overall situation into consideration. If you really dare to act recklessly without evidence, you will fall out as soon as you fall out. With enough evidence, the major families would not attack a strong man just because of Danzo's words. Now you understand why Dohei wants to destroy these bodies, right? Without bodies, there is no evidence. Next, how to deal with the Sand Ninja. It is obvious that Danzo, the LYB, sold him out. Dohei is not an unknown person. As the champion of the joint Chunin, although he is not well known, this is because no one in Konoha helps him promote and hype. But in fact, his name has been included in the list of major ninja villages. And Danzo deliberately leaked his information to Fish. Kill two birds with one stone. Not only did he find the spy hidden in the village, but he could also solve the difficult target of Dohei. Who made him Uchiha? The better his performance, the more Danzo can't tolerate his existence. After thinking it through, Dohei didn't mind moving his body. If it were before, when he saw these more than 20 sand ninja, he would definitely take off and run away. But now he chose to fight back. After the natural force and Hashirama cell injection, his chakra alone is now more than 10 Ka high. Don't think it's too little. He has just entered the high-speed growth period, and this chakra is just the beginning. It will definitely become Chajanla and Shatanla in the future. With so much chakra, it is completely powerful. I don't use the Sage mode state as a Jonin because my combat experience and skills are too weak, but if I really fight, I can kill even elite Jonin. Flame clothes. A layer of golden-orange flames emerges from the fist of fire, covering Dohei like a piece of clothing. As the nature of his chakra changes and his control improves, the temperature of the converted flame will also increase. In the past, the biggest hidden limitation was his own endurance. Now that his physical fitness has grown greatly, he can afford this color of flame clothes. Grade A. At this temperature, the flame clothes are absolutely qualified to get this evaluation. Rainy. A large amount of flames spurted out from the soles of his feet, and with the forward jumping posture, Do Ping rushed towards the sand ninjas who were surrounding him from the west like a rocket. Rocket jump. It used to be just a simple jump boost. Now with the improvement of chakra quantity and control, he can fly a short distance simply by relying on the flame burst. Although the consumption is not small, he has no shortage of chakra now. Be careful. Several sand ninjas did not expect that the prey not only did not flee to Konoha after being surrounded, but also took the initiative to rush here. Wind escape. Wind blade. Wind escape. Vacuum ball. Several wind escape ninjutsu were used. Rapid. Do Ping spurted flames with his left hand, allowing his body in the air to move horizontally and avoid the ninjutsu attack. After the chakra is sufficient, the flame clothes are completely epic in terms of mobility improvement. Take a look at Iron Man. At this time, Do Ping can spray flames from multiple places to obtain huge thrust. Technology is not enough, ninjutsu comes to make up. The power of the flame robe has been gradually revealed. Whoosh! Crossing the sky at high speed, Do Ping has already killed the target. Fire fist. He clenched his right fist and punched. The huge flames gathered with the fist as the core, as if a scorching sun was blooming. Boom! The sky-high pillar of fire rose into the sky. The lethality of the fire fist is actually not stronger than the Great Fireball technique. But the advantage is that it is controllable. The Great Fireball technique not only has a slow flying speed, but also cannot be controlled once it is thrown. But the fire fist can hit the target accurately and not give the opponent a chance to dodge. This is also the reason why the threat to the target is so different despite the similar power. After one blow, Do Ping immediately attacked the two sand ninjas who escaped the attack. Head on me. Sand ninjas have almost the same fighting style. Flame robe. Too strong. Do Ping really realized how exaggeratedly strong this ninjutsu he developed was when he really fought. Even a Chunin would be defeated in 2 rounds. The terrifying high temperature affects the opponent all the time, restraining the opponent's great energy and consumption. Every fight is a test for him. A temperature of thousands of degrees. At this time, the temperature of the flame robe on Dohei is so exaggerated. If it weren't for the chakra blessing, the flesh and blood body would never get close, let alone fight. Scorch escape. It feels like that. Although the flame robe is not a blood limit, it is similar. After dealing with several sand ninjas blocking this direction, Dohei did not turn back to fight the sand ninjas who were chasing him, but continued to distance the two sides and tried to use mobile warfare to deal with the opponent. Even if he was absolutely sure of a head-on fight, he would not be careless. The ninja world is too easy to overturn. Half an hour later. Boom! The flames shot up into the sky, blowing away the surrounding yellow sand. It's over. Dohei glanced at the yellow sand stained with a lot of blood around him, and his heartbeat finally slowed down. After this battle, he had a preliminary understanding of his own combat power. Even if he was a quasi-shadow warrior, he could hold out for a few rounds without summoning beasts and using the sage mode, and would not have to flee in a panic like before. That's it. Tang Ping looked at the corpse of the sand ninja on the ground. Although there are a lot of dozens of sand ninjas. But he had fought against Ye Kang before, and the other party knew his strength. Even if he didn't take action personally, he might only send this few men to ambush him, right? With this thought, Tang Ping stuffed an information scroll into his arms. The information is very detailed, including not only his appearance and ninjutsu, but also his whereabouts and missions. It could only be that the secret was leaked within Konoha. As for why the other party didn't destroy this information? Naturally, it was just in case. As long as this thing fell into his hands, he would be able to sow discord between himself and Konoha. It's a pity that Suna Ninja doesn't know that there is no need to instigate the relationship between himself and Konoha. It is not a good relationship to begin with. If it weren't for the many good things in Konoha and the good environment, no war, sufficient supplies, he would have run away with the bucket. The information in hand was useless to the former Tang Ping. After all, even if he was a genius in the past, he was just a Chunin. But now it's just an excuse. Tang Ping would not let this excuse go. He wanted to gain some benefits for himself no matter what. However, he has to go back first. Chapter 82 Langjun, Orochimaru. Pepet. Tai flying at high altitude reminds the owner on his back. On his back, Tang Ping sat cross-legged, and even if the strong wind blew by, his body did not sway at all. After hearing the cry, he slowly opened his eyes. Seize the time to practice perceiving natural energy, so that you can get rid of the need for soup and spring assistance as quickly as possible to enter the immortal mode. That is, only the psychic beasts you cultivated can be used in this way. If you change it to one of those psychic beasts from the three holy lands, ask the other party to do the job and see if it will fall out. The relationship between the three holy places and the contractors is cooperation, not master and servant. It was only when he reached the border between the two countries that he channeled Tai to carry him through the Suna Ninja defense line back to the land of fire. It was not a full ride. Untie. Tanghei jumped down towards the ground, and at the same time released the psychic spell in midair, allowing the psychic Taiki to return to Utani. That is to say, Chakra Duo, plus the bulk of the consumption is borne by Tai, otherwise such a long channeling time would have exhausted itself. Falling from a height of several hundred meters. If it weren't for the special ninjutsu, he would definitely become Dohei-chan. The next step is to go to the southwest camp to meet up. The reason for landing early is not to expose Tai's capabilities. Notice. Just because a psychic beast can fly, it doesn't mean that it can be used as a means of transportation. In addition to the constant consumption of chakra during channeling, it is also because these psychic beasts are unwilling to do these things. After landing, Tang Ping put on his forehead protector. This was near the camp, and he didn't want to be accidentally injured by his own people. Sure enough, after advancing less than a few kilometers, they encountered a Konoha patrol team. Stop, command. The other party looked at Tang Ping warily. Even when she saw the forehead protector on his head, she didn't let down her guard. I am Konoha Chunin Uchiha Dohei. I will report after completing my mission. Tang Ping showed his identity. If you don't reveal your identity, people will really do it. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. This is how ninjas behave. The Holy Mother is not suitable to be a ninja, except for the protagonist. Follow me. The other party began to lead the way. Only the patrol team knows the password. It is impossible to know if you just come to report. It's useless to recognize the appearance at the same time. Don't forget, ninjas have the ability to transform. The team brought Tang Ping back to the camp. A clearing in the forest near a water source. But this place is already surrounded by high wooden walls, with a tall observation tower on each corner. The team that escorted Tang Ping handed him over to the camp team and left directly. Tang Ping, on the other hand, followed the other party into the camp to verify his identity. After a while, you can move around freely, but you are still not allowed to approach some places. Tang Ping successfully passed the verification. Next is the report. All ninjas in the Southwest Theater are under the management of Orochimaru, the Chief General of the Ninja Army, and he is naturally no exception. He is always on call when reports are needed. Just when he got out of the tent, he found a ninja waiting for him. Uchiha Donhei, Lord Orochimaru wants to see you. The other party says what they mean. Well, Ninjas are so direct. And Tang Ping followed the other party without any nonsense and walked towards the main tent. The camp is not too big, and the tents are extremely close together, enough to accommodate thousands of people. From time to time, there are some wooden stakes and throwing targets, and ninjas are training. This is the daily life of a ninja. Even in a war, you must seize every second to improve yourself, so that you can survive. Certainly. If you are practicing ninjutsu or something like that, you have to leave the camp and find a place outside. Soon, the two came to the main tent. The huge main tent is red, and behind it is the warehouse, which is guarded. From time to time, ninjas would come in and out from a nearby tent with mission scrolls. Mission Center. Tasks such as patrolling, raiding, etc. will be received here, and the management of the ninja army will also be handled here. And the hall is flat since there was someone leading the way, there was no need to inform. He was led directly through the two gatekeeper ninjas and entered the main tent. So big. After entering the main tent, in addition to a huge map hanging on a wooden frame on the side, there were only a few wooden tables in the front that were extremely conspicuous. The leading ninja bowed lightly and left the main tent. So, only Tang Ping and 3 people behind the wooden tables piled with documents were left in the tent. On the left is a young man with short purple hair, winking at himself as a greeting. The pineapple head on the right is immediately known to be a member of the Nara clan. This family is definitely the best assistant, because they have a clear mind, not to mention their high IQ, and have no shortcomings except their lazy personality. When facing his gaze, she nodded slightly, which was considered a response. And behind the wooden table in the middle, the man wearing black casual clothes and looking at the letter in his hand was Orochimaru, who found him. Orochimaru. Everyone understands the value of this name. Lang Jun among the Konoha Sunin. At the same time, he is also the beloved disciple of the third Hokage and a shadow-level powerhouse. Although ordinary villagers are afraid of him, most of the ninjas who have worked with him admire him extremely. Lord Orochimaru. Tang Ping spoke up. The other party also put down the letter in his hand and raised his head. Pale and evil. This is the first impression the other party makes. She has long black hair shawl, and cold eyes, as dangerous as a poisonous snake. There are some questions that need to be asked when looking for a beauty. Orochimaru's magnetic voice sounded. Yes. Tang Ping already had some vague guesses in his mind. Why did the ANBU team with you disappear during this mission? Orochimaru looked at the young man in front of him and asked. The first impression is that he is restrained and gentle, and his fearless eyes. Nice kid. However, the requirements of partners must still be respected. Of course, it's just respect. I can't guarantee whether I will gain anything. On this mission, we encountered an ambush from the Suna ninja. A few of us scattered and escaped. Maybe I was lucky. Tohei didn't mention at all that he was going to ambush the Suna ninja and destroy them all. At the same time, we are not afraid of trouble from the roots. Even the bones were burned to ashes by himself. If he could crawl out and testify, then he would admit it. Yet, Orochimaru was non-committal. Anyway, just asked and explained. Lord Orochimaru, I suspect that secrets were leaked within the village that caused the ANBU team to disappear. This is the evidence. Tohei knew that the other party and Danzo were superficial brothers, so he took out the information scroll and attacked. How could he not cause some trouble for the other party when they were all riding on his own head? You can make the other party wear a mask of pain and get some benefits, which is a huge profit. Orochimaru took the scroll, read it, handed it to the 2 remaining people in the tent, and spoke. I will investigate this matter. As a reward for this mission, you can choose an A-level ninjutsu or corresponding resources. What do you need? It's completely blatant bribery. After seeing this information, Orochimaru immediately understood that this matter was definitely caused by Danzo, and he was also caught in pain, so he had to pay the price. Anyway, no matter how much you pay, you can get more from Danzo, so his price is extremely generous. At the same time, Orochimaru also looked at Dopey in a different light. If you were looking at a kid with potential before, now that he is able to get rid of Danzo's plot, he is a subordinate with strength. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, Tang Ping made an offer without being polite. Chapter 83 A-Level Forbidden Technique, get it? A-Level Fire Escape. Tang Ping made his choice. Although his chakra attributes are not limited to fire escape, who has developed this aspect the most? And the immortal mode has the highest bonus to fire escape. Oh. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Tohei in front of him. A-level ninjutsu. It is also called Forbidden Jutsu, and is only mastered by a small number of elite jounin, because this level of ninjutsu is not only powerful, but also difficult to learn and use. If the other party chooses A-level fire escape, it should be his own choice. To be able to learn this level of fire release, one has to start as a jounin at the lowest level. In addition, the opponent can make Danzo's plan fail, which is very interesting. Okay, I only have 2 A-level fire escapes in my hand, one is the dragon fire and the other is the fire armor incarnation. The latter is extremely dangerous. Orochimaru gave 2 A-level fire escapes. Of course, I only mentioned the name and did not explain the effects of ninjutsu in detail, but I still reminded you. The incarnation of fire armor. Tang Ping spoke unceremoniously. The name of the ninjutsu actually contains a lot of information. He also heard Orochimaru's good intentions, but he chose the more dangerous fire release. Because the more dangerous it is, the more powerful it is. And names with the word how are usually related to Uchiha. For example, the powerful fireball technique, the powerful fire extinguishing technique, etc. are all Uchiha clan ninjutsu, and the effect should be a simple and crude high power type. But it's not suitable for Tang Ping. He wants a stronger and more dangerous fire escape. With high-level fire escape as a reference, he can develop his own immortal technique. Specially developed for the immortal mode, and with a body transformed by his natural power, fire escape is not difficult for him, let alone dangerous. Relief. Here the great choice Orochimaru summoned a snake as thick as his arm with a hand seal, and made it spit out a scroll of ninjutsu. Copying is not allowed. Return it to me in 3 days, and we will receive the mission together then. The other party threw the scroll over. In fact, ninjutsu can only be read on the spot, and it is not allowed to leave the site at all. It can only be said that Orochimaru really gives benefits, he really does, I cry to death. No wonder there are many ninjas willing to follow him, even if they know that he has a cruel personality. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Doping took the scroll and thanked him. This benefit is big, but later he asked himself to receive the mission in person, which should be to make up for the contribution of the difference in reward. You deserve it. Orochimaru waved his hand nonchalantly to signal him to leave. Lord Orochimaru, if I form a team, I wonder if I can choose my own subordinates. Doping suddenly thought of something, so he took the opportunity to ask. If he was a Hokage or had a backer, this would be a basic operation, but he didn't have any, so he could only follow Orochimaru's path. Okay. Orochimaru didn't even raise his head to look at the document. If Doping didn't arouse his interest, it would definitely not work, but the other party made him interested, so he naturally wouldn't care about such a small matter. Perfect. Doping was very satisfied with this opportunity to get angry. Although it was not in front of Danzo, it could also play this role through Orochimaru, and at the same time he got a huge benefit, which was an unexpected gain. However, the most urgent task was to form a team, and then he could study the fairy arts and the fairy mode with peace of mind. He was not worried about the two of them forming a team with others. One had a broken leg, and the other had a heart problem. How much did he want to die to be willing to form a team with them, so there must be no teammates. He came to the logistics department next door, explained his identity as a Chunin, and said that he wanted to form his own team. This is the list of genin. The other party handed over the list of genin who had not yet formed a team. If the genin had already formed a team, they would not appear on the list. I want 2 genin, Hyaga Sogitsu and Yamama Kauji. Doping said the names directly. Yamama Kauji didn't dare to say it, but Hyaga Sogitsu was definitely not on the list. The Hyaga clan. The role is completely understood by those who understand. Even if it is not easy to go on a mission with one leg missing, it is definitely very easy to have this kind of humanoid radar sitting in the base. This. The government ninja was about to explain when he heard the following words. I have obtained the permission of Lord Orochimaru. Doping would naturally not play any pretending to be awesome and slapping in the face routine. Even if he wanted to fight, he would not fight the other party. It would be fun to fight with Danzo or Konoha F4. I will find the people right away. The government ninja changed his words without hesitation. At the same time, he was not worried that Doping would say something nonsense, because if he dared to pretend to be Orochimaru's order, the consequences would be extremely terrible. Soon, 2 ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors came in. One tall, one short, one strong, one thin, one male, one female. The contrast was very strong. In fact, the girl with perfect body curves was neither short nor thin. But compared with the bald man next to her who was 1.8 meters tall, with muscles like iron blocks and stronger than an adult, she naturally looked short and thin. From now on, you two are subordinates of Uchiha Dohei. The government ninja simply notified the two and started to register. In the future, they will be a team, and the missions will be accepted in the name of the team, not individuals. Dohei Team. No need to think about the name. Of course, it will definitely be replaced by a number when it appears in official documents. Yes. Asterisk 2. The performance of Yamama Koji and Hinata Sogitsuo is very consistent with the identity of genin. At the same time, they did not communicate with Dohei. The main theme is strangers. Okay, your team has been registered. Here are the assigned positions and team numbers. The government ninja handed over the information. After receiving the information, Dohei turned and left. Hinata Sogitsuo and Yamako Koji followed him silently, looking like they were meeting for the first time. Oh, how pitiful. Yeah, there are these two subordinates. Fortunately they are not our teammates. There are only about 1,000 ninjas in the camp, and those who rarely come back have to be excluded. These people naturally know the situation of Hikazaki and Yamako Koji, so they feel very sorry for Dohei. However, they don't know what kind of gods these two are. One is the owner of the reincarnation eye in the fetal movement period, and his combat power starts at the quasi-shadow level, and the other is a superhuman with 2 hearts. Add to that Dohei, the captain who masters the sage mode, and there are only 2 words to describe this team. Against the sky. By the way, their team number is 404 team. At least that's the official number, but they definitely introduce themselves as Dohei team. The 3 of them came to the tent assigned to the team. It was about 10 square meters in size, with 3 small beds separated by curtains and basic daily necessities. Let's find a place to practice ninjutsu first. After taking a look at the tent and putting down his things, Dohei asked the 2 to leave the camp with him. Some things are not suitable to be said in the camp. Naturally, the 2 of them had no objection. So Team 404 left the camp and found an open space a few kilometers away from the camp. White eyes. Hinata Kengyu activated her Byakugan first, confirmed the surrounding situation and then nodded. Next let's get to the point. Chapter 84 The Debt I owe must be fulfilled even on my knees. Chapter 84 The debt I owe must be fulfilled even if I kneel down. How is your health? Tang Ping first asked Yamama Koji. The other party was transplanted with a second heart by him. Although the existence of his own blood made it seem to have naturally evolved after countless years, he also wanted to know if there was anything wrong. Very good. Hearing this question, Koji Yamama, who had become a bald man, could no longer maintain his silent persona, and he couldn't hide his excitement and spoke. In short, it's just one sentence. The situation is great. After having 2 hearts, his body continued to grow in all aspects. Especially in terms of strength and physical strength, it has more than doubled. In fact, he has been practicing physical skills during this period of time just to make better use of his physical advantages. Of course, there are also disadvantages. Food. The appetite has also been greatly improved. But compared with the benefits obtained, this is nothing. After all, he is also a ninja. Even if there is not enough food, he can still fill his stomach through hunting. Is this so? After Tang Ping listened, he knew that he had indeed mastered a powerful transformation technology. The second heart. But this technology is only the beginning of reaching the long level of the gods. And it's not that Tang Ping didn't want to do the follow-up surgery. No money, no time. In other words, he now has an important piece of material in his hand, otherwise there would be no possibility of subsequent surgery. It can only be put on hold now. Tang Ping looked at Hinata Kengyu and motioned for her to explain her situation. There has been no change, it must be a bottleneck period. Hinata gave an answer to Kengyu. This can be seen from the fact that the field of view is still 4 kilometers and has not increased at all. Yet. Tang Ping was non-committal. Sure enough, reality is not anime, and it is impossible to become the reincarnation eye in one jump. Gene completion only means that there is a chance to become a reincarnated eye, but it does not mean that it will directly become a reincarnated eye. It takes time, training, and growth. Of course, if you get the genes of those people on the moon, and with the help of the large fused reincarnation eye, you can naturally skip the fetal movement period and enter the final form of the reincarnation eye. If not, you can only take your time. But this is not a bad thing. At least there won't be any side effects of reaching the sky in one step. You only need to look at the fate of a certain red-haired man to know this. Nagato, please give me your ID number directly, thank you. In 3 days, I will take over the first mission of our team from Orochimaru. Tang Ping told the follow-up arrangements. Well, he didn't notice one thing. When calling Orochimaru, the word sir was not added. In the past, this honorific would have been added even in private. It's just that now he is an immortal and his mentality has changed. The two people who heard this had different reactions. No matter what Tang Ping-kun does, I will support you. Hinata Kangyu has a gentle attitude and a firm tone. He doesn't mind what the task is at all. Even if he is asked to kill all the Hinata clan, he will not hesitate for half a second. Great, I can finally take action. Yamamakoji moved his body excitedly. After gaining great strength, he never had a chance to take action, so he was naturally a little depressed. Now that we have the opportunity to show our strength, how could we not be excited? You guys can help me find out in the next few days, I will have a gift for my sister Chien then. Tang Ping suddenly gave the two of them a task. Because he himself will not have any free time in the next 3 days, and he will devote all his efforts to researching the A-level fire escape fire armor incarnation. Yes. Asterisk 2. The two nodded at the same time. After Tanghei finished explaining to the two of them, he unfolded the ninjutsu scroll. In other words, Orochimaru unlocked the seal in advance, otherwise even if others get it, they will not be able to see the contents. Densely packed writings and patterns are enough to trigger an attack in patients with intensive care disorder. Those who think that ninjutsu only consists of a few hundred words and a chakra meridian map are definitely laymen. Because on the ninjutsu scrolls, there will also be comments and experiences of practitioners, taboos, etc. These are the key. It can save you many years of detours and reduce risks at the same time. And even without these, the difficulty of practicing A-level ninjutsu is exaggerated. It is not surprising that it takes elite jounin several years of training to master it, and some even cannot master it at all. For example, Na Luduo can master the A-level multiple shadow clone technique in less than half an hour, which is completely cheating by the protagonist. Although Tang Ping is not the protagonist and is not in trouble, he can still do similar things. The first is the Qingming potion. With this thing, even Orochimaru is far behind him in terms of learning. Then there is the power of nature potion. The potion refined from the hibiscus tree can enhance his fire escape talent. I, Uchiha Tohei, am not cheating. It all depends on your own efforts, the medicine will come. Gilu. Downed a bottle of Qingming elixir. It was as if Tohei's eyes had turned into high-speed cameras, recording everything on the ninjutsu scroll, while his brain analyzed and digested it as quickly as possible. If he could only learn this A-level forbidden art ninjutsu, it wouldn't take 3 days at all given Tang Ping's current conditions. But if you want to use it as a template to create a similar magic, then even if you have a clearing agent, 3 days may not be enough. Time is spent in busyness. 3 days later. Tang Ping looked tired and rubbed his temples before entering the main tent. Today he is here to return the ninjutsu scroll and also to receive the mission. The debt must be repaid. Orochimaru has given out a reward that far exceeds his contribution, so he naturally has to pay back the contribution he owes. This time the task is to repay the debt. This is a mission. Orochimaru threw a mission scroll to Tohei. The task content is extremely simple. Escort a team coming from the Kingdom of Wind to the Kingdom of Fire, ensuring that the other party can arrive smoothly, and stating that the goods must not be lost. Is the task simple? But looking at it made Tang Ping's scalp numb. Because the mission location is in the Kingdom of Wind, which is within Tsunagakure's sphere of influence. It was definitely nothing in the past, but now it is at least an S-level mission. You know, Tohei is just a Chunin now. Shouldn't a task of this level be left to the purple-haired young man next to him, Mitarashi Shixiao, the leader of Orochimaru's command? Yes. However, no matter how doubtful he was, Tang Ping accepted the task without any hesitation. Because he had no choice. In terms of strength, he is indeed qualified to fight with the opponent, but in terms of status, he is only a Chunin now. Once he shows disobedience, just look at what happens to White Fang. Their status and strength are all above those of the Sunin. Aren't you just going to die? Unless Dohei doesn't want to enjoy Konoha's resources and cut off all ties, it's impossible for him to refuse such a normal mission. By the way, there are several teams to assist you in this mission, Orochimaru added before Dohei left. Gan. Tang Ping scolded his mother in his heart. He was mentally prepared for the difficulty of the task. After all, he had been given too much before, but he never thought it would be so difficult. It's just that it's hard to get off the tiger now. The dead-eye must be fulfilled even if I kneel down. Soon, Tang Ping saw several teams performing tasks. Chapter 85 A small invention in the ninja world every day. A training ground inside the camp. Why are the two of them here? Why do we have to team up with them for this mission? What bad luck! The genin of the three teams whispered to Hinata Soiyu and Yamama Koji. One of the two has a broken leg, and the other has a heart condition. They are a total drag when going out to perform tasks. Neither Hinata Kangyu nor Yamama Koji paid much attention to these sounds. If it's true, it's really hurtful. But if they are false, these words naturally have no lethality at all. At this moment Tang Ping also arrived. I am Uchiha Dohei. This mission will be under my full command. Let's go now. He led the team to set off without any nonsense. Because ninjas do not have the option of disobeying their superiors. Unless you are a Jounin or a Hokage, if you dare to disobey orders, it will not be an exaggeration to kill you. The three ninja teams in front of me are all genin. Cannon fodder team. There is not even a Chunin, so he is indeed of this type. In this case, it is no wonder that Tang Ping can become the mission commander. He is a noble Chunin-sama. If you didn't know Orochimaru's character, you might have thought that the other party was planning to plot against him. The only good news may be that the mission route goes around the river country in the south. Although it requires a lot of distance, it is still far away from the war zone. If he really wanted to escort the convoy through the war zone, Tang Ping would not accept the task at all. However, he was also a little curious as to what kind of goods Orochimaru was so concerned about. After leaving the camp, in order to take care of several genin teams, we can only maintain normal speed. About 70 km per hour. This is the standard marching speed. A genin can march 8 hours a day, which is nearly 600 km. Team 404 opened the way at the front, with the other three teams on the sides and rear. In this way, no matter where the enemy comes from, they can react and fight as quickly as possible. But with Sun Xiang Kangyu, there is no need to worry about enemy sneak attacks. Of course, when they were on their way, the other three teams were a little curious that her prosthetic limbs could function normally, but they didn't care too much. Because ninjas are meant to make the impossible possible. Even if you are blind, you can move normally. Only by using prosthetic limbs can you get there. Give. As Dohei jumped forward, he threw 2 palm-wide belts to his 2 teammates. What's this? Hinata Kangyu looked at the belt in her hand curiously, and there were tubes of medicine inserted in it. Tactical belt. Tang Ping said the name of the belt. The ninja tool bag is also good, but the internal space is not large, and it is troublesome to take out things. In terms of convenience and nothing else, it cannot compare with the belt I designed. Just like 2 ninjas throwing ninja tools, the speed of taking them out of the ninja tool bag is definitely not as fast as taking them out from the tactical belt. Don't underestimate this gap. The battle of ninjas only lasts for a long time. The belt is also very complete. There are therapeutic potions, therapeutic solutions, antidotes, and other things. Strange name. Hinata Kangyu murmured to herself. At the same time, she curiously looked at the belt in her hand, and her eyes slowly lit up. Obviously, she also discovered the benefits of this thing. Not only can the ninja exchange things faster, but it can also carry more things. It's like a potion. There is no way to carry the ninja tool bag, you have to modify it yourself, and it is easy to break. But this kind of belt solves this problem very well. Simple but useful design. Compared to her, Koji Yamama on the other side had already tied it around his waist in mid-air. The medicine card slot on the belt has a compact protective design, so you don't have to worry about the medicine breaking if it rolls over. Is this the surprise you have prepared for us? Hinata Kangyu remembered the things that Tang Ping asked the two of them to look for. Medicinal materials, test tubes, etc. How about it? Tang Ping was also very satisfied with his gift. Of course, the tactical belt is just included, the real good stuff is the potions. Very nice. Yamamakoji moved around a bit and found that the tactical belt did not affect his movements at all, so he nodded with satisfaction. Gulu. After delivering the surprise, Tang Ping drank the Qingming potion in one gulp. Start researching quickly in your mind, while still having enough energy to pay attention to your surroundings. Multitasking. This is also an ability he just discovered. However, doing so will place a heavy burden on the user, that is, the user has used Hashirama cells to make himself much stronger, otherwise he would not be able to sustain the consumption at all. The research on immortal mode, magic, ascending to the gods, etc. are all progressing in my mind. Since there is no way to lie down and be a little transparent, naturally the only choice is to roll up to death. Soon, the team entered the kingdom of the river. But when they passed the small island where they were stationed, Tang Ping slowed down. Pepet, pipe. A group of crows continue to gather on the island because there is a lot of food on it. Corpse. At this time, all the residents on the island turned into corpses, and the ground was dyed red with bright red blood. What's wrong? Hinata Kangyu discovered something was wrong with him. Fine. Tang Ping withdrew his eyes from the familiar corpses of children, shook his head silently and continued to move forward. This is the ninja world. This kind of thing is completely commonplace. Didn't you see that the other people in their team turned a blind eye? If it were a ninja taking action, they might be interested, but if they could tell at a glance that they were being robbed and killed by ordinary thieves, they would naturally not be interested. Soon, they entered the kingdom of wind. Under the yellow sand in the sky, they successfully found the hidden and waiting convoy. 5 carriages. The wheels pressed deep marks into the yellow sand on the ground, indicating that the thing was extremely heavy. Sisters Scabbard. The owner of the motorcade was a middle-aged businessman with a big belly, and he looked at Tang Ping and the others warily. We are the Konoha ninjas who came to escort the convoy. Tang Ping took out the mission scroll while speaking. There was an extremely complicated pattern on it. After the other party saw the pattern, he lowered his guard. You are finally here. After confirming the identities of Tang Ping and the others, the middle-aged businessman wiped the sweat from his forehead. God knows how much risk he took for this shipment. It's just about finding wealth and wealth in danger. Once the transaction is successful, he will make it. Let's go now. Tang Ping thought it would be a long night and had many dreams, so he said he would set off immediately. Because he vaguely felt something was wrong. If it were just ordinary cargo, Orochimaru would not be able to leave it to him for escort, so the sooner it could be completed, the better. Good. The businessman also understood the situation and directly called his men to drive the vehicle away. It can be seen that these carriages are specially designed to be able to move freely in the desert. Extremely smooth. The team soon arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Wind. As long as you enter the river country, the road ahead will be much safer. Even if the Suna ninja can continue to pursue, Konoha can send reinforcements. It was at this time. There are pursuers, they are shadow-level warriors. Hinata Kangyu whispered to Tang Ping, who was sitting on top of the carriage with her, and her nerves became tense. Because there is a shadow-level powerhouse among the pursuers. Chapter 86. Come and attack me, a little Chuyunin. You go first, our team is responsible for intercepting the pursuers. Tang Ping jumped off the carriage and glanced at the tactical belt. There is a bottle of crystal clear jade green liquid stuck on it. Hot spring. If there are no surprises, today is the time for the immortal mode to appear. Tang Ping never thought about keeping the immortal mode secret. This thing is not a shady evil forbidden technique. At most, it will attract a lot of covetous eyes. But as an immortal, I naturally have the capital to resist these gazes. Even more, he has to rely on his status as an immortal to obtain the right to speak. He doesn't want to be cannon fodder and a transparent person all the time. In the past, he had forgotten about it. It was something he really wanted to do, because that way he could lie down peacefully. But now there is no way to lie down, so naturally we have to fight for the right to speak. Yes. *N. Everyone received the order at the same time. Except for Team 404, which was heading in the opposite direction, the convoy and the other 3 teams all sped up and headed towards the River Kingdom. If the convoy is here, we may not be able to perform. On the way back, Tang Ping explained that he was not the type of person who could tell puzzles. The battle between shadow-level warriors will definitely affect the convoy, and the mission will fail directly, so it is better to take the initiative to turn back and intercept, seize the initiative and choose the battlefield at the same time. The three of them stopped quickly, because the pursuit team appeared before them. There are only 7 people. But the momentum was like burning yellow sand rushing towards us. Especially the young man in the lead who had short brown hair, wore a black ninja suit and had a pair of panda eyes. Luasha. Last time, the other party also followed the third Kazekage to Konoha, but he had a low-key personality and his popularity was far less than that of Yekang, so he seemed unknown. But this does not mean that the other party is weak. No matter in strength or intelligence, the opponent is no weaker than Yekang. The other party also has a bloodline limit. Magnetic escape. Gold sand. Able to use magnetism to manipulate gold sand. Please note that although this is a bloodline limit, it is obtained through practice. He started speaking as soon as he got close to the other person. Kill them. Luo Sha gave orders to his 6 subordinates while keeping his eyes on Tang Ping. Wind style. Super. Fierce wind palm. Koji Yamama began to make hand seals and perform magic. This is an upgraded version of his previous sea-level ninjutsu, Fierce Wind Palm. However, the increase in output efficiency and chakra utilization efficiency has brought about a qualitative change, and it can be completely regarded as a B-level ninjutsu. Hey! The violent gale raised a huge wave of yellow sand, blocking the vision of both sides. At such a long distance, and using a large-scale ninjutsu, there is no way to cause any damage, so the main focus is on controlling the situation. At least it can allow the 6 sand ninjas rushing towards it to dodge and also cover its own whereabouts. The important thing is to cooperate with Hinata Kangyu. She has white eyes, so her vision will not be affected. Whoosh, whoosh. Several kunai flew through the yellow sand and headed towards the target. Ding, ding. The sound of metal collision was heard, and the kunai thrown by Hinata Sogitsu was blocked by the sand ninja. If you are prepared, you can block it even with your eyes closed, so it is not easy to create victory results with throwing ninja tools unless you have special throwing methods. But these are just covers. Hinata Sogitsu took the opportunity to kill a sand ninja. Soft fist. Directly used Hyagate Jutsu. However, the posture is not the palm, but 5 fingers stretched forward, as if a magic weapon is stabbing out. Puff. The sand ninja in front of him was pierced through by Hinata Soyu's white and slender fingers, along with his armor. Yes, this is the secret technique she developed under the guidance of Tang Ping. Razor's edge. Release and rotate the chakra with the arm as the core, forming an indestructible piercing force. It's like fixing Hushin on your arm. If it is a large-scale katan, it may consume a lot of physical strength and chakra in a few seconds. However, after greatly reducing the coverage area, the difficulty of control will increase, but the consumption will be greatly reduced. The high-speed rotating chakra will turn Hinata Kangyu's 5 fingers into indestructible razors. Piercing armor and human body is a completely basic operation. Well, what Tang Ping couldn't understand the most was that the soft fist could obviously hit the enemy dozens or hundreds of times to block the chakra, so why not just stab the opponent to death with a weapon? That's why I came up with this creative idea. And this idea is not a random one. At least there is the example of Katan, and precision control is the specialty of the Hyuga clan, so the emergence of the secret technique of Razor's Edge is a matter of course. The secret technique does not make much noise, but its power is extremely concentrated. After nearly crushing the enemy with one blow, Hinata Sogitsu shook off the opponent's body and pounced on the next sand ninja like lightning. The other side. Yamama Koji, who had just performed ninjutsu to cover, used his fist to knock the sand ninja in front of him away. Chi. However, he was also stabbed in the waist. Despite facing serious injuries, he did not look panicked. Instead, a dangerous expression appeared on his face. Snap. He reached out and crushed the other person's throat. Exchange injury for life. His strong survivability is his advantage, and he will naturally take advantage of it, so as long as he avoids fatal injuries, he can create a chance to win. When the two of them faced these 6 sand ninjas, the biggest challenge was not how to win, but how to win without showing too many special conditions. As for Tang Ping, he naturally faced Luo Shi head-on. Flame clothes. He directly launched this core ninjutsu. Fierce. A large amount of golden-orange flames emerged, forming a veil that enveloped him. Uchiha's genius, you escaped last time, you can't escape again this time. Luo Shi walked slowly forward, and behind him was the golden yellow sand that had come alive. Gold placer. It is metal sand controlled by the opponent's bloodline limit. It is precisely with the help of this bloodline limit that Raza can even suppress the tailed beast head-on in the desert. In the battle between ninjas, Yaking was not at a disadvantage at all, but he was not good at dealing with large targets. At the same time, Luo Xia has something that his opponent cannot match. Mining. The finances of Sand Village. It was supported by Luo Xia using magnetic ninjutsu to mine. In the future, Sand Village will choose Luo Xia to become the 4th generation Kazekage instead of the more popular Yaking because of these two reasons. In the original history, the father of Gaara's 3 siblings was stabbed to death by Orochimaru. He only appeared in memories and the impure world reincarnation, and there was not much room for him to play. But now, Do Ping can fight with the living opponent. Excited. This feeling made him burned. Humph, it's not certain who will escape. He replied without losing the battle. Even if he knew that the opponent was a cage-level strongman, limited to the desert, he was not afraid at all. Be careful. Suddenly, Hinata Sogitsu's reminder sounded. Hey! After hearing the reminder, Do Ping did not think twice and turned forward to avoid the attack from behind. It turned out that the one talking to him was the sand clone. The opponent's real body had long been lurking behind him to launch a sneak attack. I can only say that Luo Xia is worthy of being a LYB. He has no martial ethics at all. He directly deceived and attacked a small Chunin. If Hinata Kangyu hadn't reminded him, he might have been at a disadvantage. However, the opponent's sneak attack was just the beginning. Magnetic style. Gold sand. The overwhelming golden sand waves rushed towards Tang Ping like a raging wave. This was Luo Xia's real attack. A shadow-level battle officially began. It was also the best opportunity for Tang Ping to verify his own strength. Chapter 87 S-Level Ninjutsu, Zhu Rong. After fighting for more than 10 rounds. Yes, you do have the strength to escape the last ambush. Luo Xia took the initiative to stop and looked at Tang Ping, as if he was getting to know him again. As for why Tang Ping didn't summon Taiki to help? Please, facing this kind of shadow-level strongman with high agility and high mobility, who is best at dealing with large targets, summoning him is just asking for abuse. It's better to go it yourself if you have that chakra. The opponent stops, but it doesn't mean that Tang Ping will stop. Duel 2. He directly launched a golden crow flow technique, but Luo Xia blocked it with the golden sand that gushed out from the ground. Too strong. Only after a real fight can you understand how strong a cage-level strongman is. It is completely different from a jonin. That is, Du Ping has too little information, and the other party is cautious and mainly tries to test, otherwise he would have been in danger. But if you only have this strength, die here. Luo Xia crossed his arms, and more golden sand began to spread around. At this time, the battlefield has become a golden ocean. Boom! A few meters high golden sand waves surged. Too exaggerated. Facing this tsunami-like attack, Du Ping sighed in his heart. Although a cage-level strongman is only one level stronger than a jonin, no matter how many jonins there are, they may not be able to do anything to a cage-level strongman. If they can't beat him, can't they run away? That's why cage-level strongmen are so important. Seeing the movement in the distance, Hinata Kangyu, who was acting on the other side, was a little anxious. Shinra Tensei. With a repulsive force, he knocked away the sand ninja who attacked from behind, and then he came first like lightning. Puff! His right hand pierced through the opponent's heart like a razor. If it wasn't for acting, she could have killed this Chunin in one shot. Swish! After dealing with the last sand ninja on her side, she focused on the golden ocean in the distance, and would take action if there was any situation. As for Yamamakoji? At this time, even if he was 1-on-2, he could still suppress the opponent steadily. With the second heart, his strength soared straight up, and it was not surprising that he had such a record. On the other side. Warm-up is over. Tohei ignored the gold sand wave that was about to engulf him, and began to make seals with both hands. Boom! The gold sand quickly submerged the place where he was. Magnetic escape. Gold sand burial. Raza slammed his hands heavily on the ground and activated this ninjutsu. The effect is also very simple, that is, to use explosive attacks on the target inside the gold dust. Due to the ceiling, the power of this explosion is completely geometrically increased, enough to completely crush the target's body, which is extremely cruel. But even when watching Luo Xia launch this ninjutsu, Hyaga Sogitsu in the distance did not react at all, which actually explains the situation. The gold dust where Du Ping was submerged was blown away by a huge force. A red shadow appeared. The shadow is only the upper body, about 5 meters high. It's a ninjutsu. Do you remember what Du Ping got from Orochimaru? A-level fire escape. Fire armor incarnation. It is because of this fire escape that he took on this escort mission to make up for the contribution points he owed. Speaking of this, I have to introduce the source of this fire escape. The second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Yes, it was created by the strongest forbidden technique master in the ninja world. It is rated A level instead of S level because of the semi-finished product reason. At the same time, the source can also be seen. Susanoo. It is created by imitating the divine power of the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries, there are some things that Senju Tobirama does not have, so this forbidden technique is only a semi-finished product. But even if it is a semi-finished product, it does not mean that it is useless. The half-giant phantom formed by the ninjutsu is not weak in both defense and attack. The attack just now was blocked by it. What is the most lacking of ninjas? It is defense. To be frank, obtaining this ninjutsu makes Dohei want to Rora. With such a core ninjutsu, coupled with his accumulated knowledge of ninjutsu, sealing techniques, etc., he can directly fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. In a few days. Not only did he learn this semi-finished A-level fire escape, but he also gained other benefits. Slowly form seals with your hands. And the flame shadow that enveloped him also imitated his movements. Fire escape. Flame clothes. Fierce. Golden-orange flames began to cover the half-length giant, condensing into red armor. Flame clothing and fire armor incarnation. The two ninjutsu are complementary and can be performed at the same time. The effects of using the flame clothes on oneself and on the flame phantom are completely different. Let's take the simplest example. If the flame clothes is on oneself, its power must be limited. Because of human flesh and blood, no matter how high the fire resistance is, there is always a limit. It doesn't matter what the flame giant said. It can increase the temperature infinitely and increase the salty power of Yunyi infinitely. Thus, Dohei acquired his first S-level ninjutsu. Fire escape. Zhurong. The temperature in the air increased crazily, like being in a furnace. Actually, this is not a good thing. Because the temperature rise also means that Tang Ping's control is insufficient. If the control is sufficient, then the temperature will be condensed in the body of the half-length giant, and it will only erupt like a volcano when it attacks. It's a terrible ninjutsu, but because of this, I will never allow you to escape. Luo Sha gave an evaluation. Yes, it can only be described as terrible. The key point is the other person's age. To be able to master a terrifying forbidden technique when he was only a teenager, even if he was a genius, it would be an exaggeration. If the other party is allowed to escape, in a few years he will definitely be like White Fang, who can kill the Sand Ninja alone. Magnetic Escape Path Gold Realm Technique. Luo Sha went all out. Sharp golden spears are growing like a forest, as if they want to block and pierce this battlefield. Fire Fist. Tang Ping charged up his right hand and blasted out. Zhurong's half-body also made corresponding movements simultaneously. Boom! The terrifying pillar of fire spurted out, directly defeating everything in front of it, and swept out towards Luo Sha. Magnetic Release Sand Pad. Although it can be blocked from the front, Luo Sha did not block it hard, but chose to jump up, and condensed sand gold in midair to form a pedal under his feet, allowing himself to levitate in the air. At this time, the ground has been blocked by countless placer gold spears, sealing the movement space of Zhurong's body like a cage. Magnetic Escape Private Gold Cube. Raza continued to use ninjutsu, but he would not give Dohei a chance to breathe. Rustle. A large amount of placer gold slowly floated and condensed under the influence of magnetic escape, forming a huge floating placer gold cube. If thousands of tons of metal were dropped from high altitude, how exaggerated would the power be? Level of destruction. The only weakness is that the ninjutsu is slow to activate and the target is too conspicuous. It is not difficult for a ninja with full mobility to avoid it. The timing chosen by Kurasa was extremely clever. First, use placer magic to seal off the battlefield, and then activate this ninjutsu. As expected of a shadow-level powerhouse. Tang Ping naturally saw the opponent's tactics and couldn't help but admire them. If he wanted to avoid it, he would naturally have to give up the Zhurong ninjutsu. If he uses immortal mode, he is confident that he can defeat the opponent. But now he still has some remaining strength. Even if he can retreat without the immortal mode, it doesn't mean he can't keep the immortal mode. Anyway, what he wants is the right to speak. Being able to retreat completely from the shadow-level strongman who is going all out is enough to gain the right to speak, and it doesn't really have to be in immortal mode. Just let me see the limit of my normal state. Tang Ping took the soldier food pill and prepared to hit with all his strength in non-sage mode. Anyway, with Rixiang Kangya here, he is not afraid of any accidents. With the index finger of his right hand raised high, the surrounding temperature dropped crazily and the light dimmed. This is because all the temperature and light are absorbed by the pure white flame on Zhu Rong's index finger. Placer Gold Cube vs Big Snake. Two super terrifying ninjutsu are about to collide. Chapter 88. The 88th forced the shadow-level powerhouse to retreat. Fire escape. Zhu Rong. Orakai. Tang Ping waved the golden cube in the sky with the index finger of his right hand. The half-body of Zhu Rong that enveloped him also responded simultaneously, shooting out pure white flames from his fingertips. Fierce. What was originally a small flame turned into an overwhelming white flame after it was thrown out, as if it was about to engulf the gold cube falling from the sky. The white fire rising into the sky. Gold sand falling from the sky. The two collided heavily. Boom. The flames and sand gold kept devouring each other. The terrifying fire temperature attached to the big snake directly melted the magnetism of the condensed placer gold, making it seem like golden rain was falling from the sky. It's just that, no matter how powerful the Orakai is, it can't melt the entire golden cube in a short time, so it still remains intact and fell down. Once it is hit, with its weight of thousands of tons, let alone flesh and blood, even if it is even steel can be crushed. But even so, under the half-body cover of Zhu Rong, Tang Ping still did not move a single step. It's not that he didn't know how to dodge, but because he didn't need to. God of Space Strike. The sound of breaking through the air came from the side. A translucent fist force came across the sky and hit the golden cube that was as big as a building. Maybe in terms of continuous damage and range, the God of Space Strike is not very good. But the single-point explosive power is really exaggerated. One blow will crush the golden cube that was already crumbling under the burning of the big snake, turning it into loose sand and falling. Although in the desert home court, Luo Sha is an absolute shadow-level strongman. But facing the joint efforts of Tang Ping and Hinata Kangyu, it is impossible to withstand it. Zhu Rong. This S-level fire escape is a complete epic upgrade for Tang Ping in normal state. If not, unless he summons Taiki and Chobaimaru, he will definitely be easily beaten by Luo Sha. Zhu Rong, this S-level ninjutsu, is to him what Susanoo is to Uchiha. Having it or not, are two completely different things. The best thing is that it can be combined with the flame clothes to produce a qualitative change. Now, after mastering this core ninjutsu, even if he does not enter the sage mode, he will start as an elite jonin, and it is not impossible for him to fight for the quasi-shadow. Soon, the gold sand fell and the flames slowly dissipated. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hinata Sogitsuo and Yamamakoji surrounded from the flanks and stood in a triangle with Dohei, vaguely surrounding Luosha in the sky in the center. The meaning is very clear, that is, the next battle will be their team beating the opponent. Luosha looked normal. At this time, his chakra was more than half consumed, and his combat power was still intact. However, he had to think about whether getting injured here would affect the frontline situation. Although Sand Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages, there are not many top strong people. There are only him and Yekeng in the younger generation. If he was injured too badly, it would definitely affect the village strategy. Of course, if he was confident that he could kill them, he would definitely be willing to pay the price. The problem was that he had no confidence. With the Hyuga girl around, it was really difficult to kill them. The attack just now was enough to threaten him. After thinking it through, Luo Sha said loudly, Konoha is really blessed by nature. There will always be a steady stream of geniuses. I will give them to you in the name of Luo Sha. Since he had no confidence in killing them, he would naturally praise them. The higher the reputation of the other party, the lower the impact of this failure. After all, facing a team of geniuses, isn't it normal to fail a mission? Refer to the original demigod salamander Hanzo. The other party gave him the name Konoha Sunin. After the latter grew up, not killing the 3 people not only did not become his stain, but became the other party's honor. The name given by the enemy's strong man is more valuable than the praise of his own village. This is to endorse it with his own reputation. But, Tang Ping didn't want to be given a name, so he interrupted him. This fight is just the beginning. If you can still gain the upper hand in the next fight, we'll talk about it. Having a title is a good thing, but a title you don't like is a bad thing. At the same time, the word give already means that the other side has the upper hand in the fight. If it is a killing, no one will give it. He still has the sage mode in his hand, and Hinata Kangyu is not at full power. In this case, how could he accept the humiliation of being given a name by the other party? Even if the other party is the future 4th generation Kazekage. Really? Sweeping his eyes over the three people, Luo Sha also heard what Tang Ping meant. That is, they still have hidden means, and he didn't really defeat them, so they are unwilling to accept the title given by him. Swoosh. So, he turned around and left without any nonsense. The mission failed anyway, so what if he took advantage verbally? It's better to leave directly. You're walking so fast. Hinata Kangyu was a little unhappy. If the other party stayed, it's not impossible to try to kill the other party, a cage-level strongman. Forget it, there will be opportunities in the future. Do Ping shook his head slightly, comforting Hinata Kangyu who was eager to try, as if he wanted to catch up. Don't think that she is quiet and introverted because of her small face and pure temperament. In fact, if you cut it open, it's all black. Dark-hearted and cold-blooded. This is her personality, but it's completely invisible on the surface. If she didn't have this acting skill, she wouldn't have survived in the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, Do Ping saved her before she fell into the abyss, and the Byakugan was not like the Sharingan, which would open due to emotional fluctuations, otherwise the Hyuga clan would definitely be exterminated before the Uchiha clan. Leave the Kingdom of Wind first. Do Ping took the two away. This is still the land of wind. If they don't leave now, they will be in danger if more Sand Village comes to kill them. They are not in a good condition now. Yes. Asterisk 2. The two followed and left. So, there was only a vast expanse of yellow sand that had been ravaged by various ninjutsu. On the other side. After Luo She returned, he immediately listed the Dohei squad as a key target. There was no other way. Both he and Hinata Kangyu are both incredibly powerful. Plus at this age, how could they not be taken seriously by Luo Sha? But these are all things that happen later. At this time, Tang Ping and the others are looking at the team in front of them with complicated expressions. It seems that you have escaped from Luo Sha's clutches. Now it will be much easier for me. Mitarashi Shixiao greeted them, and behind him were dozens of fully armed Konoha ninjas. Obviously, they are here to receive Team 404. Lord Orochimaru knows that Raza will take action this time. Tang Ping asked with a frown. It's not the question of guilt, but the other party's answer, which will affect his future attitude toward him. No, Orochimaru is just using this batch of goods to lure the spies out of the camp. He doesn't know who the Suna ninja will send to pursue him. And no matter who the pursuer is, as long as he can hold on until we arrive, he will be safe. Mitarashi Shixiao explained seriously. It is true that this important batch of goods was used to fish, but it was certainly not intended to deceive people. If you are deliberately trying to trick someone, there is no need to send him to respond. In other words, Luo Sha's pursuit was just an accident. In fact, this task is difficult, but it will not exceed Tang Ping's ability to deal with it. It can only be said that the appearance of Luo Sha, a shadow-level powerhouse, was an accident. Yet, after thinking about it, Tang Ping nodded and accepted the explanation. It can only be said that as their team retreated from Luo Sha's hands, their status began to change. Before, would Zixiao have explained to him so seriously every time she washed her hands? After the team reunited, they returned to the camp smoothly. At this time, Tang Ping also knew what this batch of goods was. Chapter 89 Best Assist of the Year, Danzo. Quicksand Gold. A kind of ore that can only be found deep in the desert, it is also an essential material for making sophisticated ninja tools. Normally, it's easy to say that you can get it at a high price. But in this war period, this material is a controlled item, and it is indeed necessary to pay such attention. In the main tent. I really didn't expect you, Tang He-kun, to escape from Luo Sha. This escort mission will give your team an extra S-level mission. After Orochimaru heard the report, he decisively made compensation. If Raza hadn't appeared, it would have been the contribution owed to the previous A-level ninjutsu, but if a cage level, desert only, took action personally, it was indeed necessary to compensate. And the contribution of an S-level mission, converted into money, is 1 million taels. The kind where you can get money directly. But no one is so stupid, because there are many good things that cannot be bought with money. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. Tang Ping is also very satisfied with this compensation. It's a real benefit. Unlike the boss before time travel, the pie was drawn one after another, but it never came to fruition. If it were Tang Ping, he would be willing to hang out with such a big shot. What Tang Ping didn't know was that as their team escaped from Luo Sha's hands, their fame had already spread before they even returned to the camp. Therefore, Team 404 is no longer a genius team, but a team of strong people. It is no wonder that Orochimaru will take it seriously and directly compensate it. By the way, your next task is, to be responsible for logistics work. When Orochimaru spoke, his expression was a little strange. Because this is not what he meant. It's Danzo. After receiving the report of Team 404, the opponent was furious and naturally did not want to give Tang Ping another chance to be active on the battlefield. The reputation and status of the strong are all gained from fighting on the battlefield. Once you can't go to the battlefield, no matter how strong your strength is, you won't be able to realize it. Suppressing the strong does not necessarily mean leaving the opponent idle. The best way is to prevent them from showing their strength. Uchiha is the best example of this. And logistics management is simply a nightmare for ninjas. Except for the Nara clan, few people can play it well, so in Konoha, these positions are almost monopolized by the Nara clan. What? Let me manage logistics? Tang Ping asked in disbelief. Because this is his dream position. Who doesn't know that despite the abundant logistics resources, there is no danger yet? Before graduation, he had thought that if he failed the graduation examination, he would find a way to work as a government ninja and sneak into the logistics department. Now, this position was presented to him like this, how could he not be surprised? However, his expression was misleading. Lord Orochimaru, is this? Mitere Zixiao asked cautiously. Isn't it a little too much to be assigned to the logistics department just after they have made a meritorious service? This is an order from the top of the village. Orochimaru did not tolerate Danzo and directly explained the source of the order. Of course, as the commander of the ninja army, he naturally has the right to refuse this order. The question is, why? Tang Ping was not from his family, and he had been compensated for previous missions. How could he offend Danzo for him without any relatives or friends? Danzo then. Just when Zixiao was about to say something more, she heard Pineapple Head coughing next to her, and knew that this was a reminder to herself. After all, Danzo is a high-ranking official in Konoha, the leader at the root. Even Orochimaru is a head lower than his opponent in terms of status, so it's really not something they can judge randomly. Cut. Mitere Zixiao was not stupid, so she naturally understood the consequences, so she shut up in displeasure. He has this kind of character, that's why he left the Anbu chose to follow Orochimaru because the new boss, although cruel, was really tolerant. I accept this position. Doping almost said it's a deal, double happiness. Because the logistics are not dangerous, and you can lie down. Everyone knows the benefits of sitting in an office. If it is not so easy, the Nara clan will not lie down at every turn. Of course, Doping knows what Orochimaru wants. If he surrenders to the other party, he can naturally help himself refuse this appointment. But as a time traveler, it is normal to cling to the thighs when you have no power, but if you still cling to the thighs when you have power, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. I have such strong power, why do I still want to work for Konoha? That's about it. As for why I work for Konoha? Of course, it's because I still want to stay in Konoha. If I leave Konoha, I won't be able to enjoy countless resources. If you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. Orochimaru didn't care that Dohei refused to recruit him. In his opinion, sooner or later, the other party would not be able to stand those boring and tedious work and join his team. It was precisely because of this that he did not refuse Danzo's appointment that went beyond his own. It was equivalent to letting the other party be the bad guy and taking the benefits. He would be stupid to refuse this appointment. Logistics department, here I come. Dohei suppressed his excitement and walked out of the main tent with a face of anger and grief. Outside the tent, Hyuga Sogitsu and Yamamakoji, who were waiting here, saw Dohei's face and also turned cold, but did not ask. Let's go. If he hadn't lowered his head, Dohei would have been afraid that he couldn't control his smile. He was short of money and time, and Danzo gave him an assist. How could he not roar? Danzo is really a good person. Not only did he cultivate so many Hashirama cells, this biological artifact, but he was also considerate enough to transfer him to the logistics department. That is, the other party was not in front of him, otherwise he would have given him the Best Assist of the Year award. On the way, Dohei also told him the order to be in charge of the logistics department. It would be great if Danzo's eyes and hands were in trouble. Hinata Kangyu smiled and said an extremely dangerous statement. Yes, she was going to break Danzo's hands and blind his eyes. If it were someone else, it might just be a casual remark. But if she had a deliberate plan, combined with the intelligence-gathering ability of the Byakugan, it would not be impossible for her to do it. Danzo dared to plot against you. The will of fire that Yamamakoji had received since childhood made it difficult for him to say anything, but his expression had already regarded Danzo as a dead man. He was saved by Doping, and the two were bound together. He didn't say anything about loyalty on the surface, but he had already put him above the village in his heart. Now even if he was asked to assassinate Danzo, he would not hesitate. Don't worry, this is a good thing. Don't forget, what I need most now is time. Doping signaled the two not to get excited. Because logistics work means a lot of free time for him. And his growth does take time. After chatting for a while, the three of them went their separate ways, and Do came to the warehouse area behind the main account. This area is forbidden to be approached by unrelated personnel, so after confirming their identities, Do Ping met the government affairs ninja who was in charge before. A member of the Nara family. The other party was crawling on the wooden table at this time. When he saw Do Ping coming in, he handed him a stack of documents and quickly introduced. These are the data of warehouse reserves, transportation teams. Your job is to ensure the supply of materials in all aspects of the camp. These are all up to you. After the introduction, he left directly. As a member of the Nara clan, he naturally knew why Dohei was in charge of the logistics department, so he didn't want to get involved, so of course he had to stay away from him. Chapter 90, Ninja Logistics, that's it. A promotion in name only, a demotion in reality. Danzo is indeed a big shot who is an expert in civil war. Letting Dohei take charge of logistics directly is a promotion and a promotion in any way. No one can blame him for this. The problem is that this position is too important and too difficult. Except for the Nara clan, it is difficult for other ninjas to handle it. If something really happens, Danzo can use it to cause trouble. There is no way to deal with Dohei with force for the time being, so he chose to dig a hole for him from this aspect. Unfortunately, Dohei was puzzled after reading all the tables and data. That's it. He read the data again. For example, the table shows that there are 13,110 explosive talismans in stock, 20,000 kunao, etc. His task is to ensure that these things are kept within a range. It sounds complicated, but in fact, Tang Ping doesn't think it's complicated at all. Before crossing over, let alone a university with tens of thousands of people, a middle school might have more than a few thousand people. But now, he only needs to manage the logistics of a camp with more than 1,000 people. Isn't it natural to think that it's simple? The key is data. Before crossing over, he was a programmer. He dare not say that he has the best data talent, but at least he will not be a drag. He just looked at these data once, and his heart there is a plan. How complicated can the logistics of thousands of ninjas be? In addition, in the strategic and tactical games played before the time travel, logistics, and internal affairs are required courses for farming. Although games do not represent reality, they can at least serve as a reference, right? Not to mention, in the information age, a lot of useful knowledge has been absorbed. Now I understand why he said that's it, not too difficult, but too simple. If it is national logistics, he will definitely not be able to play it. But if it is just a camp of more than 1,000 ninjas, he can certainly handle it easily. An important job in logistics is procurement. It's just, after reading the previous procurement list, Dohei's face was very interesting. Tisk tisk, these guys are too bold, right? He said with a mocking tone. Hyrigan, 2,000 taels/1 piece. Kunao, 12,000 taels/1 handle. Bandage, 100 taels/1 strip. Food, 100,000/1 ton. The price is 10% to 20% higher than the market price, and there is no problem at all. But this is a bulk purchase. The price is not cut in half, but it is cheaper than the market price. In addition, the purchaser is a buyer like Konoha, so the advantage is not too big. But looking at this price, Doping can only say, the city knows how to play. Now he understands why Konoha has unique geographical, resource and population advantages, but the welfare of the bottom ninja is so poor. How can Konoha be well managed with such insects? The case is solved. Konoha cannot develop, and it is the fault of these insects. The other party dared to take out this document because of these problems, which ordinary people cannot see. And it is easy to find excuses to deal with it, such as not much inventory, material price increase, etc. At the same time, it is useless even if you find the problem, the suppliers are all Hokage. Gurgle. Doping swallowed his saliva because he saw countless benefits. A ninja army has so much money to make, if it is the entire Konoha village. No wonder the strength of the Hokage system is expanding like a balloon, and there will be 3,000 Sara family army ninjas in the future. With money, there are resources, and with resources, you can cultivate your own ninjas. Others can make money, so there is no reason why I can't. Doping muttered to himself. Because he found that there are not too many places to make money, he thought of many ways in his mind. And they are all made without touching other people's original interests. Money is indispensable for his research. Didn't you see that Orochimaru is willing to cooperate with Danzo for money? If you don't have money for research, you'd better go to bed. I just want to make money now. JPG. Doping's eyes turned into money at this time. With such good resources, Konoha is always worried about funding. Sarutobi Hiruzen even bowed to the daimyo for funding. In his opinion, it's really damned. Of course, in the past, Doping didn't dare to do anything even if he had many ideas. Once the slightest abnormality is revealed, the interrogation department will call for him in a minute. But now it is different. With the sage mode in hand, he also has the ability to protect himself and the right to speak, so it is not a problem to play some tricks. As for helpers, whether it is a few close friends or the eldest branch of Uchiha, he can mobilize them. He used to worry that he could not suppress the Uchiha. But now, with his strength, he can easily suppress them, and he also has the righteousness of Uchihame's fiancé. With the big stick and the name in hand, he is not afraid of not being able to suppress the other party. After sorting out all aspects in his mind, Doping did not rush to take action, but silently observed the logistical operation rules. Even if he wants to make money, he can't be reckless. Counting inventory, reporting needs, issuing purchases, counting and entering the warehouse. It's just like 1 + 1. But considering the background, it's normal. This is just a camp of 1,000 people, not a large company of hundreds of thousands of people. The procurement of the entire Konoha village will not be complicated. Ninjas are originally mercenaries. As long as the government affairs and logistics can run, no one will focus on this aspect. This also led to the fact that the Nara clan is unmatched in this field. Simple and crude. After observing the logistics for a few days, Du Ping gave this evaluation. Do you know what coordination and market research are? After understanding the logistics operation rules, Du Ping found Honda Ying. The other team naturally also served in the camp. You are looking for me? Honda Ying shouted directly after entering the tent assigned to Du Ping. With their relationship, there is really no need for courtesy. I want to cooperate with your family's Chamber of Commerce in business. Du Ping said the reason for looking for the other party without hesitation. Business. Honda Ying was confused. This is a battlefield. Instead of thinking about performing the mission well and resisting the attack of Sand Village, why is it about doing business? Yes, some business. Du Ping said his plan. It's not complicated to say it bluntly. Just let the other family's Chamber of Commerce prepare the materials for you, and then trade according to your instructions. Does it sound like a good deal? No profit? Too naive. Now the Fire Country and the Wind Country are at war, and prices in the war zone are soaring. As long as supplies can be transported, you can easily make more than double the money, and there is no demand for them. The problem is that you have to have the ability to transport the goods first. Now the two ninja armies form teams every day to harass and attack each other. The logistics convoy is also among the attacks. The long supply route is almost within the attack range of the ninjas. So ordinary caravans don't even think about entering the war zone safely at this time. No matter how strong the hired guards are, they are no match for the ninjas. Even if they drank fake wine, no caravan dared to enter the war zone at this time. But Tang Ping is different. He is in charge of the logistics department, so it is completely reasonable for him to let the escort team take care of the Honda Eagle family caravan. At most, he can give an extra reward. 1 job, 2 rewards, no one will refuse. Honda Ying listened, thought about it and nodded directly. No problem. He agreed so readily because the two were close friends, and because of Dohei's performance after graduation, otherwise he could only make decisions for himself at most, and it was impossible for him to drag his family into it. So, the money-making plan officially began. Chapter 91 I have special money-making skills. Wow! A huge convoy was slowly entering the southwest area from the interior of the Land of Fire. There were more than 100 carriages loaded with goods, winding for several kilometers. If bandits came, they would definitely be able to launch an attack easily. But along the way, no bandits could get close to the convoy, because they were dealt with by the Konoha ninjas before they could make a move. Yes. This huge convoy was the logistics transport convoy of the Konoha Southwest Ninja Army. There were more than one escorting ninja team, and there were also senior ninjas leading the team. A single convoy naturally cannot have an escort team of this scale, but when multiple transport convoys are combined, the escort scale will naturally increase. It can only be said that Tang Ping's move greatly improved the safety of the convoy without consuming more resources. Otherwise, according to previous data, at least a few of the 10 carriages would be destroyed by the Sand Ninja halfway. Now using this method, at least the loss can be reduced by more than 10%. Don't think it's too little. The 10% consumption of the entire southwest camp is not a small number. At the same time, Hinata Kangyu and Yamama Koji are secretly in charge of the escort team. Dang Ping is in charge of the logistics department and cannot perform the escort mission, but it does not mean that the two of them are not capable, so they are sent directly. With them, there is no need to worry about problems with the convoy. Especially Hinata Kangyu. With her, various traps and ambushes can be easily seen through, so that the team will not be too relaxed when moving forward. And this kind of protection is definitely not something that ordinary caravans can get. Now, a trade association has taken a ride and enjoyed special treatment. Even if there are sand ninjas coming, they will run away when they see this lineup. They are here to carry out harassment missions, not to commit suicide. In the convoy, we have arrived at Inaba City. We will definitely make a fortune this time. A middle-aged fat man who looks similar to Honda Eagle looked at the vague outline of the city in the distance with a somewhat excited tone. He did not expect such an opportunity. As long as the goods can be sold smoothly, the profit will be at least 10 million taels. There is a chance to make 20 million taels. It is a huge profit. The point is that this kind of profit will continue as long as the war is not over. This time is just the beginning. Although half of the profit must be distributed. But in his opinion, it is completely reasonable because the partner gave too much. There is a jonin, several chunin, and dozens of genin in the escort team alone. It can be said to be a small ninja army. Just hiring these ninjas to perform tasks would cost at least several million taels, and you also need to have enough connections. Not to mention, you can use the name of Ninja Army Logistics Supplier to avoid the exploitation of those nobles. This is the key. It is completely a reality that the nobles are not human. If it were a normal caravan, even if it could arrive smoothly, the profit might be only about 1 million taels, and there would be the risk of being robbed and killed. But now it is not only easy and safe, but also has a profit gap of more than 10 times. The gap is really exaggerated. I never thought I could make so much. The little fat man, Honda Ying, muttered to himself. In the future, no matter what Doping needs Honda Chamber of Commerce to do, you agree to it. Honda Sheng reminded his son in a low voice. He knows Uchiha Doping very well. Before graduation, he was also famous, but it was a negative waste and tail. However, in the graduation assessment, he was able to defeat Kakashi, the son of White Fang, and in the joint Chunin exam, he even beat all the geniuses to win the championship. In other words, the news was suppressed, otherwise he would definitely be called a super genius. If so, it can only be considered promising in the future. But on the battlefield, he first saved his son from Yekang, and then escaped from Luosha. This means that the other party has grown up and is no longer just a genius, but a strong man. Isn't it natural to rely on a strong man? Even so, this is a golden opportunity for their Honda Chamber of Commerce. As long as they want to expand into a larger Chamber of Commerce, they don't have enough strength. Protection is never possible. I see. Honda Eagle nodded silently. Soon, the convoy entered Inaba City. If it is an ordinary caravan, it will definitely have to spend money to bribe guards, and at the same time, it will have to deal with greedy nobles. But when the team revealed its name as Konoha, all troubles disappeared. After all, Konoha is the strongest military organization in the Land of Fire, and the nobles do not dare to cause trouble even if they are stubborn. Otherwise, would you really be a ninja and not be able to carry a sword? When the convoy moved out of the city, the number of vehicles dropped from over 100 to a few dozen. Obviously, most of the goods do not belong to the Southwest Ninja Army. The empty carriage will not leave immediately. Instead, it will purchase local specialties and wait for the carriage heading to the Ninja Army camp to return before returning to the Fire Country with it. Due to the impact of the war, the prices of local specialty goods will naturally fall. Once you come back, you can earn twice so much money. This is the exclusive advantage of combining force and commerce. Half a day later, the convoy arrived at the camp. The commanding jonin of the escort team took Yamamakoji and Hinata Sogitsu to the logistics department where Dohei worked. After entering the tent, his expression was stunned. Because this place doesn't look like a place to handle business at all, but more like a laboratory. I don't know when a few more long tables appeared, with a large number of bottles and cans placed on them. Your Excellency Xiaolin, did this mission go well? Standing in front of the wooden table, Tang Ping asked without raising his head as he lowered his head and shook the reagent in his hand. All the best. Xiao Linping said it bluntly. That's good. Tang Ping inserted the reagents into the test tube rack and picked up the document bag on the table and brought it to the other party. Fortunately, you have your help. This is the agreed thank you gift. There are 3 million taels in it, which is also the remuneration agreed before. Yes, Tang Ping named the other party to lead the team to perform the logistics escort mission and paid him privately. Otherwise, how could the escort team be formed so smoothly if you were the escort? Jonin. Although the other party is a civilian, everyone knows the value of being a jounin. Naturally, a transport team of this size must have a jounin in charge. If it were another jounin, he wouldn't tolerate the Honda Chamber of Commerce's taking advantage of the car. But since Kobayashi Ping is the commanding jounin of the escort mission, that won't be a problem. Do you understand? Tang Ping's money-making plan requires a jounin to be in charge, so he specially invites him. We have worked together before and know each other's personalities. If it were another jounin, let's not say whether the other party would agree. Even if they agreed, there would be no clue whether they would fall into the other party's hands. Because this is making money from the ninja army's resources. Although everyone plays this way, there is no way to let others play it. How can this be so embarrassing? It was the first time Xiao Linping did this kind of thing, so he seemed a little shy and did not accept the money from Tang Ping immediately. This is my sister's cowardice. Tang Ping's view is different from the other parties. Isn't it natural to work hard and get paid? He is not like the senior officials of the village who only use the will of fire to get free sex and are not willing to pay for it at all. That's right. Xiao Linping was finally convinced and reached out to take the reward from Tang Ping. He, the captain, gets 1/5 of the money inside, and the rest will be divided among the others. And 1/5 of 3 million taels is 600,000 taels. Doesn't it sound like a lot? After all, an S-level mission starts with 1 million taels. But don't think about how difficult S-level missions are. Even if a jounin performs such a level mission, there is a high probability that something will happen. But this time the escort mission is much less dangerous, or even non-existent. Not to mention, the escort mission already comes with contributions. This money is an extra bonus. And receiving this reward will not affect the guard mission, so there is no psychological burden on putting it away. I agree with what you said before. Xiao Linping seemed to have made up his mind and left the logistics office after leaving a few words. Previously, Tang Ping approached the other party for long-term cooperation, and the other party said that he would consider it. Now it seems that the other party cannot withstand the attack of sugar-coated bullets. After the other party left, Tang Ping looked at Yamamakoji and Hinata Kangyu, with an inquiring look in his eyes. Because some things were also brought in this convoy. Chapter 92 The Greed of the Hokage System. Surgical equipment. It's what's in the secret operating room of the Hoji clan in the mountains. This time I also brought it from Konoha. Since the quantity is not large, it can be sent to the Honda Chamber of Commerce through the Uchiha clan channels, and then mixed in the fleet to be transported. If it is replaced by a large and precise instrument, it cannot be easily transported. It's all hidden. Hinata Kangyu answered affirmatively. Yes, Tang Ping is going to get himself an operating room. Climb to the divine level. This series of surgeries has just begun, so naturally he will not give up on advancing. I had no money before. Now that there is a way to make money, the experiment will naturally continue. As for why we have to build a new laboratory, instead of waiting for the war to end and return to Konoha. Naturally, it is because Dohei has not forgotten how long the Third Ninja War lasted. 5 years. 5 whole years, no one could believe that this ninja war lasted so long. How could Tang Ping wait for such a long war, so it was normal to create a new operating room. He has also chosen the location. The Kingdom of the River. It's not that far from the southwest camp. If you go at full speed, you can get there in less than 2 hours, and the flight will only be faster. At the same time, there are special advantages there. First of all, it is composed of islands, and since there is no ninja village, the situation is barren and chaotic. It is indeed the best place to build a laboratory. With so many advantages, it's no wonder Tang Ping would choose there. Kangyu, please prepare the operating room as soon as possible. Adjust the condition to the best condition. Tang Ping explained the next tasks for the two of them. Naturally, the two of them do not need to continue to participate in the subsequent logistics transportation. With Kobayashi Ping, the Jounin, in charge, and with so many ninja teams, security is sufficient. Promoting research progress is the key. In this regard, neither Hinata Kangyu nor Yamamakoji have any opinions. Hinata Kangyu is exactly like Dohei. What she cares about is being able to do things for him, not what she does. If Tang Ping asked her to attack the village, she would never hesitate at all. Yamamakoji regards Dohei as his loyal target, and he is the beneficiary of the operation, so naturally he is looking forward to it. After the two of them left the tent, Tang Ping looked at the box in the corner, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. He didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. In just one time, he made a huge sum of 10 million taels, half of it. You know, at the money exchange, the reward price for a jonin is only tens of millions. But thinking about the money needed for research, he put on a mask of pain. Even if you have spent money once, it still hurts again, like cutting flesh on your body with a knife. It hurts too much. Dohei felt that if he had the Sharingan, he would be able to open a kaleidoscope directly from a Megatama. Time passes slowly. Sitting in the logistics department, Tang Ping no longer had the opportunity to improve his performance, and his reputation naturally began to decline. I can only say that Danzo's hand is indeed wonderful. Unfortunately, after he received a piece of information, he immediately stopped in Bungbu. In the root base of Konoha. Are you sure this information is true? Danzo, who was sitting in his exclusive seat, made an angry noise, as if he wanted to eat the subordinate who came to report the news. But after asking, he responded immediately. This kind of information cannot be false. So without waiting for his subordinate to reply, he waved his hand to stop him from explaining, and began to think about what to do. Soon, Danzo had a plan and threw the information to his subordinates. Divide the media information into several parts and hand them over to the Sarutobi, Tenkyo, and Mito families. If it's just the root, there really isn't a good way to get at the opponent. But if these families see the benefits, they will definitely find a way to get them. It would be best to succeed. If not, these families will also have conflicts with each other, and they will be their biggest helpers in the future. Kill with a borrowed knife. Danzo's hand is a real dog. You reap the benefits without putting in any effort, and you gain something regardless of whether you succeed or not. It can only be said that in terms of internal fighting, his talent is really full. Soon, several families responded. With such huge interests at stake, any delay in response for even 1 second is disrespectful to money. Where is the most essential part of this skill? That is, Danzo's information was sent to the other party's family, and not to the 3 senior village officials, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Koharu, and Mito Kadoen. This also eliminates the chance of delaying the conflict. For the sake of the overall situation, the 3 people as Hokage and senior officials can tolerate it, but their family certainly cannot tolerate it. Southwest Ninja Army Camp. Uchiha Danhei, please report to the main account immediately. One of Orochimaru's messenger ninjas conveyed orders to Dohei, who was sitting in the corner office thinking about the problem. Yes, Tang Ping doesn't even pretend anymore. He directly regarded the logistics department as his own pharmaceutical development room. Anyway, his ability to develop pharmaceuticals is not a secret among the village's top brass, so there is no need to hide it. Have I been caught fishing? As Tang Ping stood up, this thought flashed through his mind. Since he never spends more than half an hour dealing with affairs every day, he naturally feels guilty. With this thought, he came to the main tent, which was less than 100 meters away in a straight line. Hey, so lively! As soon as he came in, Dohei found that not only Orochimaru was there today, but also 2 men and 1 woman and several unfamiliar jounin, who were looking at him. It was a greedy look after seeing delicious food after being hungry for several days. Uchiha Danhei, can you plead guilty? The short-haired man with a fierce look on his face and wearing a jounin vest was the first to attack. Orochimaru, who was sitting at the top, looked at all this with the eyes of watching a show, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. There was no way, since behind them were the village's senior officials, and even their own teachers, so he naturally had to give them some face. Of course, I also wanted to see Uchiha Dohei's reaction, otherwise he would not tolerate him. First, he glanced at Orochimaru. Facing his theatrical gaze, Dohei asked after understanding the other party's position. What's my crime? In the past, the other party would not question him at all, and would just send someone to arrest him for interrogation. But as word of his achievements spread, his status also changed. Even now I am still a Chunin, but his right to speak is completely different from before. At least if you want to cause trouble for him, you can't use false charges. In order to convict a person, evidence must be recognized by everyone. You used the logistics department to benefit yourself. These are the evidence. Do you still want to quibble? The jounin from the Ten clan took out a document. All of the above is evidence collected by Roots. In a short period of time, they earned tens of millions of taels of silver. The huge profits attracted several families, so they joined forces to launch the attack at the first opportunity. Isn't he just a little chunin? Get him! With Konoha F4 standing behind the family, they are not afraid of offending anyone. As for why the Tsatsuma clan took the lead? Of course, Tang Ping had offended them before, refusing to sell healing potions, and since the 2 sides had grudges, it would be best to let them take the lead. Yes, I did it. Tang Ping put his hands in his pockets and nodded nonchalantly. Just kidding, he is not afraid of being found out if he dares to do this. Just admit it. The jounin of the Tenshin clan turned to Orochimaru and said anxiously, Lord Orochimaru, please arrest him and punish him. This time we kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can you get huge profits, but you can also deal with the guy who dared to reject the family's kindness. It would be best to get the formula of the healing potion. Unfortunately, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Dohei with his hands in his pockets and asked in a hoarse and magnetic voice. Tang Ping Jun, do you have any explanation? All I can say is, this is the right to speak. This is also the reason why Tang Ping wants to show his strength. If you don't have a say, you won't even have the chance to explain. In response to Orochimaru's questioning, Dohei finally spoke, but the first sentence alone caused the blood pressure of 3 ninjas from the families behind F4 to rise. Chapter 93. This punch represents decades of skill. If I am guilty, then you are unforgivable and must apologize to the villagers. The first sentence hit them right in the chest. What did you say? Damn kid! You're looking for death. In response to Dohei's words, the 3 ninjas from the Sarutobi, Utane and Mito families were all furious. If it weren't for the fact that this was Orochimaru's main tent, a full-scale fight might have broken out. Yes, they had indeed heard of Tang Ping's military achievements. But there is a saying that goes, seeing is believing. Before I saw it with my own eyes, I didn't believe that a little kid like Tang Ping would be much stronger than me. What are you talking about? The male ninja from the Utane family was a little lacking in confidence. There is no way. Tang Ping is so bold. Maybe he really knows something. How can he not feel guilty? I'm talking nonsense, Tang Ping said with a mocking look on his face. I have the account book in my hand. If the Konoha ninjas knew that while they were desperately protecting the village, your families were madly sucking the blood of the village, what would it feel like? Orochimaru's expression remained calm as he heard these words, and it seemed that he had known about this for a long time. It seems that when Konoha is destroyed in the future, he will say Konoha needs a new wind to blow, which actually represents his despair towards the corrupt upper echelons and families of the village. The 3-foot-thick ice does not form in a day. It seems that the village's corruption and greed are not something that will happen in the future, but are already very serious now. You, don't talk nonsense. Our family has contributed so much to the village, what do you know? Yes, we are absolutely right. Even if there are some losses, they can be used to cultivate more strength for the village. The three of them just kept these few words of excuse back and forth, and they were completely fake. Not only did he describe the money-making as loss, he also said it was to cultivate more strength for the village. He was completely deceiving himself. Because the ninjas trained by the major families are not active ninjas. In other words, the village has no right to mobilize them, and they are the family's private army. At the same time, no one took any action in the previous battles, and they still have the nerve to say that it was the village's strength. However, they were not too worried. Because even if something really happens, the worst that can happen is just 3 glasses of wine as punishment, and it won't happen again. You all know whether I am talking nonsense or not. Besides, I am not like you insects who only know how to suck the blood of the village. I, Uchiha Tohei, am ashamed to be associated with you. Tang Ping's words were righteous and stern. If you didn't know that he made a lot of money, you might have thought he was a partner of justice. Dimensionality reduction attack. Although they all rely on the village to gain benefits, their impacts on the village are completely different. Several big families were cheating the villagers out of their money, but Tang Ping not only did not cheat them, but also improved the transportation efficiency. The contrast was simply too stark. If not, do you think Orochimaru doesn't know that he is making money? People pretend not to know because it only benefits the camp and does no harm. Seeing this, the only female ninja from the Sarutobi family among the 3 stood up. Apart from the facts, it is true that you used your position to benefit yourself, right? Tang Ping really wanted to respond with "It's so frustrating" or "What's wrong with this country?" to test whether the other party had traveled through time with him. This punch has been developed over at least several decades. You all let's put aside the facts and then accuse himself of the facts, which is simply contradictory. I have never denied it either. As long as everyone is punished publicly, I will accept the punishment. Facing such a boxer, Tang Ping directly blew himself up and dragged the other party into the water. Yes, he made money. But it doesn't make sense that only you can make money and I can't make money, right? If you want to punish everyone, everyone will be punished together. Compared with the Hokage system, what I made is completely a drop in the bucket. I don't believe that the other party is not afraid. Once this aspect is exposed, it will be earth-shattering. He is not like those elites in the village. They clearly found clues, but endured it for the big picture. Fuck the big picture. Tang Ping never cares about the big picture. What he can't understand most is why those time travelers regard Konoha village as their hometown as soon as they travel through time, and they are completely desperate for it. Even if Konoha is destroyed, it doesn't matter. He can survive. Faced with his table-turning momentum, the 3 were a little stunned. Because they had never thought that someone would dare to expose this almost open secret. This would not only offend the Konoha high-level officials, but also cause chaos in the village. Not to mention a person, even the Uchiha of the Konoha rich family did not have this courage. How dare he? At this time, all the 3 people had this thought in their minds. Only Orochimaru, who was sitting at the top, had a more intense curiosity in his eyes. He became more and more interested in Dohira. If he could study it. Thinking of this, Orochimaru licked his lips involuntarily. Dohira, who was turning into a self-destructing truck and making the 3 speechless, saw Orochimaru's action from the corner of his eye, and his heart was chilled. He almost forgot the other party's identity as a Frankenstein. When he met a target of interest, he liked to put the other party on the experimental table for research. If it was a head-on battle, he would not worry with the sage mode in hand. But if the other party sneaked up on him, he might capsize in the gutter. No, I have to stay away from this slippery snake in the future. At this time, Orochimaru didn't know that just one action of his had caused Do Ping to be highly alert. If he knew, he would definitely be very depressed. Because this was his unconscious action, he didn't know that he had this flaw at all. Enough, do you know that these words of yours might cause chaos in the village? This female boxer of the Sarutobi clan began to use the village to suppress Do Ping, as if everything was his fault. It must be said that although the opponent's boxing skills are far inferior to those boxing masters before crossing, they are also superb. At least when facing these honest people in the ninja world, they can really beat them randomly. Is that so? Do Ping looked worried at first, causing the three people to feel relieved, and then suddenly asked back, since even saying it can cause chaos in the village, aren't you afraid of causing chaos in the village when you do these things? Double standard. The Hokage system has always used the name of Will of Fire to suppress people, but what they do themselves is not the Will of Fire at all, which is indeed double standard. And Do Ping really had evidence in his hand, so he just ripped him off. Of course, the other party had another choice. That was to make him shut up forever. Violence cannot solve all problems, but it can definitely solve the people who create problems. Do you really think that ninjas are good people just because they are passionate about anime? You are kidding. Don't you look at the usual tasks? Theft, assassination, destruction, etc. are the most common tasks. So it is not surprising that violence is used to solve problems. Even in Konoha. If someone dares to say that Konoha is peaceful, the corpses of the Senju clan might crawl out of their graves to protest. The future Uchiha clan likes this. The problem is that violence is a dead end. Do Ping's strength is at least an elite jonin, and you can tell from his record that he is not an ordinary elite jonin, so it is not so easy to solve. Therefore, even if the three were ridiculed and slapped in the face, they would not act recklessly. When things got to this point, some people could no longer sit back and watch. Chapter 94 The Sand Ninja's Surprise Attack. Thanks to Bloody Cross for the reward. Enough. Orochimaru spoke. As he spoke, the two sides, who were originally on edge and ready to draw their kunao at the next second, stopped at the same time, as if it was just an illusion. Old fox. Little fox. Both sides despised each other in their hearts. Because what they did just now was all acted out. Everyone knew that it was impossible to take action here, so they had to show that they were ready to take action at any time, but they would never really take action. If anyone really took action, the other party would definitely laugh like crazy. Because Orochimaru would definitely not sit idly by. Do you really think he is a soft-tempered person? Ruthless and cold-blooded are his bywords. This matter ends here. I will not allow you to mess around in the camp. Orochimaru made the final conclusion. He gave the opportunity, and since the other party couldn't do anything to Tang Ping, let it go. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. *3. The three of them had no choice but to obey even if they were unwilling. Of course, Orochimaru did not cut off all their hopes. No messing around in the camp. That means it doesn't matter outside the camp. Orochimaru also wanted to see how Dohei would deal with this kind of pressure. If he rescued the other party, then it wouldn't be impossible to let the other party study for him, right? After sending the three away, Orochimaru reminded Dohei. If you don't leave the camp, they won't dare to trouble you. He also couldn't stand these greedy guys, but he couldn't say anything because of his teacher. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, for reminding me. Dohei thanked him and left. Anyway, the other party didn't pit him, at most they didn't protect him. But this was his own choice. Since he didn't want to rely on the other party, don't blame them for not helping him when he was in trouble. And they were very clear about business matters, and they would give him a reward for every effort he made, and they didn't owe him anything at all. It can only be said that Orochimaru is not suitable to be a friend, but he is definitely suitable to be a boss. After this incident, Dohei also had conflicts with the three families. Fortunately, he was no longer an ordinary chunin, and Orochimaru could protect him, so he was not transferred from his position, and the money-making channel was preserved. Just as he returned to the tent, Hyuga Sogitsu and Yamamakoji had already arrived. Do you want me to visit them? Hyuga Sogitsu smiled lightly, but her eyes were frighteningly cold. As time passed, her strength also increased with age, and it was not a problem to deal with a few jonin. Even if the other party was a high-ranking family in the village, she didn't care at all. No need. Do Ping rejected Hyuga Sogitsu's decisive proposal. It would be too obvious to take action now, unless he would not stay in Konoha in the future and just run away. Even Danzo was not so reckless. Compared to dealing with those guys, he was more concerned about another thing. Is it done over there? He was asking about the laboratory in the river country. It was only called an operating room before, but with several successful money-making efforts, the investment has also increased, so it has naturally been upgraded. Not only can it perform surgery, but it can also do experiments and research. Done. Hinata Kangyu nodded. However, for the sake of that laboratory, they invested all their money. Bankrupt. If there were no other channels to make money, they would not be able to withstand such consumption. Then Koji, what? Just when Doping was about to tell Yamama Koji the specific time, he subconsciously frowned and looked to the west. Boom, boom. Continuous explosions came from a distance, and the sound was getting closer and closer. It goes without saying. Something bad has happened. This is the ninja camp, with nearly 1,000 ninjas stationed there. It is impossible for the Sand Ninja team to get close. Now, you can tell from the situation that the Sand Ninja army must have arrived. The question is, why? The Rock Ninjas in the north are attacking now. If the Sand Ninjas are not in action at this time, they will just serve as shields to attract firepower. It is for this reason that Konoha will transfer its forces to the north instead of the southwest front. Swoosh, swoosh. After a few jumps, Dohei arrived at the wooden wall of the camp and looked far to the west. At this time, many ninjas have gathered here, and ninjas who are training nearby come to gather from time to time. The three of Dohei found a corner to observe the situation. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. He is just a chunin. He can't let himself support it, right? That doesn't make sense. Anyway, even if the Sand Ninjas come, he has the confidence to retreat unscathed, so he is not too worried. But before he could see the situation clearly, a messenger ninja came to him. Uchiha Dohei, Lord Orochimaru ordered you to gather at the number 12 training ground. The other party gave the order directly. Fuck. Dohei cursed in his heart. Because although he also likes to act, and show off in front of others, he is unwilling to show off at this time. Wouldn't it be nice for him to quietly work as a salted fish and accumulate strength? But with Orochimaru playing like this, how can he still be a nobody? He is completely treated as a top star. You two wait here for me to act together. After he arranged two teammates, he rushed to the number 12 training ground. Soon, he arrived at the training ground. At this time, there were already many ninjas in the training ground. Orochimaru did not wear the regular clothes anymore, but wore a tight suit inside and a light armor outside to protect most of his body and stood on the high platform. This is also the normal dress on the battlefield. Because on the battlefield, the most feared thing for the strong is stray bullets. No matter how strong the opponent's attack is, he is mentally prepared, but there is no killing intention. It is difficult to dodge the stray bullets that appear at any time, even for the shadow level strong, so it is completely reasonable to wear defensive equipment. There are only a dozen jonins in this training ground, and the rest are special jonins, who are the high-end combat power and command level of the camp. And a chunin like Dohei is definitely the most handsome guy in the whole field. But no one thinks it is wrong. Ninjas only talk about strength. With strength, let alone chunin, even genin will not have any objections. The Sand Ninja has launched a full-scale attack. Our mission is to intercept the opponent and buy time for others to retreat. Let's go now. Orochimaru's order is simple and clear. That is, their mission today is not to confront the Sand Ninja head-on, but to lead their respective teams to delay and block the Sand Ninja. Shinobi, buy time for others to retreat. Unless you are crazy, you will think that 1,000 ninjas will be a match for thousands of Sand Shinobi. Do you really think that all Konoha ninjas are Ip Man and can beat 10 of them? Of course, retreating without even fighting a direct battle will definitely be criticized. But Orochimaru doesn't care about these things. As one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, a disciple of the Hokage, and a cage-level strongman, each of his identities gives him the confidence to ignore those accusations. Swoosh, swoosh. Elite teams gathered, then rushed out of the camp and headed towards the continuous explosions in the west. They need to stop the enemy's advance. Otherwise, if the Sand Shinobi really breaks through the defense line, it will be difficult for others to retreat. Soon, their teams met the attacking Sand Shinobi. Chapter 95 10,000 Snakes. It's a trap. A shrill reminder sounded in the dense forest ahead, and then the sound stopped abruptly. The Konoha teams all stopped subconsciously. Swish, swish. Amidst the dense and continuous sound of breaking through the air, countless spider-web-like transparent filaments suddenly appeared everywhere, blocking a large amount of space in the area where they were. They fell into a trap. Fortunately, most of their dozens of teams were led by special jonin and jonin, and no one was easily tricked and directly cut into pieces by the silk threads. A layer of green mist filled in from the surroundings. Obviously, there must be additional ingredients in it. The most famous method of the sand ninja is not wind escape, but puppets and poison, so it is normal to use this method. Take the antidote in advance, and then use fire escape to destroy the silk threads and plants. Orochimaru commanded and also made hand seals. Fire escape. Fire dragon flame bomb. The terrifying fire column spewed out, burning the fan-shaped area in front. Although he doesn't like to use fire style, it doesn't mean he can't. With his own cage-level chakra, the power of this B-level fire style is completely raised to a higher level. With one strike, a large area of charred black was directly cleared, and even the poisonous fog was evaporated by the flames. Fire style. Flame bomb. Fire style. Large flame bomb. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Various fire styles were also used by others. After all, they were all elites, so how could they not know any ninjutsu? As the Konoha ninjas used fire style to wash the ground, the surrounding plants were burned to ashes, leaving a large area of charred empty space. Fighting in a complex environment is too great for the sand ninjas who are good at poison and puppets. Now the combat space is countless times wider. Although it will make the wind style better, it also limits the opponent's most dangerous means, which can be regarded as both advantages and disadvantages. Summoning technique. Orochimaru did not stop after casting the fire dragon flame bomb, but continued to cast the summoning technique. The huge white smoke dissipated. A purple-black stripe, a huge snake with a crown horn on its head appeared on the battlefield. So big. This is definitely the first impression everyone gets when they see each other. The train looks slender and small in front of the other party. It's not difficult to guess the identity of the other party. 10,000 snakes. It comes from the Ryokai cave in the three major spiritual holy places. It is also the trump card in Orochimaru's hand. The three ninjas can make a name for themselves on the battlefield, which is also related to their own summoned beasts. No matter how efficient humans are in killing, they are far inferior to these huge summoned beasts. Any attack is equivalent to the lethality of high-level ninjutsu. Not to mention, these large summoned beasts have thick skin and flesh, and are not afraid of ordinary attacks at all. Clearing weapon. When fighting at the same level, the effect of summoned beasts will not be too great. But on the battlefield, these large summoned beasts are definitely the nightmare of ordinary ninjas. Orochimaru, I want 100 sacrifices this time, or I'll eat you. The snake started to negotiate as soon as it was summoned, which seemed unruly. The relationship between Orochimaru and it was more like a transaction than a contract. One party worked, and the other party gave rewards. There are plenty of sacrifices, as long as you can eat them. Orochimaru responded with a sneer. He never summoned the snakes because of this. If he wanted the other party to work, he would not move at all if he did not give benefits, so he usually only summoned spirits on the battlefield. And on the battlefield, there were so many sacrifices. Hearing Orochimaru's answer, the snake raised its upper body, and its huge body like a tall building was full of pressure. Summoning technique. Seeing this, Dohei behind him also used this ninjutsu. The main general has summoned the summoned beast, what do you mean by hiding it? A huge dark golden crow spread its wings and took off. Pai pai. The piercing scream attracted countless eyes. That is. No way, it's too big. It's almost as big as Master Manja, it's growing too fast. The Konoha ninjas couldn't believe what they saw. They could understand that Manja was so powerful, after all, it came from Ryokai Cave, one of the three holy places. But they envied and hated Tang Ping's summoning beast. Yes, Taiki has grown again. Before the Fuzu tree was planted, it was about a few meters high with wings folded and more than 10 meters wide with wings spread. During this period staying on the hibiscus tree all the time, it is almost like being wrapped in natural energy. It can be imagined that the growth rate is almost half the size. A behemoth with a wingspan of over 20 meters. Although it is not as good as 10,000 snakes, it is still at the same level. The light in the sky seemed to dim a bit after Tai appeared. Even Wan Shi couldn't help but raise his head and look at Tai Yi hovering in the sky, showing a certain degree of attention. Only those of the same level will be given attention to it. If it were an ordinary psychic beast, it would not look at it at all and just ignore it. Hiss. Wan Shi took the lead in launching the attack. Boom. The terrifying snake body like a cave tunnel plowed the ground into a deep ravine as it moved forward at high speed. Facing such a natural disaster, what can the sand ninjas do? They are also in despair. Attacks such as throwing ninja tools, ninjutsu, poison, etc. are all useless to Wan Shi, and they can only choose to avoid the front. As a result, the formation was also broken up. The role of large psychic beasts on the battlefield is so domineering. If the opponent does not have the means to deal with it, it can be easily dispersed. Ah! Help! From time to time, sand ninjas are swallowed by thousands of snakes. No matter how agile a ninja is, snakes are not ordinary. Don't think that it is not fast just because of its huge size. In fact, it is incredibly fast. It is difficult to escape its attack as long as you don't avoid it in advance. At this moment, the sand ninja formed their formation. Scorching escape. A female voice suddenly sounded. Boom. Then there was an explosion sounding in the sky. I saw that the area where Wan Shi was submerged by explosions and flames. Even if they can't see clearly what's going on inside, everyone knows that a strong sand ninja has appeared. Yakang. The opponent's burning escape is too recognizable. But Orochimaru, who was standing on the top of a charred tree, did not immediately step forward to rescue Wan Shi. Let it test and consume the enemy, isn't that a beautiful thing? Anyway, Orochimaru will not worry about the safety of Wan Shi, just like the other party will not give up asking for compensation from him. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Wan Shi had turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. The morale of Konoha ninjas was greatly affected. Because Wan Shi is an extremely powerful being in their minds, how could he not be affected now that he was killed with just one move? How about it? Tang Ping turned around and asked in a low voice, Hinata Kangya beside him. It's snake skin, and the real body is underground. Hinata Kangya opened her eyes at this moment, naturally seeing everything clearly. Sure enough. After hearing this, Tang Ping nodded secretly. He just remembered that Wan Shi had such a very LYB move, and it seemed that he remembered it correctly. Since ninjas adhere to secrecy, not many people know about Wan Shi's technique, or even if they know it, they will subconsciously ignore it in front of such a real corpse. At this time, Yakang was tricked. Relief. Before she could step forward to inspect the snake corpse, the ground behind her suddenly cracked open, and a huge snake tail swept toward her like lightning. When Qianjun fired, the fireball surrounding Yakang exploded in front of her first. Boom! Huge explosions and flames engulfed everything around them. Chapter 96 Orochimaru was beaten. The explosion of a shadow-level powerhouse is so terrifying. Although Yakang may be a quasi-shadow, due to the blood inheritance limit, his combat effectiveness is definitely at the shadow level. The bonus to combat effectiveness is completely different if there is a blood inheritance limit or not. If not, blood succession boundary would not be so highly regarded. After the explosion, Wan Shi's tail was blown to pieces, but Yakang was nowhere to be seen. No one would think that a shadow-level expert would be killed by his own ninjutsu. In fact, this is also true. Yakang, who disappeared in the explosion, was now in the belly of the snake below the side of Wan Shi. Due to the size difference between the two sides, they did not notice it immediately. It can only be said that the huge size of the large psychic beast has its pros and cons in battle. The advantages have been mentioned before, but the disadvantages are like now. Facing a strong person of the same level, it is basically like a target. But Wan Shi is not a ninja beast, but a psychic beast. Psychic beasts represent those with contracts. Just when Yakang was about to attack Wan Shi, a figure appeared from behind her. It's Orochimaru. I saw his right hand stretched out. The latent shadow has many snake hands. A large number of egg-sized snakes emerged from his sleeves and bit into Yakang fiercely. Once it bites, it can not only restrain the target, but also inflict various poisons, making it absolutely difficult to deal with. But if you want to use this trick, the prerequisite is to sign a psychic contract with Longdi Cave. Because this secret technique includes spiritualism. Even though Yakang didn't see the movement behind him, the keen combat intuition of a shadow-level expert allowed him to react instinctively. Not only did he shoot out several shurikens with his backhand without looking back, piercing the heads of the nearest snakes, but he also immediately used the teleportation technique to distance himself. Sneak attack, counter sneak attack. Two shadow-level experts contributed to a highly valuable confrontation. As expected of Yakang, the scorching escape. Orochimaru praised in a hoarse voice and did not rush to pursue him. First blow. If you don't succeed, the chance of serious damage is slim. After the strength reaches the shadow level, the chance of killing is not great. At most, it will be heavy damage or forced back. Orochimaru. Yekang's pretty face was extremely solemn. Because she knew very well the strength of Lang Lord Orochimaru, so naturally she didn't dare to relax at all. But this time, our target is also the other party. Whoosh, whoosh. An extremely fine sound broke through the air. The overwhelming thousands of books shot towards Orochimaru like a torrential rain, completely turning his whole body into a sieve. However, after Orochimaru's body was shot to pieces, he suddenly turned into dirt, and he emerged from the ground next to him. Earth substitute. At the same time, it is also his life-saving ability. After the improvement, it is almost instantaneous, and it is also surprisingly deceptive. And the 1,000 books just now. It was shot out by a weird-looking puppet. The point is not these 1,000 books, but the green light shining on them. Poison. It was contaminated with toxins that even Orochimaru was afraid of. You know, he is an expert in playing drugs. But even so, I will still be afraid. Naturally, there is only one possibility. Cho. Orochimaru looked behind the puppet. There, an old lady wearing baggy clothes and a scarf came over. Granny Cho. At the same time, he is also the consultant elder of Tsunagakure village, a shadow-level powerhouse, and a master of puppetry and medical ninjutsu/poison sealing. If there is only one other person, Orochimaru is confident to suppress the other party. After all, he has the age advantage. But when Yekang and Cho join forces, he is the one who is suppressed. Furthermore, if Cho appears, then another person who is inseparable from him should also come. Step, step. An old man with long eyebrows and a stooped figure in ordinary clothes slowly entered the battlefield. Ebizo. At the same time, he is also Chiyo's younger brother and the advisory elder of Sand Hidden Village. The other party is responsible for intelligence and diplomatic work. Although his strength is not as strong as Cho, he is definitely not weak. The most important thing is that the other party belongs to the intellectual responsibility type, like Chiyo's shadow, and it is extremely difficult for the two of them to work together. It can only be said that Tsunagakure village can survive various disadvantages precisely because of the Cho siblings, a pair of elderly advisors and elders who are in charge. Look at other people's advisors and elders, and then look at your own advisors and elders. There is absolutely no harm if you don't compare them. That is to say, the villagers of Konoha don't know the inside story, otherwise they must be envious and jealous. They would like to package their Konoha F4 and give it to Tsunagakure village in exchange for their two consultant elders. Although Ebizo is not at the cage level, he is good at wind escape and sealing techniques, and is also extremely difficult to deal with. Looking at the three people vaguely surrounding him, Orochimaru said in a playful tone. It seems like this is a trap prepared for me. Even in the face of this dangerous situation, he did not feel uneasy at all, showing the confidence of a shadow-level powerhouse to the fullest. Orochimaru, you stay here today. Cho didn't waste any time, he took out a scroll and unfolded it, then made a seal and pressed his palm on it. Clouds of white mist exploded around her. 10 humanoid puppets wearing masks and white robes appeared. White secret technique, Chikamatsu 10 people. Cho opened his hands, and a chakra line spread out from each finger, piercing into the bodies of these humanoid puppets. An ordinary puppet master can only control one puppet, but she can control 10 using secret techniques, which increases her combat effectiveness by more than 10 times. Once upon a time, Cho used this secret technique to capture a city. It's simply outrageous. Now you understand how exaggerated her shadow-level strength is. Seeing this, Orochimaru also leaned down, his mouth level with the ground. The formation of 10,000 snakes. Countless swarms of snakes swarmed out of his mouth, spreading quickly like a tidal wave, appearing to be terrifying. This is a secret technique he developed himself. Well, although Orochimaru has mastered countless ninjutsu, his favorite techniques in battle are the secret techniques he developed himself. Not only is it low in consumption, but it is also powerful. Let me. Yekang took the initiative to join the snake tide. Because dealing with this type of enemy is not what the Akamatsu 10 are good at. I'll deal with all the snakes. Ebizo pounced on 10,000 snakes. Being good at wind escape and sealing techniques, he is indeed more suitable than the other two to deal with such a large psychic beast. As for Granny Cho, she sits in the middle and will strike a fatal blow when she finds an opportunity. Yakang, surrounded by fireballs, emitted terrifying heat, burning the surrounding snakes into dried snakes. If a large snake would not die so easily. However, the tide of snakes summoned by the 10,000 snake formation are mainly based on quantity and poison. The thickest ones are only as thick as a thigh, and they cannot withstand Yakang's full firepower. Ordinary snakes cannot use chakra to protect themselves from the effects of high temperatures. If you switch to a psychic beast like Quan Shi, you can use chakra to protect yourself and withstand the high temperature. And in this state, Yakang can also have an advantage in physical combat. Orochimaru had to add chakra to his body to prevent him from being affected by the high temperature. Zhou Dun is too strong. No, it should be said that Yakang was too strong to develop such a terrifying blood inheritance limit. After several meetings, even though Orochimaru was not weak in physical skills, he happened to be restrained by him. In addition, there was Granny Cho watching from the side, so he could only fall into a disadvantage. No, we can't continue. Orochimaru found that the situation was getting worse. He became more and more passive, so he began to move the battlefield and prepare to find someone to help. As long as it was just one-on-one, as a shadow-level powerhouse, he would naturally disdain to join forces. But they were all besieged, so naturally he would not deal with it alone. When looking for help, you also need to consider who to ask. Ordinary ninjas are naturally not qualified to intervene in this kind of shadow-level battle. Being involved in it will completely lead to death. Mitere Zixiao can definitely do it, but the person is not here, and Inakacho can't draw her hand, then. Orochimaru looked somewhere out of the corner of his eye. Over there. Tang Pingzheng is leading the 404 team to abuse food. Because their opponent was a sand ninja team led by a Jonin. Yamamakoji acted as the main force and fought a bloody battle with the opposing Jonin captain, while Dohei himself and Hinata Sogitsu pecking at each other with the two Tsunagakuer Chunins, which seemed to have no sense of disobedience. This is no longer releasing water, but releasing the sea. But it won't give people an excuse to blame. Because you can't say that one Chunin and two Genin are too weak to deal with the enemy's one Jounin and two Chunin, right? However, this relaxed battle was quickly broken. Chapter 97. Isn't this Wan Shi, who just acted like this after not seeing each other for a few days? Tang Ping, come and hold Yakang. Orochimaru's voice interrupted the rhythm of Team 404. Cut. Tanghei snorted in his heart, and stabbed the Chunin in front of him through the neck with his kunao. It seems that there is no way to check in and fish. Orochimaru has already named him. If he continues to fish, do he still want to live in Konoha? He doesn't want to leave Konoha now. After all, there is too much fun and resources here, so he can only take action. Be careful. As Tang Ping jumped to the shadow-level battlefield not far away, he hinted at his two teammates. The meaning of this is to prevent them from exposing too much. It doesn't matter to Yamamakoji. His strength can be explained by the forbidden technique. This has been foreshadowed in advance. But Sun Xiang Kengyu can't. She is just a branch of the Hyuga family. She was not a super genius before, and she cannot use forbidden techniques to explain the changes in her strength, so it is enough to show Chunin level strength. The two of them naturally understood Tang Ping's words and nodded slightly to express their understanding. And Tang Ping is ready to use normal firepower. Anyway, it's not like he didn't expose this when he fought against Luo Xia before. He didn't believe that the other party would keep it secret for him, so there was nothing to hide. People are in mid-air. Fierce. Dazzling golden-orange flames appeared on the fist of fire, and then wrapped around the body. Flame clothes. Tanghei's exclusive ninjutsu that consumes the least amount of energy and is incredibly powerful. Powerful and easy to use, how could he not use it? In the past, I had to worry about consumption and would only use it at critical moments. But now the chakra is more than 10 calories. Although it is far from being as good as Shitara, it is enough for him to use the flame clothes casually. Boom! Flames erupted from his legs, causing Tang Ping's jumping speed and height to suddenly increase. Rocket jump! Faced with this change of his, opponents who estimate his speed will miscalculate. While in the air, Tang Ping charged up his right hand, and a large amount of flames gathered on his fist. Wild Bite! It was a ninja technique that locked onto Yakang. Boom! The earth was smashed into holes under Tang Ping's fist. It doesn't look very powerful, not as powerful as a sea-level ninjutsu. But the power of Tang Ping's blow was extremely concentrated, so the momentum was not full. If one hit could crush the person into powder, there would be no smoke without injury situation. After missing the blow, Tang Ping just wanted to pursue him. Whoosh, whoosh. The torrential rain of Qianbon directly prevented him from approaching Ye King, who was retreating. It was several puppets from the Chikamatsu 10 people who took action. Phew. Tang Ping directly used the teleportation technique to avoid this kind of open attack. Relief. It's just that the person was kicked away in mid-air. It turned out that a puppet of 10 people from Chikamatsu had ambushed him on his avoidance route in advance and stopped him halfway. I see. Tang Ping suddenly understood. The reason why Chiyo's white secret technique, Chikamatsu 10 people, is powerful is not because the performance of the 10 puppets is comparable to that of a jonin, but also because under her control, the 10 bodies and 1 mind can fight as one. If Donhei's teleportation technique hadn't become faster with the blessing of Yunyi, it might not have been a kick, but a poisonous kunao. Tai. Tang Ping calls for her support. Otherwise, I really think he is a man, capable of beating 10. Whoosh. A huge fireball fell from the sky, hitting Tang Ping like a meteor. The Chikamatsu 10 were indeed very strong, but when faced with this kind of indiscriminate ground-washing attack, no matter how strong their cooperation was, they couldn't do anything. Fierce. A pillar of fire rose into the sky like a volcanic eruption, engulfing everything around Tang Ping. The 10 Chikamatsu people are puppets, so their defense and resistance are indeed not weak. But in terms of resisting fire and high-temperature damage, it is absolutely impossible to be an equal opponent in the flame-clothed state. So as long as you don't want to self-destruct, you must distance yourself from Tang Ping. This also gave him a chance to escape. Without Taiki's cooperation, Dohei would have no chance of getting rid of the 10 Chikamatsu people. Whoosh. He rushed towards Ye King. Difficult to deal with compared with the incomparable puppets, Ye King is still better. The key is that he is the natural nemesis of the opponent. The opponent's famous burning release will be greatly weakened when facing his flame cloth. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rescue Honda Ying from the opponent. Even if the opponent lets him go. Now that his strength has been greatly improved, relying on the natural nemesis of the opponent, he can fight the opponent evenly without using the Sage mode. Golden Crow style ninja taijutsu. Duel 2. While in midair, Du Ping kicked Ye King, who was suppressing Orochimaru. And Orochimaru also knew how to cooperate. Shadow Snake Hand. Several snakes sprang out of his sleeves. Once he tied up the opponent, he could create opportunities for Du Ping. Scorching Release. A fireball surrounding Ye King exploded directly. Boom. Fireballs can be used to emit high temperatures at ordinary times, and can be used to flatten everything at critical moments. The combination of the two is the real burning release. Facing the explosion, Tang Ping's attack had to be cancelled. Fortunately, with Yan Yi, he didn't need to be afraid of high temperature and flames, otherwise he would look extremely embarrassed even if he would not be injured. Damn seal! Just when the fight was getting intense, the angry voice of Wan Shi rang out. At this time, the snake's body was covered with seal runes. For large summoned beasts, the most feared thing is sealing techniques, illusions, etc. So even if Ebizo is only an elite jonin when dealing with people, he is definitely more useful than Ye King, who is at the level of Cage, when dealing with large summoned beasts. Seeing Wan Shi so embarrassed, Tang Ping would have said, "Isn't this Wan Shi? He's gone like this after not seeing him for a few days." Unfortunately, he was dealing with Ye King's crazy attack and had no chance to say a word. When facing Ye King with full firepower, he realized how much he had let go in the brief fight with him before. Fire Style. Flame Bullet. Seizing the opportunity, Du Ping fired a sea-level flame bullet. For him now, with his improved understanding of the changes in the nature of fire-attributed chakra, the speed of performing this ninjutsu is frighteningly fast. Facing his ninjutsu, Ye King did not fight back, but chose to avoid it, and at the same time a shuriken shot at him. In this way, she earned an extra chakra for a ninjutsu. Puff. Du Ping used his shoulder to take the opponent's shuriken. If he used the instant body technique and let the flame robe burst into flames to accelerate, he would naturally be able to avoid it. But in order to gain a gap to use ninjutsu, he chose to resist it. What ninjutsu actually made Du Ping choose to exchange injury for opportunity? Wei Hai Shen. Hands quickly formed seals like turning flowers. And Ye King could also sense that Du Ping was performing a high-level fire style. Unfortunately, she had just distanced herself to avoid the flame bullet, so she couldn't interrupt it immediately, and could only throw out a fireball created by the burning style. Facing the flying fireball, Dohei calmly made hand seals. You know, once hit, even with the protection of the flame robe, you will be injured if you don't die. Fortunately, Dohei has been on the edge of death, so the more critical the moment, the clearer his mind is. He made hand seals without shaking his hands at all and successfully performed the ninjutsu. Fire escape. Fire armor incarnation. As the hand seals were completed, he performed this A-level fire escape. The half-body of the flame phantom several meters high just collided with the flying burning escape. Boom! The explosion blew away the surrounding ground. When the flames dispersed, you can see that the surrounding soil was blown away, and only the ground covered by the phantom was intact. Do you think that this ninjutsu can block the burning escape? Yeking didn't care too much about the fire armor incarnation. Although the previous attack did not destroy this defensive ninjutsu, she was confident that she could solve it in a few hits. However, Tang Ping also nodded in agreement. Yes, the fire armor avatar is indeed not good, but how about this? While speaking, he formed seals with both hands and performed the strongest ninjutsu in normal state. Chapter 98, Fighting the Junkiage. Fire Style. Zhurong. Tang Ping performed this S-level ninjutsu again. Rain. I saw that the flame clothes on his body suddenly swelled, and then covered the fire armor avatar. Although it has been used before. But only Luo Sha survived that time, and the other party's report did not show much. So, this S-level ninjutsu of Tang Ping was the first time for others to see it. During this period, Tang Ping not only studied potions, but also improved and optimized this ninjutsu. Because there are reference objects, plus he has a very deep study of ninjutsu, sealing techniques, his improvement process is extremely smooth. At this time, the appearance is not only more refined than before, but also the defense is improved. Of course, the biggest improvement is not these. Because this ninjutsu was tailor-made for the senjutsu, Zhurong's senjutsu can be fully displayed in the Sage mode. However, even if it is not performed in the Sage mode, this S-level ninjutsu is amazing enough. What is that? I don't know, but it must be very strong. That's right. The shadow-level battlefield is definitely the focus of both ninjas, so Zhurong's half-body was directly seen by the surrounding ninjas. Shock! Although it is only a few meters high, 7 meters, it used to be 5 meters, with the flame clothes turned into armor, increase the height, but you can feel the terrifying heat just by looking at it. With the familiarity of ninjutsu, the heat that was previously released began to subside. Let me learn how to use burning escape. Tang Ping's voice sounded. Yet, when Yeking faces challenges, he will naturally not be afraid at all. Fireballs appeared around her. 2, 3, 5. Each one can exert terrifying power similar to high-level fire escape after it explodes. The key point is that no seals are required and no preparation is required to use it. And this is the limit of blood inheritance, it is so strong that it is unreasonable. Yeking rushed towards him with 5 fireballs. If a flesh and blood body comes close to her, it will definitely turn into a mummy and fall to the ground within a few seconds. But for Tang Ping, who was under the protection of Zhurong, it had no effect at all. Whoosh, whoosh. While charging forward, Yeking also threw out a kunao. To her surprise, the kunao could not break through the armored giant made of condensed flames. No wonder Luo Sha failed. This thought flashed through Yeking's mind. Previously, the other party failed in the mission, but she laughed at it. After all, she had fought against Tang Ping before. If she hadn't been too serious at the time, the other party would have died in her hands. But now she had to admit that it wasn't Luo Sha's problem, but that the other party's strength had improved too much. After approaching, Yeking launched an attack. But neither the ninja tools nor the taijutsu can break through the defense. Instead, Tang Ping controlled Zhurong's half-body and kept attacking like a whack-a-mole. The ground was smashed to pieces. The terrifying offensive and defensive abilities make Zhurong look like Susanoo. At the same time, Dohei believes that his Zhurong will definitely be able to surpass Susanna in the future. Because this is magic. Now it's just using chakra, which naturally reduces the power by several levels. Soon, Yeking began to form seals with his hands. Wind escape wind blade. Phew! The rapidly rotating wind on her fingertips turned into a sharp blade that shredded everything. The future Maji used this move to instantly kill the special Jonin of Moonlight Hayate. Sand, sand. It was just that after the wind blade hit Zhu Rong's half, it only made countless cutting sounds, but failed to tear the target into pieces. S-level ninjutsu is so terrifying. However, the wind blade still caused some changes. From this point of view, the defensive power of Zurong cast by non-immortal chakra is indeed limited. Relief. Ye King stopped his hand and jumped back, dispelling the wind blade ninjutsu. She knew that she couldn't break through the defense just by relying on the wind escape she had mastered, so she had to go all out. Burning escape. Kill by steaming. She shouted softly, and then the 5 fireballs surrounding her began to merge into a huge fireball. Facing the all-out blow from a shadow-level powerhouse, Tang Ping did not dare to neglect and raised his right index finger high. Fierce. A white flame condensed on the fingertips of Zhu Rong's body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly and the light dimmed. In the past, high temperatures were a matter of control. Now that the temperature has dropped, it means that the temperature has been absorbed by the next full blow, without any leakage. The same principle applies to light. If it is swallowed up directly, it will make people's eyes darken. Fire escape. Zhu Rong. Orakai. Tang Ping struck out with all his strength under normal circumstances. A small wisp of white flame, after being thrown out, turned into a white wave sweeping forward, looking like an avalanche. Ye King also pushed the huge fused fireball over. Steamed kill vs Orakai. 2 super moves collide head-on. Even Orochimaru, who was dragging Chiyo's mother-in-law, couldn't help but pay attention. There was only one snake not far from the ultimate move. Not only was it not excited, but it was struggling and roaring crazily. Damn Orochimaru, help me remove the psychic spell. Wan Shi is now affected by the sealing technique and cannot actively lift the psychic spell, so she is anxious. Fortunately, Orochimaru had no intention of putting his own psychic beast to death and lifted the psychic spell in time. The huge mountain-like snakes exited the stage. The white snow wave and the giant fireball also collided. There was no expected explosion. Zera. The 2 flames engulfed each other crazily. The terrifying high temperature spreads rapidly, directly causing nearby plants to dry up and break into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a terrifying scene directly made the ninjas fighting around them subconsciously give in. The same goes for Orochimaru, Granny Cho, and Ebizo. It depends on them to reach the peak of fire escape. Although Uchiha is said to be the strongest fire escaper, he is completely powerful, simply using the effect of a hard stack of chakra, or the strongest fire escape Amaterasu brought by his bloodline. When it comes to fire escape, both Tang Ping and Ye King can defeat them all in seconds. Flame devours flame. Both sides were locked in a stalemate with all their strength. Tang Ping sighed silently in his heart as he watched the pure white flame wave unable to engulf Zhou and escape the steaming death. As expected of the hero of the Sand Ninja, a strong quasi-shadow master. Even though he had displayed all his achievements in fire escape, he still didn't win. Of course, I didn't lose. However, there will be no time to distinguish between superior and inferior, and life and death. The main force of the Sand Ninja army has arrived and must be withdrawn. The Sand Ninja troops fighting now are just a small number of elites led by strong men. They are here to delay and prevent their retreat. But he didn't expect that Orochimaru would attack decisively and lead an elite team to block their vanguard. Coupled with Dohei's wonderful performance, it disrupted the Suna Ninjas' arrangement. But the Suna Ninjas' goal has been achieved. Destroy the Southwest Ninja Army camp. Since Orochimaru was in charge, the threat to the Suna Ninja in the camp was increasing day by day, so the other party had to plan this operation. It looks like I won, but I actually didn't. Because Konoha will not just watch the opponent wreak havoc, and will definitely find a way to counterattack. So Suna Ninja is equivalent to sharing the pressure for IWA Ninja, which is a huge loss. Retreat. Orochimaru ordered. The goal of delaying and sniping has been achieved, and the next step is to have no other effect except to die in vain. The remaining Konoha teams began to retreat. As for Dohei, after looking at Ye King for a few times, he met up with Hyuga Kangetsu and Yamamakoji who were coming over and turned around to leave. Thus, this Sand Ninja raid ended. After this battle, Tang Ping proved that he had no strength at all, and it was not luck that he was able to escape unscathed in front of 2 shadow-level powerhouses. But real strength. However, the bad news that followed made him put on a mask of pain before he could be proud of his fame. Chapter 99. The village has decided to let you be the CEO. What? Tohei looked at Orochimaru in the carriage with surprise on his face. The other party's pale face was dyed with a layer of green, and she was lying in the car like a sick beauty. Thinking of the future, when the other party used the Fusey reincarnation to become a woman, I suddenly felt that this scene was so graphic. I am young M.JPG. I've been poisoned by Cho, and it's up to you to stop the Suna ninja from pursuing me. Orochimaru repeated this again. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't have called Tang Ping into the carriage alone. Tang Ping's expression was extremely exciting. Is this the case of stock speculation to become a shareholder and a girl to become a husband? He just wanted to fish in troubled waters and make money for research. He never thought of standing up and becoming a tall man. But since the atmosphere was here, it was impossible to refuse directly, so I asked tentatively. Then I wonder when the village's support will arrive. Orochimaru has been tricked, so it's impossible for the village not to send a new shadow-level strongman to take over, right? Tang Ping doesn't mind being in the limelight, but he doesn't like being in the limelight all the time. That's too tiring. Although he has been studying since graduation, it was because he had self-protection capital so that he could lie flat, not because he really liked being the tall man in front. I have sent the information back, and the village should be discussing it. Orochimaru's tone was calm. Based on his character, if the poison could be suppressed or was not serious, he would definitely not ask for help from the village. That's okay, let's do it. Tang Ping finally nodded. If it was only during the period before reinforcements arrived, he thought it would be fine. And he had just left the carriage. Ugh! Orochimaru spat out a ball of slowly squirming flesh, and then murmured to himself. As expected of the old lady Cho, she is really admirable in using poison. Next, he will find a way to detoxify himself. Konoha village at this time. In the Hokage's office, Konoha F4 is holding an emergency meeting. Everyone has read the intelligence. Who do you think should be allowed to block the Suna ninja's attack? Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe on the table to signal the three of them to speak out. Hiruzen, the IWA ninja are attacking now. Jiraiya and Minato have no way to escape. Cloud Hidden Village and Kirigakure Village are about to move. They all need strong people to take charge. We don't have many candidates. Analysis of Mitomanitis. Generally speaking, there are many strong people in Konoha, but with enemies on all sides, no matter how many strong people there are, it will not be enough. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan was kicked to the water country front some time ago, so there is no need to worry about the Mist Ninja, otherwise the situation will only be worse. Moreover, the strong ones mentioned here must at least start with a quasi-shadow. Otherwise, the general will be killed by the enemy on the battlefield, which will be absolutely fatal to morale. How about letting Shikaka go? After moving to bed, Xiao Chun proposed a candidate. Although the opponent is young, he is an elite jonin. With the cooperation of Inoshika Butterfly, he can definitely be regarded as a quasi-cage powerhouse. The key point is that the opponent's brain is easy to use, and his commanding ability is no weaker than Orochimaru's. A leader not only needs strength, but also the ability to command, and Orochimaru is the ceiling level of the village in both aspects. Now that the opponent is poisoned, they are so nervous. No, Luoyu needs to mobilize resources from all aspects. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly rejected it. Now Konoha has more than one enemy, Suna Ninja. If there is no other party to take charge, he will have one less think tank in case of emergencies. What's more, the risk is too great, there is more than one cage-level Suna Ninja. That. After going to bed, Zayasi continued to think of someone worth recommending. In fact, the first thing she thought of was White Fang. The opponent was extremely powerful in terms of strength and commanding ability. In the Second Ninja War, he almost single-handedly killed the Sand Ninja. It's a pity, people are gone. Thinking of this, she glanced at Danzo subconsciously. As a consultant elder, how could she not know the inside story of what happened at the beginning, but there was no point regretting it now, so she just glanced at it and looked away. Tsunade still doesn't want to come back. The silent Danzo suddenly spoke up. In this case, the other party is definitely the best choice. Tsunade, don't think about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously took a puff of cigarette without explaining the reason. Just kidding, the Senju clan has been wiped out, and the boyfriend is gone too. If it weren't for the fact that Konoha was founded by the Senju clan, the other party might have defected, and how could they come back to serve? Of course, the biggest reason was that Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't tell him. Who would have thought that Tsunade Hime, who was killed on the battlefield, would actually suffer from hemophobia? Hiruzen. Danzo frowned. Now is not the time to pamper your disciples. The village is facing a life and death crisis. Why are you leaving a shadow-level powerhouse alone? Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen intensified his tone, directly stating that not considering Tsunade was his decision as Hokage, and that his sister Kinlan Songshi appeared in grey and obeyed. Hearing this, Danzo's teeth almost shattered. Use the Hokage to pressure yourself again. Sooner or later, one day, I will sit in the position of Hokage, and then I will say, Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Then Danzo, how about you replace Orochimaru? Mito Minion gave a plan. Despite looking at Danzo like this, he still has at least quasi-cage level strength. His wind release is the strongest in Konoha. If his right hand and eyes were not injured, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is a shadow-level powerhouse. And this suggestion also made both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Koharu's eyes brighten. No, I need my help at the root. Faced with the gazes of the three people, Danzo said calmly that he could not do it. Now the Sand Ninja is so aggressive that there are more than one cage-level warriors. Even Orochimaru has been attacked. He went into battle in person. What if something goes wrong? Konoha still needs to be saved by himself, and he can't take risks. It's impossible to let us go, right? Xiao Chun was a little dissatisfied when she went to bed. Because at this time, Danzo, the fighting sect of yours, has shrunk, which is too inappropriate for a human being. We must send support no matter what, otherwise once Tsunagakure breaks through Mount Kikyo, the village will be in danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen set the tone. That means the choice of reinforcements must be made today and cannot be delayed. Platikodon Mountain. It is the largest defensive fortress in the west of Konoha, and it is also the west gate of the village, so it must be defended to the death no matter what. If we don't have a good candidate, we can't let that brat Uchiha Danhei take over. Xiao Chun was a little anxious when she went to bed. Wait. Danzo suddenly interrupted Koharu, who was sleeping. Let Uchiha Danhei temporarily take over Orochimaru's position as commander first, so that we can have time to discuss the candidate. With his strength, he is indeed qualified. The Sand Ninja at this stage are too powerful, so let that brat take the lead first. If you block the Sand Ninja, you will immediately seize the position of leader. If you can't stop it, you can also use this to attack the opponent and the Uchiha behind him. Wonderful, wonderful. Danzo couldn't help but cheer for his plan. As for the casualties that occurred during the process, all this is for Konoha. As long as you can ascend to the position of Hokage, any sacrifice will be worth it. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously objected. I like the other party's will of fire very much, but how can a commander at this age agree to it? Hiruzen, just let him take over for a while. I will take over after I have dealt with the root matter. If not, Orochimaru will be there. Once his poison is cured, he will be able to take over. With the help of ninjas from the Nara clan, what are you worried about? When it comes to the bargaining chip of his superior Hokage, Danzo immediately becomes eloquent. In the end, the proposal was passed. Because there is no better choice. A letter of appointment was sent to the front line, and the supporting ninjas also set off. Chapter 100 Become a CEO, marry by Fume, and reach the pinnacle of life. The retreating Southwest Ninja Army had already withdrawn to Mount Kikyo to rest. The top executives are all gathered in the conference room. The total number of people is more than 20, of which the Hokage system is the largest, that is, the Jounin from the Sarutobi, Tenkyo, Mito, Inorika, and other families. There are only a few civilian Jounin. As for Uchiha and Hinata, none of them were on the Water Kingdom front line. Among these people, Orochimaru sat at the head of the conference table, and Mitarashi Shisha also appeared, separated from the Naratyen people. But there is a special being among the Jounin. Chiyunin. Tang Ping was also there, and was specially invited. Originally, he didn't want to come, but who knew that Orochimaru named him to participate in this meeting? Tang Ping, who was yawning quietly, was completely uninterested in this kind of meeting. Gentlemen, since I am going to perform a confidential mission, the village has announced a new appointment. Orochimaru announced the news in a hoarse and magnetic voice. Everyone's ears perked up, except for Tang Ping, who looked unconcerned. Because no matter who comes, he has the right to speak. In the ninja world, fists are power. Now that his fist is big enough, he naturally has the right to speak, and he is not afraid of being deprived by the village. Even if Danzo came, he wouldn't dare to trouble him openly. Having strength means being able to do whatever you want. On the contrary, the new owner will arrive, and he can continue to go back to the logistics office to fish, so not only is he not worried, but he is very happy. However, Orochimaru's next words made his good mood disappear instantly. Uchiha Danhei will temporarily replace me as the commander-in-chief. Orochimaru's words caused the conference room to explode. No way. How is that possible? The village is too chaotic. Even the calmest Jonin could not accept the news. If it were a young and powerful man like Namikaze Minato, they could barely accept it, because he was now a deputy general, and it was completely natural for him to be promoted to chief general. But how could they accept that a kid in his teens directly became the commander of a ninja army? After Orochimaru announced the appointment to the village, he stared at them coldly, and waited for everyone to calm down before continuing. It's just a temporary period of time. The real commander will be sent to support later, and Matere Shixiao and Narada Ren will continue to act as deputies. There is no need to worry at all. Yes, it is definitely not possible to directly appoint him as the general. But if they take over temporarily, their resistance will naturally be less, and with the help of Mitarashi Shixiao and Narada Ren, it will be fine. Sure enough, after hearing Orochimaru's comforting words, these Jounin instantly lost their opinions. However, there is one person who has a strong opinion. Lord Orochimaru, I thank the village for its concern, but I feel that I cannot bear this responsibility. Tang Ping refused the appointment. In the past, he only had the option of obeying orders, but after showing his strength, he naturally had the right to speak. No, Dohei-kun, your potential is beyond your imagination. Orochimaru's face was sincere and his tone of praise was serious. In addition to the opponent's apparent record, he also has the amazing results of the healing potion, coupled with his previous forbearance in school. It is indeed a good choice to let him take over as the temporary commander. Orochimaru knew what Danzo was thinking, but he didn't care. How can a mouse in the gutter stand in the sun? Since you don't stand up at this critical moment, you won't be recognized even if you stand up later. Seeing Orochimaru using sincerity is the best special move in front of him, Dohei felt complicated. He couldn't just say, I just want to make money and have fun, right? If you really say that, I'm guaranteed to be the #1 brother on Konoha's most wanted list. Then, as the temporary acting general, are there any restrictions? Since the matter has reached this point, of course he has to find out if there is any pitfall in it. No, during the temporary period, the power is the same as that of the commander-in-chief, but the real commander-in-chief will replace you at any time. Orochimaru replied decisively. Okay, but I hope Orochimaru-senpai will tell them to send reinforcements quickly. Good fellow Tang Ping, I don't even call you sir anymore, I just call you senior. But it makes sense. If you sit in the position of commander, your status will be equal to that of the other party. Naturally, there is no need to add the suffix of adult, and senior is a polite honorific. Okay, the village has already promoted you to Jonin. Orochimaru didn't feel offended by Dohei's title. Because of strength. The ninja world is a place where age is not considered, only strength. I hope the village will not regret this decision. Tang Ping's tone was complicated. He does not believe that he has really obtained the power of a general. There will definitely be various restrictions. At least when he finds out that his order affects the defense of Platy-Kodan Mountain, the village's senior officials will definitely not turn a blind eye. Because the distance is too close. The top management of the village can micromanage the front line, which is why they are not afraid of getting out of hand. Anyway, what they want is that their shadow level is in the front, and the rest doesn't matter. A strong man serving as the commander and an elite jounin serving as the commander have completely different effects on morale. Gan. Tang Ping cursed in his heart, but the atmosphere had reached this point, so he could only wear the imperial robe. But it's not without its benefits. Just being promoted to Jonin is enough money, let alone being the leader of the ninja army. The temporary acting commander is also the commander-in-chief. As long as he doesn't give random orders, no one will jump out to mess with him. Presumably, as a general, it is natural to make some money, right? In this way, he can be said to have become a CEO, married by Fume, and reached the pinnacle of life. Thinking about it, I'm still a little excited. Of course, the price for obtaining these benefits is to block the sand ninja attack, otherwise nothing will happen. After Orochimaru announced his appointment, he stood up and left immediately. Is the toxicity already so serious? Tang Ping looked at the other parties back and thought to himself. He wouldn't think that they left because they were worried about him. They could only be unable to suppress the possibility of an explosion of toxins in their body. Under everyone's gaze, Tang Ping came to the main seat and sat down. Cool. Sitting in this position, the view has improved a lot, as if everything is in front of my eyes. Well, this may be the legendary Big Boss perspective. I know that you don't recognize me as your general, but it doesn't matter, as long as you can obey orders. Direct and direct straight to the point. Except for Kobayashi Tera, he has no friendship with these Jonins, and his surname is destined to be naturally opposed to the Hokage system, so he is completely fair and impartial. Just listen to him. If they don't listen, he doesn't mind killing some chickens to show the other monkeys. Since Konoha clearly wants him to be a tall man to plug the gun, don't blame him for using this power to make trouble. Of course, if the village is dissatisfied with his actions and chooses to remove him from his position, that would be great. He would rather not be the commander. Yes. N. The Jonin in the meeting room responded in unison, and no one was stubborn. There is no way, they have seen Dohei's fighting power, and they are dissatisfied only because of his qualifications, but if the village is determined to let him take the position, even if they are unwilling, they are completely powerless. Since there is no way to resist, it is better to lie down and enjoy it. By the way, the logistics department is too much of a hindrance, so I will take care of it from now on. The first sword of the upper position, cut the logistics department first. Before, he was in charge of logistics, but his power was extremely limited. Now that he is the main general, he naturally has to cut the logistics first. Only by getting the power of logistics can you make a lot of money. As for the battle, it's okay, the Sand Ninja will never attack Mount Kikyo. If Dohei remembers correctly, the Sand Ninja launched the Battle of Mount Kikyo in the last year of the Ninja World War, which was a few years later, and was defeated. Although I have my own butterfly wings now, the history should not have changed, right? Soon, the meeting ended and the Jonin left one after another. The Jonin gathered because of the village's appointment. Normally, as long as the main general and the assistant make a decision, it will be fine.